But where is it? Where is the coming soon? Yeah, so like if you're paying for Fluxer on their coming soon list, they have message scheduling, which would be really useful for me. Maybe not so useful for the average Joe. Custom video backgrounds. I don't even know what that means. Yeah, no, there's like nothing about data limits. Also, their documentation is actually like straightforward and makes sense, whereas like whereas I would say that Flexer seems oddly familiar. I wonder if I've met the guy that made this. Rings a bell. I mean, it's Swedish. Mind. What's up, Kenton? How's things? So yeah, I don't know. Out of all of the options, like Fluxer just seems like the best bet. I mean, a lot of people seem to be jumping in, which is nice, but it's just I like the fact that it actually has spam protection and stuff. I like the fact that there's actual ways to delete your data. I like the fact that they have a plan. I'll be honest, Nordstrom, if it was just me and like 5 friends, I wouldn't be on Fluxer. I would be deleting my Discord probably, and I would just be on Signal with my 4 or 5 friends, or maybe a like encrypted Matrix instance or a TeamSpeak server. My use case is I don't even want to say unique because like that makes me sound like some fucking hoity-toity weirdball. I think in the case of I am a YouTuber who manages a large-scale community, this seems like the kind of only viable option that I've seen that isn't also venture capital backed, because every other nice, more developed app out there is venture capital backed, and I want something that's open source, something that I could theoretically have a direct line to self-host myself if I wanted to, that runs light. I have no idea. I've never used the Chromium browser. I have no idea, Darius. I don't think they will, because Discord has reached the scale of too big to fail. Semtexagon. It's similar to like, Twitter, right? It's similar to a lot of big social media platforms where it doesn't really matter what they do. There will always be people that use it. I am fully expecting 2 to 3, 4 years from now, I will still be using my Discord server. That's like the reality that I'm looking at right now is I will still be using my Discord server. Unless something crazy happens, which I don't see happening. Is this hurting their value and damaging their core audience? For sure. Absolutely. Is this actually creating competition in the marketplace? Absolutely. But did they unceremoniously kick me out of the Discord partner program a while ago? Yeah. Am I offended? Yeah. Sorry, I just watched Fargo, so ya's are stuck in my head. What browser do I use? I use LibreWolf. It's Firefox with Firefox removed. it's literally a web browser that has so many security and privacy features. I had to turn half of them off because I couldn't use my internet functionally. Thoughts on Matrix? It's not usable at scale. Moderation is a nightmare. Spam is a huge problem if you're on a big server. And I've had when I was experimenting with Matrix about 6 months ago, I had multiple instances of massive piles of illegal pornography dumped in my face. And that's how you make me delete my account and disappear off of a platform. And I did. So, yeah, I like the idea of Matrix, but Matrix is like Mastodon. It's too complicated for the average person to understand, intentionally so. And it has massive spam problems that are not fixable because of how the platform is built. And I think that makes it very useful for a certain kind of person. It's not useful for me, unfortunately. Doesn't Liberty Wolf have a mobile app? I don't know. I use Brave on my phone. I never actually thought about it. Cheers from BC. Schmitty sent. Hello. For those of you on the YouTube side here. Oopsies. Actually, hold up. I'm not going to use Steam as a platform. And you want to know why, Grundick? I think Steam, again, good for friend groups. Steam isn't open source. Steam doesn't have a viable way of downloading your data in the way that I want. I want a separate platform that's separate from the already monopolized games storefront that most of us probably use all the time, that I have control over. So that's viable for me. Steam's probably viable for you. Or for game-specific things, but... Say it ain't so. Grab my soldering iron. Pass it around. I think, like, that's the issue with a lot of these platforms, Shadow, is, like, all of them work in a vacuum for small companies, or small companies, for small communities and small groups of friends, but most of those platforms that work really well in small segments don't necessarily work well at scale. No one mentioned starting a Facebook group? Mm-hmm. You know, fun fact. I had a Facebook group at one point. You're bringing me back to, like, 2015. If Valve had a separate launcher that just looked and acted like Discord? Man, if only Twitch launched their communities company, or their communities group, whatever. What was that called? The Twitch app that like 10 people used? It was a weird thing. It was a weird thing. But yeah, I don't know. I will still be on the twap. Hit the twap! I will still be on Discord for the foreseeable future. And, like, I guarantee you, over the next 2 weeks, 45 more of these little clients are going to pop up. People are going to be talking about other ones, weird offshoots, forks, for a long time. We just need a good way to get on a GeoCities Pokemon web ring. There's like a GeoCities like archival project, isn't there? You know, fun fact, until YouTube and people started talking about GeoCities on YouTube, I didn't realize it was GeoCities. Me and my friends all called it Geocities. Like, none of us, like, clocked that it was GeoCities. It's like memes instead of memes. You know, it's right in their name to cause some discord. You know, honestly, if the best thing that comes out of this, Suited, is that there is a healthy audience, or rather a healthy marketplace of other chat apps that are similar to Discord, fill the same niche, and are successful. Like, if that is the, like, best case outcome from this, I will actually be quite happy. You know, just, like, a world where, yeah, Discord exists, but I've definitely ruled out the forum option. I haven't ruled out the forum option. I just don't see the point. Like, I would love to host a forum because I think that would be fun. But, like, have you ever moderated a forum? It's kind of like the Matrix problem where, like, have you ever looked at a forum? Like, Yahoo groups? What are that? From your teenage years? Basically what I'm trying to say is, I don't know if I have time for that or if I'm willing to put the mind space into that. As much as like I'm thinking about refactoring my website. I think about that a lot, actually. To be more of like a feed for videos and content and blog posts instead of just blog posts. Forums are not difficult to run, they're difficult to moderate. Because of their like spindly spiderwebby nature. I can't get people to sign up to the Bay 12 Games forums at scale to go ask questions to Tarn in the future of the Fortress by making a video about it once a month on YouTube that's dedicated to specifically that. Very few people that are new have popped up in that thread and commented, even though I mention it every single stream or every single video that I do those. I don't know if I have that kind of pull, and I don't really see the point. Like, on one hand, it's like a nice idea. It's nostalgic. It sounds like fun. But that's all I really see it as. Is like, oh, that'd be fun. But, like, I don't actually think that that's, like, a reasonable or logical idea. At least not in the current world. I didn't actually capture it. The VOD is uploaded. It's the World Gen VOD. I did a test embark and there was a whale and I teleported it onto the surface and butchered it. Like, I didn't catch it. So, the VOD's up. It's that World Gen VOD. Chat wanted to know how much meat was in it. We've talked about Matrix at length, and I've tested Matrix at length. It's not secure enough. Well, it's secure, but in the wrong ways. In YouTube chat. So, no, that's not really an option. It also runs like shit if you have more than like 100 people in a space. Like shit. Like, data not encrypted. Data unable to be received. Errors. Well, not that new for Dwarfort. I mean, it's just on their website. Past it. No, that's totally true. I was just drawing a connection between, like, the somewhat, I think, jokey comment about me starting a forum instead of, like, I don't know. To me, like, starting a forum, when I say I'm gonna start a forum, I'm about as serious as, like, we should return to, like, iMessage. No, not iMessage. We should return to Instant Messenger, not iMessage. Or like we should return to Skype. We should go back to IRC. Like I'm kind of joking when I say that. What I actually want is I'm gonna go back 11 years. Gosh, it's been a while. When Discord went into beta, it was fucking revolutionary because it was a service that wasn't primarily voice chat, which a lot of the other ones at the time that were easy to run were, like, you know, your TeamSpeaks, your Mumbles, your Ventrilos of the world. It was simple to sign up. You could have all of your servers in a list and you didn't need to find a different IP address and a password to get into the others, like you did with TeamSpeak, or Mumble, or Ventrilo. You didn't need a password. You literally just needed, like, a URL. It ran in a browser. It was lightweight. You could be in dozens of different servers and they were all in a list. That usability is what makes Discord good. That functionality is what makes Discord good. And like that's why I gave Discord so much free marketing. And I know I say that like I single-handedly made Discord. I didn't. But there's a reason every content creator on Earth has a Discord. There's a reason it's ubiquitous. It's because it's easy, it used less memory than Skype, it wasn't audio primary, it was cheap, and anybody could run it. Is the Flexer PC app not available for now? If they took it down, then that's news to me. But I literally have it running on my PC. There was some, like, they took some stuff offline this morning to, how do I word this? Yeah, I mean, I can download it right now. I just downloaded the Windows 64. I just downloaded the Debian distribution. Yeah, I mean, it's all just on the website. Maybe it's a region thing? Do you have a VPN? I wonder. Because I know that there are some regions that are blocked. And you have to connect using a VPN. I wonder if I can find that exact list. I kind of miss Skype in a weird way, but you should invest in one, probably. I had this yesterday. Why can't I find it now? Where we use automated systems that significantly affect your access to Flexer, for example, regional availability based on IP geolocation. We also do in line with the applicable law and rights to your privacy. For some reason. Yeah, I don't know. Unless you have some local laws that would be blocking it, I don't know why. But they have stated that they're never going to block VPNs. Yeah. From every app being Electron?
Lots of beers in the chat, please.
There's always a better alternative. Thank you very much for the second resub of the day. Third sub in total if you include the gift from earlier. And the Prime. Thanks for the 5th month. Welcome back. Hi, here early. I'm blind. Oh, certainly. But they can't stop all of us. They can't arrest everybody. Actually, I think that governments are just like, you know, investing a whole bunch in VPNs and watching the stock prices go up. Mate, like, the day VPNs become illegal globally is the day I go to prison for having a VPN. And that's a really sad day. Asked if you trust it. Maybe that's why you can't download it. You need to say that you trust it. Well, I mean, there's nothing in it that I've seen that's going to nuke you. Like, honestly, like, the day VPNs become illegal globally is, like... Although I was seeing a lot more people suited getting, yo, this is a virus and it's going to nuke your PC when downloading Stoat than Flux. You can code one yourself, so then you're just writing illegal code and using it illegally. That's, like, not necessarily wise, but I respect the will, Emperor Iron. Are all the beers in the chat servers a vote? I don't know what you mean. In my chat, it was because somebody just resubbed. Are people posting beers? Oh, no, I think that just, like, happens sometimes. I mean, I'm leaning Fluxer, just because it's more developed. I think likely what's going to happen is I'll keep my Stoat account, but just delete the test server. That's likely what's going to happen. But yeah, I don't know. Really, I don't know. The weirder the world gets...
2 years.
Small Bean, thanks for the 24th month. The weirder the world gets... the more I have to say that I'm just going to be trying to self-host as much as I can when and where it's reasonable, and going towards the most open platform that has the most set in stone plan. You can go knock on his door and cut his internet. Mine. I mean, I don't need you to threaten people. Maybe go give somebody a high five if they stab me in the back. Be like, good on you. By the way, I know that guy. January 1st, 1876? How old would you be? Like, hold on. Like 150? Huh. That's that. What? Imagine the Berlin Wall in the age of Wi-Fi? So a vampire? You seem a little young for a vampire. Seem a little young. Anyways, so this is what I spent my entire weekend on, more or less. I did do a little bit more editing on the... I took one day off this weekend, really. I spent about 5 hours editing the interview with the two musicians. And then most of my time spent fucking around with different Discord alternatives. Some of them better than others. Most of them, like, I didn't even make it past the EULA. I wasn't even able to install one of them. Like, I tried, and I was like, I have to build this from source. I think I'm going to read the EULA first. And I started reading the EULA and was like, I'm good. That was root. I would avoid root chat. Root.chat? I would avoid that one. It's VC backed and their EULA is kind of sketch. Like it makes Discord look like an upstanding citizen. So yeah, I'd be wary about that one. I also looked into Gilded and noped out pretty quick. I see it talked about Beru Dev, but it's a lot of like a lot of the talk that I've seen online is just like listicles written by, was this a person who wrote this blog post? And a lot of them are like, I don't want to be mean to them, but even if they are actually testing them all, they're not testing them from my perspective, which is the I run a large community perspective. Like a lot of those lists that I've seen online rate Matrix really high. And it's like, probably, if you need a room for 10 people and like one voice chat, like, yeah, probably actually really good for that. But you could also use Signal for that, and that's probably better. More secure for sure. Won't require ID too. So Fluxer, which is the one that I'm more or less settling on right now, Beru, is open source and self-hostable. If you self-host it, then you are not pinned down to any of their requirements. That's the first thing. The second thing is you can delete all of your data. And it deletes your data. You can download your data at any time just by going to the privacy room, and you can see everything that they have. The third thing is if a region blocks access, or if a region starts requiring you to scan your face to use their app, they block the region, but they don't block VPNs. Which sucks for a lot of reasons if you can't afford a VPN. But I think that's the only, like, lawful neutral way to take that doesn't fuck people over directly. So that's the plan that they have. Matrix is Element. I mean, sure, Sylvia Bun. I mean, to me, like, that's not even the issue with that platform. Like, the issue that I have with Matrix is simply that because it's end-to-end encrypted, you have a lot of shady people on there up to shit. And because it's so open and it's so interconnected, moderating it is a fucking nightmare. Like, moderating a medium-sized group of space cluster or whatever the fuck they call their servers is fucked. Like, you need bots to do it, and what if it disconnects? And just also the fact that, like, you know how spam on Discord tends to be like, oh, I'm a digital artist. Here, buy my art. And then they send you a bunch of AI art. And then you don't buy it and you block them. And then your life moves on. Whereas spam on Matrix is like, here is a terabyte of illegal pornography. Just in your DMs. Click this link. You know you want to. And real or not, I don't feel comfortable putting my audience on a platform where that is like the primary spam. Like, it's just not. Like, I realize that this isn't like a community aimed at kids, but I do want, like, it to kind of have the atmosphere of a rowdy Denny's after the bar closed. It's still a Denny's, guys. You know? Like, people, this is, yes, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. This is a Wendy's. Put your shirt back on. That's kind of the vibe that I try to run my community at, where it's like, yeah, you can say the fucks and the shits and post some sketchy memes once in a while, but, like, it's still a Denny's. No, of course this isn't a Waffle House. They're crazy over there. Their windows are broken. Have you looked over there recently? Man, there's, like, they've nailed boards over half their windows, and they're still open, I think. There's people in there, at least. Maybe I'll go over to Waffle House at some point. Anyways, that's just the way I see it. Yeah, exactly. Like, Matrix, great if you're like, if there's like 5 of you and you're not going to worry about stressing the peer-to-peer nature of that service and you want something that's encrypted. But, like, I would just use Signal. Like, if encryption is what's important to you, I wouldn't even be on Matrix. Is it a Waffle House or a Crackdown? I'll be honest with you, I've never been to a Waffle House. I've been to an IHOP. Does that count? No, absolutely, Snatcher Hardcore. But that's still the vibe of the spam. And, like, you can get... So what I'm trying to say when I'm talking about those sketchy links on Matrix, Snatcher Hardcore in YouTube chat, is, like... It's... Like, most of the spam that you see on Discord that's like, I'm a digital artist, please give me money, also here's a bunch of AI art. Those are mostly just phishing scams anyways. Like, yeah, if you send them some money, that's a bonus, but, like, they're mostly just phishing for your, like, browser tokens. It's the vibe that they approach you with that sketches me out, right? Like, if I get spam on a platform and it's like an anime avatar trying to sell me bogus artwork, you kind of get the vibe of the general feeling of the platform. Whereas if you get a link to, you know, something that's not legal, regardless of whether it actually contains that, that's the vibe of the spam, and that sets a precedent for the platform, you know? It's like the difference between going to a well-moderated forum, scrolling down and just seeing the memes that you're signing up for, versus going to an unmoderated forum and seeing meme, dead body, meme, dead body. You get a very clear sense of who's using the platform based on that. And I think that that's very important. Have I ever been to Brahms? I don't know what Brahms is. I know who Braum is, the League of Legends character. I'm assuming it's a restaurant based on the conversation. Oh, it's like an ice cream parlor? Brahms Inc. is an American chain of ice cream parlors. Okay. Where is the nearest Brahms to me? Let me just go to Google Maps real quick. I'll tell you where the nearest Brahms is and how long it would take me to walk there. Okay, so it looks like... the nearest Brahms ice cream parlor to me... Oh, hey, they're open. That's great. Is in... Where even is this? East... hold on, I'm just gonna zoom out. So, well, okay, it's in the middle of Kansas. I mean, I just want to start reading out like little township names because these are all really amusing to me. Okay, directions, walking, starting point home in Victoria, BC. Okay, so it would take me 660 hours. The nearest, Brahms ice cream parlor to me is 3,055 kilometers away, with 2,535 meters of elevation gain and minus 90 meters of elevation drop. I have to cross an ocean. Although that's like seems kind of shallow. I don't know. Only 90 meters. Okay, so this route includes a ferry. This route crosses a country, region, or border. This route is has restricted usage or private roads. Your destination is in a different time zone. I'll bet you my older sister's husband has probably been to a Brahms because he grew up in Kansas, so. Anyways, sorry for the side tangent. But, yeah, I ain't going to Wichita anytime soon. You can't walk from an island? Bet. Haven't you seen those, like, big floaty shoes? None of them suited. None of them. As the crow flies, it looks like the Wichita locations are closer. They have the vibes of a heroin parlor, but the best fast food joint. There's a coffee shop here that has like opium den vibes, especially in the upstairs. Oh, I mean, here's the thing, weird content. You don't need to be a maniac to figure out my location. If you want to figure out where I am, you can do that. I mean, like, there's been times where I've been walking up the street here, and, like, somebody will be walking in the other direction or, like, walking in the same direction as me and sees me walk past them, and they literally look at me and say, I knew you lived in town, but I didn't realize we were this close. So, like, I kind of get that a lot. It doesn't really bother me all that much. I generally, like, I don't know. I'm on the no SWAT list, so... Man. Please don't send me gummy dicks in the mail. I don't need those. Your friends used to drive down to Oklahoma, okay, and then buy ice cream from Brahms and drive back 1,100 miles to Minnesota? That is too much dedication, man. DS, thanks for the 30th month. Welcome back. Well, I mean, it would be the sugar-free gummy dicks, right? You can get sugar-free gummies. But no, it's well-known information that I'm in Victoria, BC, Canada. And Gmod weird content in YouTube chat. I've read those Amazon reviews, don't worry. I remember when those threads were going viral. It's one of the last things that 4chan did that I truly laughed at. Like, truly, unabashedly, like, belly laughed at. Did they even do that, or was that just a myth? Like, I'm convinced that's just an urban legend. Or at least, extremely exaggerated. Bah. Sorry. I had to burp. I mean, I just don't eat sugar-free gummies. Or rather, I don't eat sugar-free candy. I kind of just don't eat candy, actually. It might have been a psyop. Honestly, if it was a psyop, very funny psyop. I would say it's more likely like brand assassination than a psyop. But I guess that could also be a psyop, right? Sugar-free candies do it to you? I do remember the microwave phones. I also remember dropping phones in like, your phone is now waterproof. Both of those were things. What's the point of sugar-free candy? Disappointment and sadness? Depression. Yeah. No, unlikely. Well, okay, that's not true. You are correct, Shadow. I did eat, at least, I want to say at least two. What were they? They were orange creamsicle Twizzlers. Those were real bad,
More
though.
solar power when. Because,
like, it was kind of like shooting a bullet at something that just needed, like a baseball placed on it. That's not a good, like, analogy. It's like taking a sledgehammer to a circuit board to remove some solder. Basically, like, it shot my blood sugar into oblivion, so I bought the package once, and they were kind of amazing, but never again. I don't even need to do that, Eric. I'm just skinny. 420 Sandshrews, thank you very much for the Prime and the 18 months. As a reminder to those of you out there, chat, this is a crowdfunded channel. If you want to support me and you like the way I do things here, there's two ways to do that. The first is directly through the platform that you happen to be on. Prime subs, super chats, YouTube memberships. But the other is you could go to my website, blindirl.com. And you could subscribe. I've got yearly and monthly. It's up to you. I get 90% of this. Sort of like Patreon, but, or 99% of this, rather. Sort of like Patreon, but instead of losing 10%, I just get all of it. I do have to pay Stripe's transfer fees, but that's pennies on the dollar. So, that's a thing that exists. It'll help me pay for all of the silly servers and stuff that I've been testing. It'll help me pay for hosting for my website. Keep this channel running the way it is, with as few annoying interruptions from corporate sponsorships as possible. You mentioned Michael Mann movies last week. Have I watched Manhunter? I have have watched Manhunter. I've seen Manhunter, I've seen Thief, I've seen Ferrari, and I've seen, why am I blank on the name of it? Heat. I have Collateral on my watch next list. It's been sitting there for about 2 weeks now. I've been on a bit of a, like, suspensey / crime-ish movie kick recently. I mean, what, in the last 2 weeks, I watched Thief, because I'd never seen that before. I watched Fargo, and I watched The Conversation. No, I said Manhunter, not Mindhunter. I've also seen that, yeah. I've seen Mindhunter. It was a good series. It ended too soon, though. One of Netflix's best. One of their most unjust cancellations. And they say cancel culture isn't real. They canceled my Mindhunter. They should have canceled Stranger Things. That's all I'm saying. If it ain't trash, they keep it? Are you implying that Mindhunter is trash? Excuse me? Oh, I see. If it ain't trash, they keep it or they don't keep it. I mean, they kept good shows too. I mean, I watched all of Ozark. Ozark was good. The Unabomber show with the guy who is now in Avatar? Was that a show or was that a movie? I want to say it was a show. It was like a limited series, wasn't it? I watched that. That was good. I enjoyed it. Quite liked Mindhunter. I'm just waiting for the next ad break to run, and then we'll jump in. But if yours just recommended Legion, you've had it recommended before. Not familiar. But I guess just to catch everybody up here, I'm not happy with Discord. I'm not happy with how they're treating users and their data. So I spent a lot of my weekend this past weekend testing and looking at Discord alternatives. The most stable one that I've found that seems the most promising is Fluxer. If you're in the YouTube stream right now, there's a link at the top of the channel that's pinned. If you're on Twitch, if you type in !Discord, you'll actually get a link to Fluxer. It's open source. It has clear data policies, and for regions where they get blocked due to not asking for your ID, photographs of your ID, they won't block VPNs. And I'm pretty keen on that. I miss Sam Worthington as an actor because he's just too busy making the Avatar money and not acting. He's like a pretty solid character actor. But yes, I watched the Unabomber series. Yeah, because that's because Mindhunter isn't about the Unabomber. Mindhunter is about the people solving that case, right? It's a paperwork show. It's not a serial killer hunt drama or a mass murderer hunt drama, but I digress. I also haven't seen that show since it aired. I've only seen it once. You should watch The Conversation, Zalvi. You should watch The Conversation. It's just a movie. It's a Francis Ford Coppola movie. The ones that are usually the most resilient on Netflix are the ones that have a different production company and distribution and is licensed by Netflix. So not Netflix shows is what you're saying. Like shows that aren't owned and operated by Netflix are the most resilient to Netflix. But just aren't releasing on Netflix. I personally I'm not in the mood for shows right now. I mean, the last show that I watched was Severance around the time season 2 released, and I watched all of season 1 in one day, and I watched all of season 2 in about 2 days, and I felt like my time was wasted and was kind of mad. I'm back kind of in the vibe of I just want like something that's like 2 hours, 2.5 hours tops. More likely like an hour and 45 minutes. That is just a complete story. That's all I want. Yes, I said The Conversation. It's a Francis Ford Coppola movie that came out after The Godfather, but before Godfather 2, Part 2. Like I don't know. I'm not in a place in my life where I want constant stressful cliffhangers and unsatisfying endings. Like I'm okay with an unsatisfying ending as long as it's an unsatisfying ending to a complete story. That's where I'm at. I want movies, and generally these days not a lot of new movies. Like I've been going back, watching old stuff, rewatching stuff that I like. Like I rewatched They Live recently. It's a good movie. A lot of horror movies too. That kind of stuff. I feel like Moby, and I'm just gonna call you Moby because your name is ridiculously long, in YouTube chat says that they've been way into books lately. I think I'm into books in the summer because I tend to read in the sunlight. I find reading under artificial, it might actually just be the lights that I have in my apartment. I have a lot of very warm light bulbs in my apartment and not a lot of harsh white light in my apartment. And my eyes are shit. Like my username isn't a joke. It's my eyes are really bad. I have a lot of floating blind spots. I have a hard time seeing stuff in dim light. And I'm not like a read before bed kind of person. I'm a read during the day kind of person. But I like to read in the afternoon after I'm kind of done working for the day on my days off. And it's dark at like 5 right now, which is around the time that I finish work. And I actually read quite a lot last year, but it was like almost entirely between like mid-spring and like October. Since then, I haven't read that much, and I think, and the few times I've tried, I've kind of stopped pretty quickly because I have a hard time reading in dim light. All of my lights are dim. I don't like reading on a screen because then I just feel awake. So I think like reading might be a summer activity for me. Movies are a winter activity. Columbo's fun. I wish Columbo was just like all on a streaming service. I like Columbo because it is like, you know, actually, now that I'm saying this out loud, I probably could get into the X-Files again. I haven't seen all of the X-Files. I've seen like the first season and a half of the X-Files. I could see myself getting into the X-Files again because it is that Monster of the Week format, you know, like the Star Trek format, where it is generally, except for the odd cliffhanger episode, a singly contained thing. Or even like a Criminal Minds I could probably get into right now. Or like a CSI, you know, where there's 3 lines, but like, you could just kind of watch an episode on a lark and like get in, get out, and have a little story. Daylight savings ain't helping. Yeah, that's true. Are we talking about Columbo? I've talked about so many different shows in the past minute, PaxMac. Started Criminal Minds 2 nights ago. Get out of my head. Yeah. The Nirvana, the band, the show, the movie just came out. Yeah, I saw that. I saw a link to a trailer for that. I was like, did they really call it that? I think I'm okay. Moby. Oh, X-Files. Columbo also, though. Gotcha. The X-Files, I wonder. Like, if you've never seen the X-Files now, it's kind of like if you've never seen The Matrix, where I wonder how well it would age. Like, if you saw The Matrix in context when it was new-ish, I feel like The Matrix would be a lot easier to get into. But, like, I rewatched The Matrix around like Christmas. It was like right before Christmas I rewatched The Matrix. And I feel like if you've never seen The Matrix, it might just be oh, this is where all these shitty memes came from. Because a lot of those memes have gotten bad over the years. Like, for what it is, it's an amazing movie. And I kind of wonder if, like, the X-Files might have the same effect. Arguably speaking, we didn't know The Matrix's real context until years later. Certainly. But, like, that's the beauty of an allegory, right? Is allegories can mean different things to different people. Like, symbolism can mean different things to different people. People can take different messages from different things, and that doesn't make them wrong, Saber. Like, it being a trans coming out story is amazing and kind of awesome for them. But for me, it's still, like, an allegory for surveillance and control. Because you're allowed to take different messages out of a similar story. Which is why I think it's such good storytelling. But, like, if you just sit down right now and watch The Matrix with no context of The Matrix, I could see it just sucks. Like, I feel like that could just really suck for some people. Whereas the X-Files is, like, very similar, except it's all conspiracy theories, right? And like, these can, like, it's too ridiculous for these conspiracy theories to possibly be real. Like, there's no way that this thing could be real, and then it's real. The X-Files is fun. All right. Long ass intro. I've been live for an hour and 40 minutes. 52 minutes on YouTube. Sometimes I feel like I should apologize for the long-ass intro, but today I feel like it was warranted. So what I will say, once again, this is a crowdfunded channel. If you want to help it stay sponsored... If you want to help it stay sponsor-free, consider supporting the channel through your platform of choice. And if you have a Prime subscription, do please think about me. And if you want the most effective way to support the channel, go to blindIRL.com, where you could subscribe, similar to Patreon, and I get the funding directly without third parties getting their grubby mitts in. And if you want to read the legends about the world that we're currently playing, go to legends.blindIRL.net, where you can connect to my little server that's in my closet and read legends. Huzzah! We ball. Of course, I would like to remind everybody that we did in fact name the fortress Squidward. Oh yeah, no, I keep my legends safe in my closet. Actually, it's because, like, the fan on that server spins up sometimes at night and it gets a little loud, and when it was on my, like, on my desk, I could hear it. I need to, like, take it apart at some point and put one of my Noctua fans in it, because I've got some spares, which I bet would be quieter. I'm not sure exactly what fan it has in it. It's a pretty quiet one, but, like... do you want to... Hey, chat, I've got a question. Who was here earlier when I explained why I don't think it's an option for me, period? Because I have a feeling this is going to be an ongoing thing. I may need to make a command as to why I don't think either of those are viable for me, Aiden. They might be for you, but they're not for me. At least not at the scale that I run things. Spare Noctua fans? Oh, yeah. I have, like, 4 spares. Mostly because they didn't fit in the mounting brackets for the case that I'm using. But they fit in the old one. Doesn't scale well and has the wrong kind of security problems. Questionable funding. Difficult moderation. All right, so this is the fortress. This is basically all of it. This is Fortress Squidward. If I go one layer down, you can see this. This is the kind of kitchen area and soon-to-be crafting/storage area. The means to an end here, and what we're working on, is I am working on damming this ocean. because it committed many crimes and it needs a long sentence. By that I mean, I want to drain it. This ocean, why am I? Oh, I see. I was hitting Control C, not Shift C. This ocean is extremely deep. In fact, if we go down to the bottom of it, we actually have pelagic clay and silicous ooze, which is deep sea materials. So when you have a deep enough ocean, you have the chance for large ocean creatures to wander in to the map. No, I'm not changing the title. You change your title. But I think it's a good conversation to have, Zalvi, like genuinely, right now. Also, it's going to be a means of conversation for the majority of today, I feel. But at the minute, I'm doing a fort tour and don't want to get distracted by explaining why I think Matrix isn't a viable platform for me. Right now, at this exact minute. The current named dwarves in the fortress are Akenton, queuing green tea, Alderman, Kame Guru, Ledoran, Celesty, and Diabetic Stoner. Dino, Cashless Nomad, Sudeloic, who's currently our mayor, and is pissed off. I need to fix that. Hollit Pack Nerd, because I ain't no Hollit Pack Nerd. We got Corey the Fancy Pants, the fanciest of pants. We got Seth. We've got Alf. Sure, but you have my response. Necrontier, Michael Bay, Jagna, Wolf, Serverlord, Lanix, Kazul, David Hasselhoff, of course, Snail, One Sparse, Daggett, Stacy, and of course, that's everybody. Do I have anybody named in animals? No. Woo! I was gonna say, we've caught a bunch of fish, which I have in aquariums around the fort. But there appears to be 2 agitated giant octopuses. Huh. Only if you get the redemption on time, which I just enabled, Valium. So go redeem it. Or if somebody else decides to give you one. What's the other thing we have? Is that the one that I just selected? 2 male agitated giant octopodes. I mean, a tier 2 person could give it to them if they wanted, but... The peasant. How pleasant? Which peasant would you like? Sam Texagon. YouTube folks, the first person to put 3 pickaxe emojis can name something as well. Yeah, it's 25 minutes, Valium, so if you just keep an eye on it, like set a timer for 22 minutes and then stare at it. But, or if you could, I don't know, tab over to the YouTube stream really quickly. You could do that too. Sim. Tex. Goner. Sam Texagon. So why have you been spending so much money on magic? What made you choose that fate for you? Your father lives here. Your father is Alf. Your cousin Ingiz lives here as well. And Cole, your lover, decided not to move here. Your last name is Gloved Lashes if you want to look yourself up in Legends. He finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. He has a very calm demeanor and is prone to feelings of lust. He has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. He has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. He dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He has an active imagination and does not easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He doesn't often feel envious of others. Seems like it's not quite off cooldown yet. Of others and rarely feels discouraged. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly and can handle stress and often acts with compassion. He becomes very rigid when he's angry. He begins to talk more slowly when he's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He is incredibly muscular. His medium-length beard is braided, his very long sideburns are braided, and his long mustache is neatly combed. His hair is clean-shaven, his nose is quite long, and his small-lobed ears are short. You're a former member of the Calm Bridge and a former member of the Faith of Diamond, but you've since joined the Fenced Cult. I wonder what god you went from and to. So the Faith of Diamond was worships the god of minerals, and the Fenced Cult worships the god of metals, crafts, and labor. Oh, okay, I mean that's an easy convert. Makes sense. Gmod weird content. What would you like to name? Basically, would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard or something else? It's literally exclamation point legends. Sam, SD just got you. Snail got you. Or legends.blindarl.net. Unless my server or internet goes down, but then we have bigger problems. Cheese, if possible. I don't have any cheesemaker. I do have 3 farmers. I could give you Rakus the farmer or Iton the farmer. But I don't have any cheesemakers. Do I have any cooks or brewers, maybe? I have a lady brewer and a lady cook. How often does the Legends viewer on the server update? There's been one update pushed to it because there's one maintainer and there's not much to update. Or wait, do you mean like the software or how often do I update it? I update it at the end of every stream. It's not like, because I have to use DFHack and go to Legends with DFHack and then export Legends and then update it. So I'm going to name you Gmod. If you want me to name you something else, give me a shout. He can be easily absorbed and set. He can become absorbed in art and beauty of the natural world. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world, and he does not find most jokes humorous. I think this is Werner Herzog. He loves the beauty of the natural world, but he hates it. He cracks easily under pressure, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, tends to not reveal personal information, and occasionally overindulges. He tends to avoid crowds, is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and tries to do things correctly each time. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Yeah, that's just Werner Herzog. He disregards tradition and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes kimberlite, iron, cat's eye, and tiger bone, as well as the color dark taupe. Greats and horses for their strength, and the words of the page of crystal, and the sound of the tulip of rhyming, and the sight of the heliotrope lute's mother, and when possible, prefers to consume giant hyena, pig cheese, and beetroot wine, and absolutely hates snails. Oh no, you could find Gmod right now, Squid Channel. You just can't look up Gmod, but you could look up his last name, or his wife's last name, because they've got history, right? So if you look up Touched Mountains, you'll find his last name. But this dwarf Squid Channel, if I just open up my web browser real quick, go to Legends and tab over here, and go here, go to Society, go to Historical Figures, and type in Squid. Oop. There you are. So we know that this dwarf was born a year before the world existed, or before time began, or before history began. Your goal is to master a skill. You're 145 years old. We can see all of your family tree and etc. We can see all of the events that you've done in your life. We can read through everything from the very beginning to now. The first notable thing you did was you became a Gelder, and then you got married to Godin, and then you stopped being a Gelder, and then moved, and then became a herbalist, and then got divorced, and then gave up on being a herbalist to become an animal trainer, and then got married again, then got divorced, then got married again. Then got divorced, then got married again. Wait. Okay, hold up. Did you go back to your first wife? Ethel Road versus. And then you, in 146, you married Muthcat. Then divorced Muthcat. Oh, wait. What? Okay, so you just married a different Ethel. Okay. Okay. Unless I'm reading this backwards. I might be reading this backwards. I'm reading this backwards. So then, no, you didn't. What year is this? 7. Yeah, I'm reading this backwards. Married, divorced. Just gonna like show all of the events on one page in order. Yeah, anyway, got a thing for Ethels. So, we've got agitated octopies. Up here at the top, I've got this, a thing that I'm working on slowly. I don't really have a plan for this at the minute, aside from that it's a structure that I'm slowly building around the surface of the ocean. Now, there's a few different things that I could use this for, one of which is making drainage holes on the bottom of the ocean, although I'm really concerned about something. This area is like all undiscovered and black, but they should have seen it by now. So I'm actually really worried about this as to why they haven't been able to find this. But this is going to be a structure that goes all the way around the edge of the perimeter of the ocean that is going to need to be secured in some way and then probably dropped down to these lower levels to drain it. We threw a chicken in there and it didn't expose anything. So I'm assuming that I need to throw something smarter, but everything that's smarter that's come in has been named, so I can't throw it in. Like, we've got a named dog, so I'm waiting for somebody to bring some cats or puppies, basically. No, because if I cave in, I can't build off of bridges. Bridges are not load-bearing, so I need floors because they're load-bearing, unlike bridges. And what's the word? If I cave in a bridge, it just disappears. It won't actually destroy the ground beneath it. So I don't think it's a dumb question, but that's why I'm building floors individually instead of using other things. We're growing hemp up here on the surface. The hemp is going to be used alongside barley and other things. So we're setting up a little surface farming operation. We haven't had any big, scary, crazy animals come at us so far that are agitated, but this is agitated, so that's new. A little sketched out about that, actually. Yeah, no, like, if I build a bridge here, as an example, whoopsies. I don't know, whatever. I'm just gonna delete it. And then I go here once this bridge is done and build a floor there. It'll let me build the floor there once this bridge is done. But when they build these, it'll just cave in immediately and send the door flying. So it's not useful for the purpose that I need it. I need something that's load bearing. No, you won't, Forgotten Beasts, I mean, I guess I don't know, are there ocean titans? I don't think that there's aquatic titans. There are sea monsters, theoretically, although I've never seen one. Which means they're maybe about as real life sea monsters. But allegedly there's sea monsters. That's all I really got, is allegedly there's sea monsters and sea serpents, but I've never seen one. So I need to put the hemp down in here. That, or just dig through here. Yeah, let's just do that. And then put all of the clothing workshops and such down here. Loch Ness Monster's in shambles right now. It's been in shambles for a while. Speaking of things that don't exist. We've also got Dino the Broker, who's married to Sidelawek, and they've had a child, which is adorable. You'll love to see it. Fort Squidward. Nope. I mean, just read your username, and that won't give you an answer, but it'll give you a reason. Doctor, why not? You actually did that sometimes? You just never understood what happened? Yeah. So there's several buildings in Dwarf Fortress that aren't load-bearing that dwarves can walk over. Another one is, like, bars, floor grates, wall bars, and wall grates. But, like, if I build, like, if I go up here and I build a grate, like, right there. Whoops, clicking that actually doesn't help much. If I build a grate right here and then try to build a floor right here connected to the grate, it'll just cave in immediately. The hell was that blue guy? Huh? I actually don't know what you're talking about. What blue guy? Oh, my captain of the guard? This guy? He made a mask. He made an artifact mask. And I thought it was so cool that I was like, well, you'll fit as a captain of the guard. And he claimed it as a personal treasure, so I wanted to let him wear it. It is a hemp mask. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with hemp and encircled with bands of hemp. It is made from hemp cloth and menaces with spikes of chicken bone. I honestly think it's pretty cool. One of the cooler artifacts I've seen in a while. Water freezing to a block next to a bridge will keep it hanging there until something disturbs it. Certainly, yes. But this map, it doesn't freeze. Although I'm not actually positive if that was fixed or not. Although I know that stuff freezing causes some weird effects. So it wouldn't surprise me if that still works, but the water doesn't freeze here. So that's kind of a bit of a non-starter. We do also have this library, which has 24 books in it. And I have capped the population at 80 for the moment. I do have a squad. They don't have any weapons yet. As of the end of the last stream, we had just acquired the stuff to make steel, and I had just built this, a little, you know, smelting area. I may actually double it up one layer beneath it and just build a stair going down and up there, like right there or something. So I could have like the for show area and the actual business area down here. So we can get some weapons going, so we can defend ourselves against these octopuses. Oh shit, there's another big fish. Got an oppa, who's apparently terrified. Are you getting chased by an octopus? It kind of looks like it. That's crazy. A large oceanic fish. It is round and red. These things are giant, by the way. They're like bigger than people. He definitely made like a weed print balaclava. That's what he made. Dr. Y. Wearable face mask artifact that has a sprite is the most goated. Casmerald. Are the octopi hostile? They are agitated. I have been chopping down stuff on the surface and doing some digging though, and also some buildings, so I think that's got something to do with it. So, yeah, no, it looks like they're trying to kill the Oppa. Also, we're in an ad break, so I will pause. I should raise the population a bit? Why? I mean, I set it to 80 so that I could focus on the project while accommodating for populations. I'm not going to leave it at 80 for a long time. I will raise it, but I'm leaving it at 80 for the minute until we're all satisfied and also able to progress towards the goal without getting overwhelmed. No, sorry, 6-7 is a very 2025 meme. You should get into 2026. We're all about, I don't know, 6'5"? I know I'm not 6'5", I'm more like 6 foot. So. And you saw your first sea serpent. Really? That's pretty dope. I've never seen a sea serpent in Dwarfort. I saw sea monsters in much older versions of the game, but I've never seen a sea serpent. That's kind of awesome, actually. How deep is the ocean that you settled on? I mean, this is Untamed Wilds, so we're more focusing on, like, the giant variants of animals. Came onto the land in 8-year starting course? I mean, hey, that's the dream, man. Like, that's awesome. Like, genuinely, that is awesome. Actually kind of jealous. Attacks the Opa, but it jumps away. Wow. The agitated giant octopus bites the Opa in the right eye and the injured part is torn apart. The force twists the head. It's overexerted. The Opa here is bleeding. And there it goes. Off to the bottom. Just gonna go down to the bottom, which is right there, and boop. That's kind of crazy. Giant blue jays. Man, if we get... Hold on. I wonder how many things it needs to kill to get a named octopus. Probably 5, right? Unless it wasn't credited with the kill. Interesting. It doesn't seem like it was credited with the kill. With offerings of fish? Well, they're agitated, so no. But with a lot of luck, I might be able to catch them. With a lot of luck. I'll also note something that I planned to say earlier in the stream, but it kind of slipped my mind until just now. Originally, I wasn't planning to stream very long this week. I was only planning to stream Tuesday, Wednesday, and then I was going to go to a concert, a series of 3 concerts, which was going to be happening Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I was going to have to sleep at a friend's house. But I got the x-ray results back with the phone call appointment for my doctor yesterday, which is actually kind of wild because it was a long weekend. But shout outs to him for working on a long weekend, I guess. And my foot's still broken, so I don't want to go stand in the rain and do a lot of venue hopping and running around outside with a broken foot and going to metal shows. I just kind of started getting this stress of like my foot getting crushed and it getting worse. So I have decided that the intelligent thing to do was to sell my ticket. So I had a friend of a friend who was willing to purchase my ticket to those shows, and I've done that, which I'm a little bit bummed out about, but it means we will instead of streaming only 3 days or 2 days this week, we'll be streaming 3 days. I'm going to take the Friday and fucking try and make up for lost time and get a video out because I've been making too many excuses. And I need a guild hall for farmers. Mosh with 2 broken feet? I know, I'm a fake metalhead. That's why I'm wearing a ginger shirt. I'm a fake metalhead. I listen to Degent and mathcore, meaning I'm not a metalhead. I'm actually just a hardcore kid in disguise. Yeah, I don't know, man. I have to like make the if it was 10 years ago, I'd be going. But I need to make the intelligent adult decision at this point. Equals metal in foot. Well, steel-toed boot on foot. Sure. Why is adulting so hard? I don't think it isn't. I think it's just monotonous. I actually don't think being an adult's that difficult. I mean, some people make a really big deal out of it, but I actually don't think it's that crazy in the grand scheme. Okay, let's make the mayor happy. Let's make the mayor happy. That's, I think, going to be my next step right here. Step right here. And I'm moving the mayor off of mining, and I'm going to throw somebody else into mining. Let's throw you in. When did I say that? I mean, are you trying to be like my old racist neighbor who used to just say, you need to be more disciplined? It's like, no, I'm pretty sure the discipline here is not going and doing the dumb thing, even though I know I want to. I'm pretty sure that is having discipline. If that isn't, like, having discipline, then I don't know what is, actually. Like, truthfully? Like, I think that is being disciplined, you know? Knowing when to not go do the dumb thing is being disciplined. At least by my definition. Don't know about yours. But you're a cat, so you don't know the first thing about discipline. That or you're just a cat sound, which is even worse. Also don't know the name of, or the meaning of discipline. Discipline D's nuts, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But maybe not like that. I don't need to get, like, kicked in the nuts. That seems bad, actually. I regret everything I've said in the last 2 minutes. Well, you said Keck, so that makes me lose all respect for you. Not that I had any to begin with, let's be real. Just came in and missed most of it. I mean, hey, you didn't miss that much. More or less, it's just the kind of the rundown to like the current status of the fort. It's an ocean fort, and we are building in the long term to catch ocean creatures. Age rating went way up on this stream all of a sudden? Not really. I mean, I think like the age rating of a stream is like based on the general audience of the stream, and I know that the general audience of this stream is probably above the age of 25. But, you know, don't be an obnoxious child and you'll do fine. Yeah, so the sperm whale was something that I found while I was doing test embarks. But this map, I mean, you're still within the average. No, Mald. It's 25 to 50 is the heaviest demographic that this channel caters towards. But the sperm whale we found in a test embark in this same ocean region. But I didn't end up settling in that exact spot, and I butchered it by teleporting it onto the shore. But we do have 2 agitated giant octopuses on the map at the minute, which is kind of whack, actually. So we've also seen various other giant things. We had a giant squid. We've also caught a bunch of fish, which we have in tanks, and possibility is there that we'll get another one. I don't know. I mean, I can't say, can we hunt sea serpents? No, because none have shown up. I haven't seen one. We could hunt giant octopus. I can't hunt something if I haven't seen it. So if one shows up, then absolutely. Otherwise, theoretically they could migrate here. I don't think they're evil biome only, unless they're evil biome only. I actually don't know. I'm focusing on large animals. Or is the depth not deep enough? The depth is the deepest that oceans go. Not that they don't go deeper, but when you see those lower layers, that means we are at the depth where anything could show up. It is on the to-do list, fortunately or unfortunately. You'd like a blacksmith. I have 1 blacksmith. Does that work for you, Kaz? Basically, like, the question you're asking me, Zalvi, is if I was playing on a normal savannah map, it would be like saying, will giant elephants be hunted in this fort? And I'm like, I don't know if they arrive. It's basically my response. I was like, I don't actually have a direct answer for it. Smitchell! Welcome, Raiders. Welcome to the fort. Welcome to the things. To 2 topics of discussion today. 1, we are heavily testing Fluxer as a Discord alternative. That's the first thing. The second thing is there's agitated octopuses on my map. Agitated giant octopuses, 2 of them. How was your stream? How's things? Mods, gotta get a shout out for Smitchell if you haven't done it yet, and I missed it. It's possible I missed it. Likely I missed it, even. So ocean creatures that are large need pelagic clay. You need to be able to see pelagic clay or silicous ooze. As long as you can see those 2, or one of those 2, you're deep enough for anything, ocean-wise. After that, it's just population and getting lucky. It's like shiny hunting. You just gotta run the fort, and maybe one will show up. We've already seen sharks and other things, too, so like we are definitely deep enough. Kaz is somewhat scatterbrained and feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He is not careful with resources when working on projects. How do you deal with the overflow of mussel shells? Make shell crafts or throw them out. Destroy them or make crafts out of them or encrust stuff with them. He is somewhat scatterbrained, and he feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He is not careful with resources when working on projects, and he often spends unnecessary effort. He tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, since he believes in the importance of the rule of law. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is often cheerful, and he is curious and eager to learn. He lives a fast-paced life, and he interrupts others during conversations when he's exasperated, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. You got an elf baby show up. So I know what that is, if you want to know, Smitchell. He dreams of creating a masterwork someday and personally finds decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. He sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and views loyalty unfavorably. He likes horned silver, zinc, as well as bloodstone and backpacks and the sound of the tulip of rhyming, and when possible prefers to consume glass eye and radish wine and absolutely hates mussels. Some suspect the force or god. So that's a bug. Well, maybe not a bug, but like a consequence of a function in Dwarf Fortress. So were creatures exist. That baby was a were creature. If they show up and they are an evil entity and you get that pop-up, but it's just the normal thing, it means that it took them too long to enter the map for some reason. Either they were fighting with something off-map, or they were injured, or they just weren't able to path into the fortress and never de-stealthed until it was too late. That's what it means. So it's really funny when a human shows up, and it's like a medium-sized creature, like fond of what trade and whatever. Like, it's really funny when it's a human. The human descriptor is very, very funny. Prone to great ambition, yes. Like those are the dwarves, right? The prone to great ambition. But it's really funny when they show up. It's always very amusing. And cheers, Soundscape. It's good to see you, mate. And Ham of Doom in the Twitch chat. You lost a fort the other day because you sent a werebeast to raid an elven fort for some books, and they turned the attack, and the elves are putting you in war. Hundreds of elves came by to stomp your like 30 dwarves. You were not prepared. Wow. Huh. Well, I mean, you get what's coming to you, Fancy Pants. You get what's coming to you. Start shit, get hit. His hair is extremely dense, and his very long beard is braided. His medium-length sideburns are braided, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. He wants to fight and be extravagant. I think I need to make more mugs. It was fun to say the least. Well, one can only hope. All right, so I need a farmer's guild, which I think I'm going to put back here because this is like the kitchen / livestock area, so it kind of makes sense for me to put a farmer's guild back here. Although this seems a little big, but I will be cutting it back probably. Did I? Oh, I see. Click the wrong button. Don't we all, Zalvi? You really have to time it right. Otherwise, they're just normal dwarves, Saber. I want to say it was Hoodie Hair who did the video on like trying to destroy a whole world with were creatures and then militarize them. It's one of those like kind of devil's bargain things where like it will be hell kind of deal. Like there's no way out of that where it's like a positive thing for most of you. Or for you most of the time. I'm just gonna slaughter a bunch of chickens, because it's that season. I'm also going to go down here and start up a addition to my clothing empire. And also check if you have a Prime sub available, because Streamer has to pay bills. Streamer is self-hosting stuff and upgrading his internet to, you know, prep for the apocalypse. By apocalypse, I don't mean like societal collapse. I mean like mass, large-scale platform collapse. I'm worried, chat. I don't know how obvious it is, but my god. Shit's fucking stressful at the minute. I just need a good couple months of good news. It's been too long since I've had good news. I just want some good news. Is that too much to ask for, chat? So were creatures will fight each other if they're different species of were creatures. So like a werewolf will fight a werebear. A were elephant will fight a were, I don't know, capybara. But like 2 were pandas won't fight each other. But they will still destroy everything in their vicinity. Kaz, thank you very much. Appreciate you, mate. Honestly, like I said earlier, Discord ain't going anywhere. It is very likely that I will still be on Discord in a year in some format, but I do find it very, 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 very unlikely that that is the last of the questionable choices made by big companies. And even more unlikely that that is the last of the, whoop, that's sketchy moments. I mean, that's what that's for, Kaz. Werebeasts are funny. You had a were-giraffe and once in were-geckos? Were-geckos are cool. I like the sprite. The were-giraffe is amusing. I always imagine it hitting its head. Like, it's probably got pretty bad back pain being in a dwarven fort. You know, I really like Twitch. I really, 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 really like this platform. It's the platform that has given me this career and made this career possible. I am so fucking stressed about the state of the internet and Twitch right now. I, like, don't even think I'm capable of speaking words about it. Like, it's... Like, when I talk about, like, being in a shitty place mentally, That's a large part of it. The one that I just linked, Alan. At least from my testing. We got ourselves some whales yet. There's 2 giant agitated octopuses on the map at the minute. Haven't seen any whales yet, though. Outside of the one we saw in the test embark. I'm actually just gonna... I liked the initial pattern I had a little better. So we got these 2. That seems wise, Mitchell. Got so much worse, you might lose power. Oh no! Well, that sucks. The problem is, Shandakun, I wouldn't be stressed if this was my hobby. Mate, I pay my mortgage with this. Like... And I realize, like, that's on me. Like, that was my choice. And I've put myself here. I'm stressed. That's all I got. That's all I got, man. I'm so fucking scared. I'm so fucking scared, dude. Because, like, there's a lot of things about Web 2.0 that really sucks. But it is, and rather, it has been maybe one of the best points in history to be an independent creative. This is going to be a farmer's guild. For the Whiskered Guild. I want to say I failed to make this earlier. They got upset with me. Do I actually have a farmer's guild? Let's check. It's just the one guild, which is my Fisher's Guild. So no. I mean, I will simply state this, Zalvi. Neither am I. I'm also not in the UK. I'm also not in Australia. But if Twitch suddenly implements the same restrictions as Discord, which would be wild, actually, because I'm sure Amazon has your data already, because Amazon. I don't know if I would survive. I might, but I don't know. And it's that uncertainty that's stressing me the fuck out. It's that that's stressing me the fuck out. I shouldn't even be talking about this, to be honest with you, because I kind of need nothing to change. But, you know, so far February has been better, but January was the worst month financially I've had since Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam. Mate, I'm stressed. So, and I'm not in a position to complain. I'm incredibly fortunate. But I'm still stressed. All right, so Farmer's Guild. Right there. The Whiskered Guild. You lost a fort to were-rats? Ooh. I can't remember the last time I lost a fort to were-creatures. I'm pretty good at avoiding them these days. I've had some pretty major outbreaks. I had a were-pig outbreak last year. I've had a couple were-lizard outbreaks. I had one that was pretty bad, where I had like 8 or 9 dwarves that I had to isolate, but... Not paying for stuff with it is odd too. It is your job, you know? Sure, but let me tell you this, Kaz. I am disposable entertainment that is free. That is what I am. In times of crisis, that should be the first thing you stop giving money to. A large reason as to why I have this stability I have is because I've been very fortunate in the past to become successful on platforms, specifically on Twitch, to a lesser extent on YouTube. And the way Twitch functions for people like me is in the long term, people subscribe and it just becomes a habit and they stay subscribed because it's something that they're already paying for. I provided a bunch of entertainment. That's cool. And I kind of rely on that. And if there's a world where public sentiment changes and a lot of people exodus for whatever reason or another, and I lose that stability, I have to rebuild that. I have savings. But I'm stressed. That's all I got for you. Dragon Mario, 8754. Thanks for the Prime subscription. No, I get you, Kaz. I get you. Like, I know I will still be making content in 5 years. And I really hope that, you know, the place where I built my home continues to be a place that I can stay. Sure, Zalvi. I mean, that goes for a lot of people who watch my stream. Bueno. Is there a bug that causes items inside the fort to not be recognized by you when you try to build from outside? Not unless they're inaccessible or forbidden. At least not that I'm aware of, anyway. YouTube chat. But if they're inaccessible, like if the doors can't physically get to those items, then yeah, you won't be able to build them outside. I need to queue up some glass chairs. I'm gonna actually pause this and go green glass throne and set this down to 2. So it should only have those 2 tasks in here in a moment. Because it just collected a sandbag. Just waiting for that to get queued up. There it goes. Green glass. Am I out of charcoal? I'm out of charcoal. I am out of charcoal! Oh, and I'm out of lignite, so I gotta go dig out more lignite. That actually was way quicker than I thought it would be. Let's dig out this coal. Is there more lignite down there, or do I need to go up? I may need to go up. And I'm out of wood, aren't I? Yep, I'm also out of wood. Okay, well, that's good. Hey, chat. Some ads are about to run. I'm going to go use the restroom. I will be right back.
You fucking donkey!
Quick, flood the fort while he's gone. Damn right. Hey, Lennox. What'd you miss? Giant octopuses. Seeing what I missed. As soon as the forges are going well, he'll smith whatever I need. I appreciate the sentiment, mate. Seems like your subscriptions run out, so if you... I think there's like a blue square emoji, isn't there? That's probably about the same Ashlock. Or Alshock, I think is what your name is actually, not Ashlock. Okay, let's dig up some... lignite. Because that's what we need at the minute. And also wait for some trees to get felled. I did queue one up, but maybe we need two. Do I not have a woodcutter at the minute? Oh no, I do. But you're very busy, so I will give it to the novice woodcutter. Once you're done meditating on labor, anyway. You've dropped the axe, meaning you should get to this sooner than later, I would think. Right. Right? And Kaz, thank you very much for checking out a gift. It's very kind. Hey, diabetic stoner. Hey, hi, hello. Anyways, I think what's actually happening to me, and this is also something I should probably clarify, is I've been locked in my house for all intents and purpose, since the beginning of the year. Like, since January 1st, because of my broken foot. So I am just stressed in general at the minute. Kind of unrelated to the world at large. It's just, I am locked inside, more or less. Getting around is difficult and cumbersome and a pain in the ass. So I'm just much more stressed than usual. So a lot of the fears and concerns that I've developed recently, I'm trying to just write off as paranoia. I mean, it's a real thing, diabetic stoner. No, I think I'm just cooped up and depressed. So like, in that situation at the minute, I'm just expecting everything to go wrong, and it's, I think, fucking with me in a bad way at the minute, so. Sort of as I alluded to earlier, I probably shouldn't be so open. I should probably just zip my mouth and talk less about such things, because it is likely that it will not have a positive effect in general. Maybe in the short term, but I don't think it will in the long term if I continue in this line of rhetoric, I guess, of like extreme doomerism, but that's just where my brain's at. Which, you know, makes me into a bit of a prepper at the moment, I guess. How did I have this bedroom set up previously? I want to say it was right there was the door. Those can still be mined out. There's some up there that can still be mined out. Good stuff. Sometimes you need to vent. Yeah. Sometimes. Alan, thank you very much for the 5-pack. It's very nice of you. Appreciate you. That's interesting. On the leaderboard it says you gifted 4, but you gifted 5. Weird. As a nihilist, you get it. You know, the thing that I think has really resonated with me the most is something that Stu McKenzie of King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard said recently in an interview. Darius, thank you very much for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. Till the bitter end, mate. Which is, it's easy to make art when the place your art lives is considered a good thing. But the second your art lives in a place that is considered evil, maintaining inspiration to make art becomes very difficult. That's what was said in regards to Spotify and them removing their music from Spotify. And honestly, I fucking feel that, man. I fucking feel that. Like, kind of a lot. But unlike them, the potentially evil thing is the only place that I can afford to put my art, unfortunately. And that's been fucking with me a lot. It's always very easy to say, oh, you know, just like host your videos on your own website. It's like, that's expensive, man. In other news, the name something is available at the minute. Here's the problem with Kick. Like, jokes aside about it being evil, Flying Fudge, legally that company only operates in the US. So if any platform is going to have to get pushed into creepy age verification, it would probably be Kick first. I'm just saying. Like, they'd probably be like, no, or they'd like try to move to like some fucking Banana Republic somewhere, but I'm not talking about KIK. I'm talking about KICK, but similar. Pretty big families arriving. This is probably going to push me to the population cap for the minute. Wow, that's a big family you're in. Okay, so I'm going to go over to here. And throw a stray reindeer in there. Let's see if you can expose the ocean to me. I mean, if I wanted to be significantly more rich, I could do exactly what I'm doing right now with slightly less morals. Okay, maybe not rich. If I wanted to be significantly more well-off or comfortable, I would just have to do what I do right now, but just have less morals. But the result is, like, if shit goes south, then I will be the first one to fall over because of the morals I have. That shows up at the bar like his children or wife? No, they'll just come in later, migrant waves. Yeah, see, it's still not exposing these areas. That's actually fucked and kind of concerning. I'm gonna try something. with the long platform over the water. I'm still formulating that. There's a few different things I could do. I could use these to build stairs down to link up multiple areas to cave in, which is probably what I will do. But basically it allows me to utilize one of many methods to drain the ocean. Throw a dwarf? No, not going to throw a dwarf. I am going to get a dwarf to dig horizontally. Oh, see, now this is what I wanted. That exposed it. What the shit? I'm so confused. The dwarf digging this way just exposed a bunch of it. Wait, what's that skeleton? Oh, that's where I'm throwing dead bodies. Don't worry about it. It's just 2 dead albatrosses. It's just 2 dead albatrosses. Well, that solved that. Look at this sheer drop, though. Right here. What's this line on the map? Okay, this area hasn't been discovered yet, so maybe what I could do is dig this way. They're sleeping with the fishes? Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm sure they like it down there. It's fine. Let's just wait for this. Puts Detective Notepad away. I don't need no Columbo in my house. I'm telling you. I am innocent. I did not hit her. I did not. Crypt Y. Depends on the type of octopus. Some can live up to 5 years. But the real small ones, yeah. I don't know about the giant octopus or what they're based on. I think they are like 3 to 5 years in Dwarf Fort World, but they're like insects. They don't live very long. The furnace operator withdraws from society. And where is you? Interesting. You chose a clother shop. Cave spider silk, cave spider silk, cave spider silk. Is this satisfied? No. Right. I'm just going to lower down the odds on this and just do this. This will satisfy this. And then let's pop back up over to here. I'm just going to make 1 charcoal. And then I can get lignite going and coal going. I might pause my glass industry for a bit as well. Focus on the metalsmithing industry a bit more. It's a long walk there, dwarf. I'm also just gonna double check the double check something real quick. Okay, no, okay. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just in a weird headspace, and I've just been doing a lot of thinking. And hopefully it's welcome. I don't really know what else to say aside from that. Hopefully it's welcome, and hopefully it's useful. And me doing all of the guinea pig testing of the different various platforms out there hopefully is useful to somebody. We got 2 pigs, actually. We got a breeding pair of boar, which is nice. Why do I have a rooster available as a pet? I'm just going to go over to here real quick, and I'm going to throw the turkey in with you. I'm going to go over to here. I'm going to throw the 2 wild boars over there. Yep, dwarves with wheelbarrows can use stairs. Wheelbarrows are kind of a weird thing in that way. Dealer's choice. Don't you already have a dwarf nomad? Oh, I guess you don't. I thought you did. Sure. Happiest. Did you have one in this world yet, or no? I don't think you did, because somebody would have died. I'd swear that I just read your name, but I must have just been looking at Twitch chat when I read it. So you get the happiest dwarf that isn't named. How's this? Nomad. Lady animal caretaker. Okay. Nomald. Jade Walls. That's a good last name, actually. The Jade Wall. She can easily change her mind and will generally go with the prevailing view on anything. She is comfortable around others that are different from herself, and she very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She can sometimes act without deliberation, and she's assertive, and she can occasionally overindulge. She has little interest in joking around and tries to do things correctly each time. She is slow to trust others and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. She has a certain stare when she's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. Disregards tradition, doesn't particularly respect sacrificing as a virtue, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. She likes pudding stone, bismuth, and clear garnet. Next, she's going to tell me that she likes Rice Krispie Square rock. She also likes toad leather, deer antler, and brown bullhead bone, and the color dark tan. Gauntlets and one-humped camel men for their hump, and the words of the fatal death and their lovely little lumps. When possible, prefers to consume great horned owl, perch, and asparagus, and teff beer, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. I'm sorry if you have black-eyed peas in your head, because I do now. So you get to suffer with me. She has a broad body made broader still by no shortage of surrounding lard. Her nose bridge is very convex, and her teeth are widely spaced. It's a beautiful orange. Can't remember what color pudding stone is in the Steam version. You're married to Kazul, who's a legendary mechanic. You're 32 years old, and you do have a little bit of history, but you're a member of the Coven of Canyons, worshipping Datan Dorin, who I'm going to remind myself who that god is of. The god of mountains, Datan the Diamond, one of the most popular gods in the fort. It's up there with the Nar, the god of death. 32 and 33 on those two. Okay. The mayor wants a better quarters.
Howdy.
Wild Peak, thank you very much for the 89th month. It's very kind of you, man. Seriously, it's very kind. I think this bedroom could be given to somebody else. And we can give the mayor a nicer bedroom. There's that, which was supposed to be an office. The mayor's quarters are over here at the minute. I mean, this is pretty close to the edge of the map, hey? Don't really have a ton of space back there. I should be hanging out more often again. Cheers. Just a heads up, we're testing out a Discord alternative that seems pretty solid because of the current blah-blah-blah going on with Discord. If that's something that you want to keep up to date on, there's the link. You learned recently Dwarven gods always includes mountains and fortresses? I mean, it is the baseline of their religious beliefs. I think I might do a layer below for the mayor's bedroom. So like down to here, up to here, kind of thing. So the mini-map's still not exposed, but did more of this get exposed? Maybe if I just dig down to like here, that'll expose it. We'll see. The smeared sect now wants a temple and a priest. I don't know what that is, but it sounds kind of gross. Like, truly, like that seems kind of gross. This is our current temple. So maybe what I'll do is I will cut out all this. Actually, let's do this priority number 2. And then have a stair down over here somewhere, and we could put something underneath this. Like maybe like over here. Have a temple there. Cervix the Moist. Thanks for the 2nd month. Welcome back. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's almost always something that I've learned recently about Dwarf Fortress. Almost always. I mean, I learned a lot about oceans while messing around in the Advanced World Gen stuff that past week. That was a fun stream. Like, a weirdly fun stream considering, like, we didn't really do much. Like, for a stream where I didn't do a whole lot, that was a weirdly fun stream. I had a good time with that. Seems like chat did as well. Maybe we should do those occasionally. Just generate a bunch of worlds and, like, kind of loosely explore them and then carry on as you do. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for Cervix? I mean, it's intended to be read oddly. That's, you got to commit, right? That's the point of a funny username like that. Like, is so that when people say it out loud, it sounds funny. You know, it's like naming yourself Mike Hunt. You only do that with one real intention. It's to make people say the funny. Okay, well, Strange Mood is going. 3 pieces of dyed... Okay, I didn't get to read it because it finished right when I started reading it. The Cadol, the furnace operator, has created Uthar Dostob, a frilly giant cave spider silk sock, and offers it to the Coast Guard, the North Guild. This is a frilly giant cave spider silk sock. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It's like one of those fluffy socks that are basically slippers. It is decorated with giant cave spider silk, chicken bone, and decorated with giant cave spider silk and chicken bone, and spider silk cloth. The thread is a crew with pear leaf dye. This object is adorned with hanging rings of giant cave spider silk and menaces with spikes of praise, rock salt and fortification agate and chicken leather. On the item is an image of marquee cut gem in giant cave spider silk. On the item is an image of pear cut gems in indigo tourmaline. That might be a misestimation. The question mark means it's like a rough estimate, meaning it could be like give or take a couple thousand. Probably take, I would bet. But the dye helps. The fact that it's dyed. We'll see you later, Kaz. What you off to play, if I can ask before you run off? That is a plus with 2 brackets on the edge. Epic. Lego warrior in the YouTube chat. Hello. Sounds like an uncomfortable sock. It sounds like an art piece. You know, it's like... You know how in Oh, this is like a very general statement. You know how in the fashion scene, they make clothing that's like super impractical and silly but looks cool? That's kind of the gist that I get. It's like, it's not really, meant to be worn. It's meant to show off the like skillful prowess of creation that the designer is capable of, not necessarily like making functional clothes. That's what I see it as. I don't know. Oops. Fixing these bedrooms while I'm at it. How's the value of this? Good enough. Sweet. Over here, I'm going to go and I'm going to place... I'm going to go into clothing and leather, and I'm going to go loom, loom, loom. Because right now I think I have one loom. I feel like I need more. Playing kick the can at an elite level. Trust me, I'm a gnome. Can't they play kick the can? You're gonna be playing League. Hey, if your friends are playing League, play League. If you're willingly playing League, I question your personal resolutions and like goals in life. But at the same time, I don't know. You do you, mate. What the heck? I had coal. Okay, hold up. I gotta get rid of you. Oh, I see the issue here. Am I still automating Ash? I should just, like, disable Ash. I'm gonna nuke a whole bunch of my, probably just the entirety of the clear glass industry, because I kind of finished the project that I wanted to do with clear glass. Clear glass is fun, but it's like, I need to just focus on other things that are unrelated to glass. Yeah, now we're a little bit more set, steady, and ready to rumble. And then let's go down to here. Just make a charcoal, please. Oh, shit, we're in an ad break. Didn't even see. I mean, Twitch is how I detoxed from League. No mold. Like, truly. Twitch is how I detoxed from League. Like, I got to a point with multiplayer games where, like, unless I had some sort of social aspect to my game, I didn't want to play anymore. Twitch was a way for me to play single-player games and still have a little bit of that social aspect. Mate, I played League of Legends almost nonstop from 2010, maybe 09 even, until about 2013. And eventually, like, I just told myself that, like, I wasn't as good as my friends. Like, they were all way better at the game than me. For varying reasons. They were all significantly more able to consistently keep up a higher level of gameplay than me. And they were able to consistently pull off higher levels of play with lower levels of time investment. And I was just playing a ridiculous amount to keep up with them so that I could play with them. Because otherwise, they didn't want to play with me if my rank was too low, and then I just didn't have friends. And I just kind of accepted that, like, if they're not willing to play games with me because my rank is too low, I think I need better friends. And that was the direction I went. I mean, I continued to watch League of Legends competitive for probably up until about 2016. It was a good couple of years. That's the thing. I never really enjoyed ARAM. Truly. Yeah, I don't know. It just made me unreasonably upset at all times, regardless of what mode I was playing. It wasn't a, like, I kind of, I guess, grew to a point where I was just like, I need to play games for enjoyment or not play games. And so it was like, either find another way to enjoy different kinds of games again, or just stop playing games. And I found a way to enjoy games. I mean, Counter-Strike was up there too. I never got into Rocket League. With friends that aren't as good because it drags them higher most of the time. You'd rather they have fun? Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I was playing with a group of people that were, like, really high ranked in OSU at the time. It's like a couple people that were, like, top 200, 300 in OSU. And I was able to keep up with them in their ranks. They were all, like, mid-something diamond. But I was able to keep, like, a low diamond rank pretty consistently. But I had to... The difference was I had to play 90 hours a week. I need to figure out why we're short on drinks. Whereas they didn't have to put that amount of time in. They only had to put in, you know... Okay, 90 hours a week is maybe a bit of an exaggeration. I had to put 100 hours in a month to maintain that rank. Because my losses were quite a bit higher than my wins. Whereas my friends didn't need that. They could, you know, play their handful of games and keep up and largely be fine. I couldn't. So at a point, I just kind of gave up. How many meals do I have? A lot, apparently. And process hemp plants. Amount of processable hemp plants is greater than 10. Looks like they're running on barley at the minute. Going to plant another hemp field. I've never played Diablo 2. That's my thoughts on Diablo 2. I think it's cool that they're updating it. I know there was some people going on about it being $30, but like, if you really like Diablo 2, how much money have you spent on Diablo 2 over the years? You should encourage them to make cool shit. I don't know. I've heard many conflicting reports on that. You started PoE and PoE 2, so you don't need Diablo? Fair enough. Fluxer seems more stable, more professional, and they seem to actually have like a unified plan of like what to do. So I'm leaning Fluxer. I'm likely going to disable the Stoat test server event here. It's also just 1x. I keep typing it with 2 x's too, but it's 1x. I mean, I played the beta of PoE and very quickly realized I just don't see well enough to play it. Like, it's not even like a I don't like it or anything. Like, it's not that. It's I just once I get to like an even remotely running build, I can't see shit. And I think like that, like I never played Diablo 2 when it was new. But looking back on it, I probably would have run into the same issues. Like I probably would be able to like set it to easy and like stomp my way through the like Diablo 2. I don't see well enough to play the real-time action RPGs. Like they just, I mean, PoE is like, Path of Exile is like an extreme example, of course, but even outside of the extreme examples, like I don't see very well. And that makes some things rather, you know, challenging in regards to eyesight. So this is going to be set as the mayor's bedroom. Actually, really like the way this bedroom turned out. Smooth all of this. Okay, do I have any chests? I do. Did I ever make any of these? I didn't. Yeah, I mean, there's whole genres of games, Bright Lancer, that I more or less write off as being like, it's not that I can't play them, it's just I can't play them in a way that's like functional enough that it's fun to watch, or that I would be having fun. Like I would have to like force it. So it makes it actually very easy for me to just be like, nah. Let's check my bars. Where are we at? Let's just do baseline iron gear because I don't have lava. So I'm limited to a rather small supply of wood. So steel might be a bit of a stretch at the minute. I do have this coal, but I don't have unlimited coal, so we're just going to do that. And we've got all this extra hemp growing. I mean, multiplayer games are like turn-based RPGs or like tactics games. You either only stream that if you're a content creator, or you never stream it. Same goes for like very words-heavy visual novels. You either only stream that, or you don't stream that. And, you know, I have the weird types of games that work really well for me that don't work for, like, many other people because that's what I'm primarily known for. I think that's fine, really. Like, that's just how this business works, I guess. And not even in, like, a stay-in-your-lane kind of sense, but, like, you know, we all know what we're in for. You know what kind of game you're watching, and you know why you're watching it, and you know why it's interesting. Other people could be onboarded, but, like, once you've gotten used to watching a certain type of thing at a certain pace, continuing to watch it becomes easier. The fish biting? I wonder if they're still here. Yeah, there's 2 giant octopuses on the map. Both of them agitated, which means they're not going to leave anytime soon. One of them killed an opah, which is another big fish. Up on the surface, I'm slowly building this walkway all the way around, which is going to take a while. Once this side gets to the end, I'm going to start working on... Well, actually, I could just start working on the lower end. But actually, I should just chop down these 2 trees, and then I can start over here. So, you know, slow and steady. I bite the fish. We are biting many fish, and they are delicious. And, you know, slowly starting to upgrade this. Once we get all this done, we can get them training with their baseline metal armor. Let's go over to here. Continue that as well. That structure is just going to take time, but we'll get there. We will get there. I could also, in theory, use those structures eventually as, like, an above water fort, which might be what we end up doing. Like, trying to abandon this part of the fort and moving up there. Could certainly possibly do something like that. It would be tricky, but there's a world we can make that work. I'm going to build, I think maybe 2 downstairs here. Oopsies, that was down a layer. I wanted to go over a layer. These are going to be for my designated temples. Sharks are known to flee in other terra. I know that people eat certain types of sharks around the world, but I'm pretty sure I've never had or never consumed a shark. I've consumed a lot of shark-related content, primarily during Shark Week. But I can't say that I've, like, ever consumed a shark. I'm pretty sure that's just, like, outside of my realm of, like, fish consumption experience. Like, entirely. I don't even know what that is. Well, I mean, I know what gummies are, but what's a shark gummy? You mean like the shark-shaped gummies? Yeah, I think I had those. I was a kid once. I think. It's been a while, so memory is a challenge. I also had those little Coke bottle candies at one point. And Swedish berries, which, much to my dismay, I've learned are not Swedish. But they called them that, so. Sort of like how Terry never made a chocolate orange. He probably did, I don't know. Sudelawek, the mayor, has been reelected. Still not happy with his bedroom, but probably happier, I would presume. That'll probably satisfy the mayor, I would expect. So he needs that armor rack and weapon stand. It's like, it doesn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't parts of Scandinavia eat shark? Also, I'd be willing to bet they eat shark in Iceland. That's a myth. Like, complete myth. Like, absolute falsehood. Crumpet sounds. Just like, you know, you don't eat spiders in your sleep. It's also a myth. Complete falsehood. It's a lie. You made that up. I need to satisfy Lennox the Dungeon Master and Corey Fancy Pants. So, Corey, you need your bedroom gussied up. Although, that's Corey's bedroom, that's Corey's dining hall. What if I put... I can't, it's too close to the wall. Actually, I can. I sort of lied, not really. We'll do that. Yeah, but those are crickets. The whole thing about you eating, like, a couple spiders in your sleep every night is absolutely false. Like, it's 100% false. And it literally comes down to spiders aren't that stupid. Like, it's just a way to scare the shit out of people who are scared of spiders, but, like, spiders aren't that dumb. Like, not to say that they're, like, some pinnacle of intelligence or something, but they're certainly not that dumb. I quite like fried crickets, yeah. They just look kind of gross. One of my favorite brands of granola bar actually has cricket fiber in it. Although you don't actually see physical crickets, it's just fiber dust. Like, as like a source of protein and fiber. Still pretty dumb. I've never, like, kept spiders as pets in any format. But from what I've been told from people who do is that they're kind of like dumb cats. Or like snakes. Smarter snakes. Require that artifact sock. There it is. Let's just put in a slightly different center color. I watched two wasps' nests have a war. It was pretty crazy. I watched them for hours through my binoculars when I was a little kid. Tackler. One of the coolest weeks of my summer. One of the coolest summers of my, like, growing up life. Although, like, a whole section of the front driveway in the house was completely quarantined. We weren't allowed to go to it. All right, so over here is going to be that temple. Let's go over to there and plug that in. Let them work on that while I finish this up on this side. Now let's go back to the captain. I'm gonna have your bedroom unassigned from you, I'm sorry. This is going to be assigned to somebody else. And the captain of guard is gonna get this. It's obviously still not nice enough, but it's better-ish. And you also need a weapon rack and an armor stand. So let's go military up to your office here. Weapon rack, military, armor stand. And down here I will do Sam, thanks for the 5-pack. You were saying earlier you didn't have money because you were spending it all on magic cards. So, like, why are you spending your magic card budget? What the heck? I feel like you've lied. Never mind. Oh, did you pull a good card? You've now paid for your the cost of admission. Oh shit, you got glass half empty. I haven't seen them in a minute. Not that long ago, actually. 2 weeks ago or so. But thank you very much. You had a few beers and you're making poor judgments. Huh. So what you're saying is you already bought more magic cards then? Being adorable? No, that's just the internet, like, cutifying animals that aren't supposed to be cute. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for Sam? Popping off that 5-pack. Appreciate you, man. Some migrants have arrived. Which means it'll probably just be 2. I find the palletized clothing really funny when they look almost naked, and then you're like, nope, those are pants. And for the, you know, it would have been cheaper to just gift a 10-pack, right? But thank you for the second 5-pack. It's very kind. Okay, so Corey now satisfied. So now I got to do the Dungeon Master. Which I'm going to do like this. I'm going to grab floor pieces. And then I'm going to go into here and just knock off those edge pieces. And this will be the Dungeon Master and their quarters. Happy to help, Corey. What you drinking, Sam, if I can ask? My go-to beer recently has been an ESB, which is made with cedar, so it tastes like a forest in kind of a great way. It's lovely. Got a few animals that need to be placed up there instead of running around. We've also got a baby piglet now to add to the pig supply. I mean, the pig sty. And over here, did I not queue up gold thrones? I think I did. Or was it gold cabinets that I queued up? I queued up gold something. Gold cabinets. Gold throne. Let's queue up a few of those. Maybe a few gold statues as well. That it blew you away. There's a non-alcoholic beer brand that mostly make non-alcoholic sours. I want to say they're based out of Montreal, Quebec. I can never remember the name of the actual brewery that makes them, but they make a tropical sour that is really good. I mean, it doesn't taste like an alcoholic beverage, but it kind of tastes like a malty beverage. Kind of like a kvass, if you've ever had that. Very tasty. Very, very, very tasty. Big thumbs up tasty. Posted in the Discord and the Beer and Drinks channel. I read that as Turbo originally. I was like, Turbo? Okay, that's a name for a beer, but Turbo? Reminds me of Howie Sound Brewing in Squamish here in BC. Has a beer called Pothole Filler, which is an imperial stout. Harbo. Okay. Just a weird font. I was squinting at a small image. Seeing two hornets' nests wage war would be pretty insane to watch. It was a wasp's nest, like a yellow jacket's nest, and a hornet's nest. So it was like 10 wasps per hornet in most of the fights. So not what I would describe as necessarily like a fair fight on the side of the hornets, but it was fucking fascinating to watch. Got the conglomerate down there. And go back to stairs. Go salt. That's going to be the Dungeon Master's quarters. So this right here could be the office for Lanix. And this right here could be the dining hall for Lanix. So at least you have them now. Both of you, or rather you need a cabinet, and you need a chest and a cabinet. Now you have a gold cabinet. Hopefully that satisfies your need. About masons chiseling and hammering out a basalt slab into a millstone the other day. Fascinating stuff. Really lets you appreciate the craftsmanship. Yeah. I watched a very long video of I may actually need to construct this out of that boulder instead. I watched an hour-long video about Milo Rossi watching Ancient Aliens. That's just Milo Rossi getting drunk and watching Ancient Aliens, and it was pretty great. It was a lot of like, they could never complete this with modern tools, followed by him going, yeah, they could. It would just take a really long time. What the fuck's wrong with you? For like an hour and a half. And that was very entertaining. I had a great time. You know, Emperor Iron, I'm starting to think you and Gigmoth might be in cahoots, because it's just like Emperor Iron's just like aliens watching World War II, followed by Gigmoth going, hello. That was impeccable timing. How are you doing, Gigmoth? Also, thanks for the Prime for a 23rd month. Appreciate you, mate. Welcome back. Thank you for helping keep this channel funded in weird times of uncertainty and potential turmoil. Appreciate you, man. Lanix, where's your bedroom at? Cool, it's no longer your bedroom. It's now, I don't know, Solon. Or is anybody here married? It can be somebody who's married. Unless they're, yeah, there's somebody. Yeah, give me those two. Meanwhile, over here, this goes to Lanix, who does still require a weapon rack and an armor stand. And then I just need, I think, 2 hatch covers, which I'm not sure if I've made. Aha, I have! You would like to be a dwarf with a beard? We are about to get by an ad, so it was kind of perfect timing. I've got a leather worker right about there. I've got a thresher who's pretty skilled at something and quite happy. Got a furnace operator. Any preference? How's you all doing? Let me name this dwarf, and I'll check. Star. George! No, hold up. Quite happy. I mean, you can get most of your, the most up-to-date news about your dwarf by simply checking legends, because nothing crazy has happened, but you're quite happy. You're making coke from lignite. He doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. He has a low sense of self-esteem and doesn't handle stress well. He has an active imagination and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and isn't particularly ambitious. He finds obligations confining and he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family and personally greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. He doesn't particularly care about craftsdwarfship and likes cryolite and rose gold as well as amber and the color black. Just the color black? You see a red door and you want it painted black, I guess. And I don't think I've ever seen a dwarf that just likes black. Anyway, the words of the Page of Crystal and the sound of the inky tummies, and the sight of the aquamarine roughness, and when possible, he prefers to consume herring and parsnip plants and cranberry wine and blood amaranth leaves, and absolutely hates cave spiders. You are the 4th person today to make that joke. Make an original joke and I'll be impressed. Suited. Goth dwarf, damn right. He's corpulent. His very long beard is neatly combed. The requesting of dwarves is done through a Twitch channel, like Twitch Chat Redemption. Christian Blue. So it's not just something that I hand out to anybody. Otherwise, every dwarf would be named. So it's limited to a 25-minute cooldown through the Twitch chat. YouTube chat, unfortunately, doesn't have any built-in features that let me easily do that. But occasionally I chuck them out into YouTube chats. So if people keep an aware eye on the stream, and possibly I'll chuck one in your direction at some point. You bought a rose gold engagement ring? Like in real life? Congrats. That's exciting. Have you gotten a yes yet? Or is this just prepping, rehearsing kind of deal? Cheers, Christian Blue. Sorry for the confusion. We got to pester the YouTubes to implement some sort of thing that you could actually spend those points on, which I could enable if I wanted to, but they're not used for anything, so I don't enable them. This can also get smoothed up. And that can also get placed. And you want spiked balls. Okay. I guess green glass ball is what I'll do. I'll just collect 10 sand per season and set that to run seasonally. I guess so. And that'll leave me with some extras for the occasional other unrelated sand-related activity. This down here Kaboo. Lee. Ragnar, hello. This is a temple who is dedicated to the smeared sect, right? Yeah, this one. The god of wealth and misery, Honor the Hunger. Okay, so I'm gonna make some statues to this god. But if anybody wants to look it up, let's do 3 gold statues, I'm thinking. The Hunger of Stretching. Takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with misery and wealth. The god of crying in the Porsche? To me, it seems more like gluttony. You know? Just because it's the hunger of stretching. But certainly the god of crying in the Porsche or complaining in front of the Ferrari. You're gonna buy a Dwarf Fortress when you get off work next week because of me? Cheers, man. I mean, enjoy the game. Don't thank me too much. I'm just happy that you watched the videos, so appreciate you. I'm sure Zach and Tarn do as well. Definitely had dovetail joints to hold the giant massive doors, and he was properly flabbergasted. Oh yeah, tipping, absolutely. I think I know which one you're talking about. Okay, so the Hunger of Stretching. Let's look them up in Legends real quick. Hunger of... So this is that god. Hasn't cursed anybody, so it's a pretty maligned deity. Has quite a lot of worshippers. Pretty significant god for the dwarves, it seems like. But the fact that it hasn't cursed anybody is good. Not a particularly angry god. Gotta double the value of this. Romanoid is refusing to cut gems. Celestia, on the other hand, seems to be much more interested. Oh, can refresh my military again. I'm thinking about channeling this down and building my barracks kind of up here. To keep the military functional above ground. Do like a partially above ground barracks kind of deal. What, the god of death? Diabetic stoner? I mean, Nar is the second most popular god in this fort. The Narnars, not spelled like that, is a local punk band. It's G-A or G-N-A-R. Local-ish, I guess. From the city I used to live in. I could do some stuff with clear glass and green glass for the roof. That could look nice. Any luck catching fishes? I mean, we haven't been we haven't built the infrastructure to catch fishes. I would ask you if you're playing in a ocean map to try and catch them faster. But we do have some agitated octopuses on the map. Things keep showing up that are interesting, which is all we really need. I need a method of draining the ocean to catch fish consistently. So I'm currently building some pretty long catwalks on both ends of the map with the end goal of being able to catch some fish. But, I mean, if you've expected me to have caught fish already in the third year of a fort on an ocean this deep, you are fucking mad, man. I don't even think I'm going to go all the way across anyway. Or clearly have no idea of the scale of project I have to build to actually do this. Although we did catch some live fish, like small fish. I mean, we've caught plenty of like mussels and clams. A couple flounders, you know. You know, the usual stuff. I'm waiting for one of my military dwarves to be found drowned at the bottom of the ocean because they tried to kill an agitated octopus, though. I'm also kind of surprised these guys haven't been assaulted by the agitated octopuses yet. Can we build one of those overhead aquariums? Like in the fort or above this? I don't really see the point of building one above this. I mean, this is supposed to be a defensive structure, not really a showpiece structure, but like in the fort, sure. All I need to do is just make a pit pond zone and then dump some fish into it. I'll tell you how many we have for that one currently once I'm done building this. Actually, here, I can just show you. The Fellowship of Phantoms, you are the only worshiper. So while one of the various religions following Nar might get one, That one is very unlikely at the minute. Sorry, but you don't follow a popular sect of that religion, it seems. No offense, of course. I mean, it's a glorious sect of an incredible religion of grumpy edgelords. I mean, see, they like to be able to fork things to happen. That crew of forks. Should be able to do this, right? No. Big disappointment. Let's get some color variety into here. Have I been attacked by angry birds yet? Not yet. Just blue jays. For once, the current fort dwarves are mostly worshipping a happy god of fertility and rainbows. Normally, your biggest temple is some god of death, disease, or misery. I mean, honestly, to me, them worshipping that like a happy god is weirder than the alternative. Like, it's like, what's wrong with you, dwarves? Like, that's not a normal activity. Oh, I see. I thought that you were building that. They're just, farming at the minute. Weird. But something I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to channel down into here, but I'm going to leave the center of that. I'm going to go over to here. We're going to make a fishing hut. That's a thing that I'm going to do. I'm going to make rock grates. They'll be the best. Trust me. They'll be out of conglomerate, so that they're a nice color. And this is going to be filled up with ocean water. It's going to have a little hut built over it. And so from within the safety of the site of the militia space over here, they will be able to fish. Oh, all the time, Christian Blue. All the time. I mean, I play this game more than people should. Like, the way I advise people to play this game is like, play it until you run out of ideas or can't think of what to build, and then play something else for a bit. And then when you think of something, come back and play another fort, and then wait until you get bored, and then or something else interests you more, and then go play that. Like, I'm very much like of the mind that you should play games that you think are interesting consistently. And while Dwarf Fortress might keep me interested gameplay-wise all the time, yeah, absolutely. I have a hard time coming up with things I want to attempt, or things that I'm willing to attempt, rather, that I think would be fun and aren't just frustrating. I think that's just kind of part of the job that I do, but I'm also not your average video game player. So it's kind of a bit of a silly question to ask me, because I don't really have a straight answer for you. It's mostly just yeah, of course. I mean, it just makes it seem like I'm bored all the time, which I'm not. I wouldn't be playing this game if I didn't want to play it, but do I sometimes have trouble coming up with new ideas? Yeah, absolutely, because I've done a lot of things. I've also done a lot of things that chat thinks would be interesting that I know are not, or at the very least I know might not be fun to watch, or might not be fun for me, and that is bad. So chat will often ask me to do things that I go, Speaking of that, there's a dump zone over here that they're going to, not the one that I wanted them to. So I don't know. That's a bit of a loaded question that I don't really have a positive answer for, unfortunately. I think they're still going to throw some of them in over there, but that's fine. Whatever. It's actually not that big of a deal. I just want those rocks out of there. So yeah, I mean, when you ask somebody a no positive answer question, you're not going to get a positive answer. So. Can Mega Beasts attack you if you're isolated on an island? If there's Mega Beasts on the island, the caverns might be interconnected with all of the cavern systems and are not necessarily isolated. I guess it depends on like how isolated that island actually is, YouTube chat. And that's hard to say. I think like when you ask me questions like, do I ever struggle to like, you know, come up with things to do? You need to remember, this is my job. And it's impossible to have a job, in my humble opinion, where you aren't periodically burnt out. It doesn't matter what the job is. The job could be taking photos of beautiful people and putting them in a magazine. The job could be paperwork. The job could be stock trading. The job could be working in a restaurant and cooking, and that could be your favorite thing to do. But there will be times where you are a little bored and out of creativity. If you've ever had a job before, you might experience that. And for me, most of the time, I don't really have a problem because there's always things that I have kind of rattling around in the back of my head that I'm willing to do. Does it matter though? I don't think it does, because this game still surprises me, even when like I personally am having a hard time thinking of something specific. I always come up with something eventually. It's just not always at the beginning of the fort. But this is a game that consistently surprises me. I just want to talk about things that aren't overwhelmingly negative or feel overwhelmingly negative. Yeah, that was the last fort that I did. Diabetic Stoner. Certainly a recency bias on that one. I mean, like, I don't know. It's sort of like asking, do you know what your build is going to be by the end of a run of Binding of Isaac? You might have an idea. Are you going to end in that place? Maybe, because the game can always throw something different at you. Do you sometimes have trouble coming up with new ideas for different builds? Probably. But when something presents itself, who cares? And that's kind of how I played Dwarf Fort, where like, sure, yeah, I mean, maybe it'll be hard for me to come up with something, but who cares? Why does it matter? So I'm going to do something here that might seem a little silly. I'm going to throw some cage traps into here. On the off chance, because I'm going to leave one of these open. On the off chance that one of the... Actually, no, fuck it. I'm actually just going to dig through this. On the off chance that one of those giant octopuses is like, hey, quit fucking with my ocean. Mayhaps I could catch one. Certainly. I mean, like, I am very much of the opinion that it is a bad thing to just play one game forever. Find multiple games that scratch similar itches, or multiple mod packs that change it up enough that flavor-wise that you want to keep playing, but don't necessarily play games the way I do. I mean, I play games the way I do for content, not necessarily for personal enjoyment. I do really like this game. There's been other games in the past that I've streamed extensively and stopped streaming because I got really fucking tired of them. Whereas I've streamed thousands of hours of this game and I'm still here and I still like it. I don't always have the utmost of new creative ideas for it, but that's because, you know, like anything, sometimes you just have to sit back and let the game take the wheel. You'll never see me playing as kobolds, though, because fuck those stupid little critters. Disgusting. Vapid creatures. Smelt some gold ore, because I think I've got more. Yes. No, I mean, the first guild hall I built in this fortress was for fisher dwarves, because that's kind of the theme of this fort. I mean, I do both. I mean, I build them when they ask, but I also build them when I just happen to have enough dwarves of that skill, because they demand them when you have 10 dwarves who do that task. That's when they demand them. So it's kind of up to you, really. Well, no, they can't actually, Bright Lancer. The person who made that mod simply allowed them to make whips. But in the vanilla game, kobolds can't dig, and they can't make tools of any kind, and they can't make furniture of any kind. So if you're actually playing vanilla kobolds as a 1-to-1, you wouldn't be able to dig. However, they would be able to make traps and some very basic crafts. So sounds like you're probably playing Human Fortress with kobold skin. Yes. No, I'm just being a stickler for specificities. Don't worry about me. Okay, so the Holy Ditch. Okay, that's a pretty funny name, actually. The Holy Ditch. Chat, which of these dwarves looks like a holy ditch to you? The god of wealth and misery. But Kerbal King, if you make public guild halls, as long as you have one dwarf with that skill, that dwarf can then go teach other dwarves that skill. So if you want to specialize a whole fortress in a particular skill, start with some dwarves with that skill and just build that as your first meeting hall right away. Like if you want a shit ton of weapon artifacts, start with like a weaponsmith guild. Think the peasant? Tobul? The soap maker? I'm glad you liked it, Warium, in the YouTube chat. I mean, go nuts, Bright Lancer. I kind of run on like a, how do I put it? Like a fuck up once rule. Like if you link your favorite porno playlist in my chat, I'll probably ban you. But like, or like if you link something that's like a phishing link, I'll definitely ban you. But after laughing at you. But like, you know, if you just link a Steam mod, that's fine. My chat isn't for like promotions. So like if it's your own mod, like keep it to a minimum, but yeah, go nuts. Or post it in the Discord or the Fluxer chat. One of the two. I mean, actually, what I should have said is like a fishing line picture is what I really should have said. Tubal, the Holy Ditch. And that should satisfy their needs for that religious group. Meanwhile, up here, I actually wonder. All right, we'll see what that looks like. Exclamation point Discord. No, I'm just building a backup server on a different platform. Sparse. Because we're not entirely sure how bad the response to Discord's going to be, but Fluxer seems pretty solid for a variety of reasons. It's open source for one. You can delete all your data with a click. It's got a much more responsible privacy policy. Places that have the ID requirements, they block, but they don't block VPNs. So it's like partially a replacement, partially a backup, depending on how concerned you are with the privacy stuff. The Discord server ain't going away, but I'm giving an alternative a good shot. Is that waves making the mist? Yep. If you turn on ASCII, you can actually see the waves incoming. Like, you can see the ripples. Give it a sec. There's one. There's another. And when they collide with the beach, you can see the spray. In the middle. Root is entirely venture capital funded and has incredibly irresponsible data management. So I read their EULA after the app didn't properly install on my computer, and I was like, is it worth building from source? And then I read their EULA, and nope, I'm good. It's like going from Discord to a slightly worse Discord is the way I would describe it. Like, I would rather stay on Discord than Root. Because, like, the benefit of finding an alternative platform, from my perspective, is something that has more responsible business option, or more responsible data management than Discord. So, like, the two that I was looking at were Stoat and Fluxer, were the two that I narrowed it down to. Stoat just ain't ready, from what I can tell. It seems like a hobby project that blew up suddenly. They don't have great moderation tools, and they don't have a way to extract your data directly. That's convincing, and they've had a lot of mixed messaging due to poor organization, so I'm going with Fluxer because Fluxer seems a lot more professional. They all look exactly like Discord. Like, exactly like Discord. Alright, so this is going to be my barracks. And you can be taken off of mining. And you can be added to mining. You can also be taken off of mining. You can be added to mining. All right, chat, we're about to get hit by some ads. I'm gonna go use the washroom and rinse out my coffee mug. I've not looked into it, no. Dag it. All right. I will be right back. Ugh. Hello, Liam. I mean, I ain't your daddy, so you do what you want with your own life. No mold. I am but a humble content moron. Speaking of content moron, they've stopped catching as many fish. It's a little weird, actually. I don't know that much about how arch systems work, but hopefully it works. I guess, Alan? That's what I'm trying to say. I don't really have like a set place for a lever's room. I guess I will throw it. Thinking maybe at the back of the library. That would be reasonable. Yeah, we'll throw it right there. Is there any way to lure a whale into my fort zone? Nope. All I can do is unexist the agitated creatures that are on the map when I get the chance, and slowly more and more creatures will come in. We've already seen sharks. We've seen giant octopus. We've seen various other creatures that would indicate the existence of whales, and we know that there are whales here because I found one in a test embark, but it's a matter of trying to deduce methods of catching the animals that are there and waiting. It's kind of like shiny hunting. You just kind of have to wait for one to appear. Nerds. No mold. Yay is just an arch user repository that a helper allows you to use in place of Pac-Man or for unofficial packages. Gotcha. I mean, I know what Pac-Man is. I've just never heard of Yay, I guess. Although, it does induce me to feel the need to state that I still think that programmer naming of shit is awful. That's all. Oh, I've heard of that. No mold. Paru. Spooky Ghost. Thanks for the brand new subscription. That's very kind of you. So these be pirate dwarves? Nah, no, not really. I mean, sort of, I guess. But not really. More so just seaside dwarves, you know? The edge of the ocean, if you will. Hey, chat, you guys know how to make the bot post beers, right? We get a round of beers for Spooky Ghost. And we've got Spooky Ghost, and somewhere around here there's also a Cutest Ghost. Are there whale men? I think there's whale people, isn't there? I know there's octopus men. I've seen those before. Werewhale? There are no aquatic were creatures. We've talked about that. That's just a meme. Although, if you put an H in there and make it a werewhale, like a question, that is very real right now. Whales? Where? I very much doubt it. Like, I'm visually impaired, but I can see. Like, if they're low vision and are okay with playing games slowly, probably. If they're, like, minimal to no vision, I would say that's pretty wishful thinking. Like, this game has a lot of very small, obtuse UI elements. I know older versions of the game were playable with screen readers, but playable is, like, in quotes. I don't know if I would call it playable. Adventure mode, maybe, but I would look into War Sim. War Sim or War Sim, or games that are like War Sim. War Sim is like a text-based kingdom management game. Yeah, see, like, I can, like, that's my bad eye, basically. Yeah, War Sim, the Realm of Eslona. I mean, that would be playable with a screen reader. Also, here, it's this game. I actually don't have it installed at the minute. This thing. What's the name of that other game? Shit. I played it and I finished it. Let me just scroll through until I can spot it. Because I played this really interesting audio-only game a while ago. Or audio primary game, and it was like a first-person like adventure fantasy game, but all done with like spatial audio. Just trying to remember the name of it. Because it's been a couple of years. It was like 2021 or something I played it. I'm still scrolling. I can't remember. How do you search for specific characters on Legends? You type their name in. Like, you go to historical figures, and then you type the last name in, is usually the easiest way to find them. What the heck is the name of that game? Steam is like really good for searching for games if you know the name of the game, but not very good at searching for games if you only like know like the type of game that it is. Also, maybe there's just too many games on Steam. I would also say things like a lot of traditional roguelikes, like old school stuff, such as NetHack, can be played with a screen reader, but those are pretty hardcore. That is a game, but I actually haven't played that one. That's not the one I'm thinking of. But maybe I can start from there.
Dark_Kiss Q121 cheered. X100.
Thanks for the $1. First bits of the week. Appreciate ya. It's not the one that I was thinking of, but that is one of those. Anyway. It's kind of weird that that one isn't actually like in a bundle or something with the other one that I'm thinking of. It's like the something valley, but like it's that doesn't seem to be. Actually, does this have any fun tags that I could look through? Not really. It's annoying. I give up. How you doing, Sniper? No, I haven't read chat once today, Liam. Especially not what you just wrote. Okay. Let's open this up and turn this into the fishing area. I'm getting by. One day at a time, Sniper. One day at a time. So I can't lure new creatures onto the map, but agitated creatures might be lurable into the map if there's access to the fort. And so I'm giving them just that. I'm giving them access to the fort, sort of. Well, in a way. It's a little wild how much of the ocean that is consuming. Figured that would fill faster and restabilize quicker, but it's not. Weird. Getting that cleared up. I mean, these things are moving, by the way. These agitated octopus are pissed. You purchase seeds and pots and all. Very excited to document it. Document it? As in, like, take photos and post online kind of thing, or? It's mostly water, yeah. I mean, that's how you get deep sea creatures wandering into your map, like these guys. So, yes, it is mostly water, in fact. I mean, if we look at the surface, that's all the land that we have. And I'm slowly building these little walkways around the edge. Oops, in fact, I can work on another one lower down. So that once we've built all the way around, I can start caving in chunks to build drains around the edge, so I could theoretically drain the ocean. Or at the very least, it would make sealing in the ocean with lava easier. Alternatively, though, maybe things will be tempted into my little traps, such as this, while the dwarves are up here fishing. In fact, maybe I should add in some more fisher dwarfs. Because it's possible. Certainly possible. That we can make some good use of this. I need to get another still up and running because that one's not producing alcohol fast enough. We also need to get some underground brewing going. Actually, just going to go through here and throw in another still. And I need to go up to here and get more plum helmets planted, I think. Because that's the only stuff that's in season at the minute. And there they go. How do I make my fort so pretty? Yeah. Also, Spice Octopus in the YouTube chat says that they're not that agitated. Well, you're not a giant octopus. You're just a normal octopus. These are giant octopuses, and they're agitated. It says they're right in their name. Agitated. Someone was asking on YouTube if I was censoring the whale's name. That just means that they're underwater, which I think is really funny, personally. What's up for grabs in this fort? What do you want? Kind of a lot. We've got some hunters, we got a couple metal workers, we got a bunch of fishers, we got a bunch of farmers, small military, quality of which unknown currently. Yeah, what do you want? How late is too late to plant seeds in a season in Dwarf Fort? I mean, they'll plant them whenever. Growing is so simple that, like, there is no real thing that you need to think about it too much. You can have a fisher for a price. The only unnamed fisher dwarf on paper is Dodok, but as far as dwarves that are assigned to fishing, there's quite a bit more. So we'll give you that. Which one would you like? If any dwarves stood out. Oh, you're looking for somebody interesting, Eldrish? I mean, opportunities will arise themselves. Opportunities will arise, rather. Creed, it's good to see you, man. Hope you've been doing aight. You want Nomal? He's a bit noseless. What the hell happened to you? You didn't get into any fights when you got here. The fuck happened to your nose, man? Huh. We have a ghoul? I mean, he's not undead. He just doesn't smell much. He's got a wife who lives here named Lore. And, like, a few kids in the fort. He just looks kind of funky. Can you add the noseless? Got a nickname within your nickname. He cracks easily under pressure, dislikes helping others, does not find most jokes humorous, lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. Your last name is Archmeat, so go look up Archmeat on Legends and maybe you can figure out what happened. He would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight and often feels discouraged. He's grateful when others help him out and he tries to return favors. He's quick to form negative views about things, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He doesn't mind a little something special now and again, and is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he's conflicted by this since he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. I once got a migrant that arrived in the fort who was missing an arm and actively bleeding out. They survived, and I never did actually find out what happened to them, but they arrived on the map and were already bleeding to death. He occasionally overindulges and shakes his finger up and down when he's excited, and when he's thinking, his body becomes very still. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally thinks that it is of the utmost importance to never present a bold face and never grouse or complain or even show emotion. I'm sure that's easier with your lack of nose. He greatly respects shrewd and guileful, and values peace over war and respects the law. He likes pyrolusite, nickel silver, citrine, emu leather, sheep horn, amber, alpaca wool, cotton fabric, male shirts, tables, bracelets, anvils, rabbits for their ears, cougar eels for their long bodies, and the words of the fatal death. The sight of the fabulous satin, and when possible, prefers to consume mandrill, pendant amaranth beer, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. It feels like you picked a defective one. Nah, you just picked an interesting one. I mean, you're married and you've had 2 lovers already in your life and you've got 2 kids. You're off to fish. Your nose got bit off by a cougar? Oh, that's dope, dude. Sorry, that's like real fucking cool. I don't know. Like A+, man. Does it state that his nose was severed? I'm looking, give me a sec. Just let me pause the game. The giant cougar attacked Nomal during the second rampage of the giant cougar Rubdish. It's like Rubdish? Rubbish. Nomal was wounded by the giant cougar during the second rampage, and he managed to escape the onslaught, and then gave up being a fishery worker to be a beekeeper. Got married in the year 200. Well, that's nifty. Seems like some of the data is like in a weird order on this. I don't know why that is. You're not super sus or anything, though. It seems that the Sheriff of the Ring of Bristles is one of your kids. And the Dean of the Merged Hall and Legendary Bonecrafter is Avu's your other kid. You're a bit of a Nepo baby. I mean, you're the child of the legendary dyer and former mayor of the Blameless Torches, and the former chief medical dwarf of the Roughness of Influencing. Like, bit of a bit of nepotism in your history, but I like that the chief medical dwarf of the Truthful Glaze is your ancient relative who's passed away, I presume. Yeah, died in the year 114, and was a master thrower. Real good at throwing. I presume throwing clay, but actually I'm most likely throwing rocks. Obviously, dwarven society has advanced from the days when all they did was huck rocks. I've got to be cooking my booze. There's no two ways about it. Quit it. All right. Your dwarf worships 5 deities? Why not 6? Make it an even number. All right, let's bring some amulets up as well. Let's bring some figurines over as well.
Another wheel on my cart.
B-Lug, thanks for the 60th month. It's a lot of wheels, man. Chat, you guys know what to post, don't you? I trust that you do. I'm a little bit amazed at the lack of fish. Like, we just really haven't been catching much in the way of fish. It's a little bit wild, actually. I'm sorry I speak English, my dude, in the YouTube chat. I mean, YouTube already does auto translations with subtitles. I'm not going to use the AI voice translations. If you want them to have subtitle translations, then turn them on. I don't really know what else to tell you, man. The Kenton, the miner, is taken by a fey mood. Look at Zuthan Brass Bowls. I mean, you can link it. We'll have to follow that dwarf. What are you gonna go for? Your only daughter was killed? Time to hook up again, man. Stoneworker's Workshop. Works furiously. What'd you even grab? A boulder and a gem. Huh. Very simple one. Sudelawek meets with the liaison and they say, let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. They've updated the world maps and I'm going to request some wood. They want cloth. And I'm going to go iron breastplate and iron greaves and jump back up to here. Aha. I asked them to bring me wood last time and they certainly did. Good amount of it too. Not a bad amount of it. I'll buy those 2 picks. Buy the fancy helm. Buy the bags. Buy some cloth. Not a lot of it, just a little bit of it. Let me actually just buy all these. Just because I haven't dug down to the caverns yet, and this will speed up my farming and brewing industry pretty considerably. And they take the trade, even with the lower value. Goddess Tot, thank you very much for the 38th month. Welcome back, man. Nice. Diabetic stoner. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Forgot a stot in the 38th month. Appreciate you, mate. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. One subscription at a time. Appreciate you. Proving my anxieties to be not a major concern. I wonder. I've got an idea, which is I'm going to build a whirlpool. Because I do have, like, this method that will eventually, you know, get us to a point where we are able to, how do I put this? Catch the sea creatures. But we're going to need multiple methods. So I'm thinking I could put a drawbridge here, wall this off, put in some cage traps right here, build above it, cave down into it, and have a setup so that this can just drain off the edge of the map, which will probably cause some lag, but that's okay. It's one of the reasons I'm keeping the population down. And potentially, if it whirlpools up some of the bigger sea creatures, then profit? What do you think, chat? I think this is a valid way forward. Apparently your dwarf claimed it as a family heirloom, and I'm curious if it's in the, it's an artifact crossbow. The miners created a rock salt grate. We're about to get hit by ads, Stormwolf. Remind me after the ads are done, because I'm assuming you're going to see them. A rock salt grate, and offers it to the Coast Guard of the North Guild. I'm actually going to go throw that in right here. No, it's got nothing to do with procreation. I mean, the soft cap is actually 100, so they could actually have quite a few more babies. The only limit that I'm really putting on them at the minute is new migrants coming in. So procreation is actually totally fine at the minute. A wine from 1993. What's the occasion? You know, sometimes they ponder algorithms, and it's really funny to me, Sparse, when they do that. As for that artifact... Wow. This is a rock salt grate. All craft or ship is of the highest quality. This object menaces with spikes of bloodstone. On the item is an image of Oran battle-tested, the human, and the goblin in rock salt. The goblin is striking down Oran battle-tested. The artwork relates to the killing of the human Oran battle-tested by a goblin in the Ocean of Lilacs in the midsummer of 202 during Gathazgun's Gish, the splattered onslaught. Lovely. You made 4 to 5 mathematical discoveries before even settling here? Really? Oh, that's pretty cool. But yeah, oh, I see. Your dwarf wrote, "Do we understand the algorithm?" I missed that bit of that line. Yeah, that's cool. That's always cool. You gotta love that, man. You gotta love it. So I was being asked about a crossbow. Let me just scroll up here in Twitch chat and grab what the name of it was. I mean, I see a few different crossbows here, but none with that name. So I'm not sure. I don't have it here. I mean, you haven't made one here. It was made before here. I know that a lot of these are Diabetic Stoner's family heirlooms, which I think is funny because Diabetic Stoner was also the first one to make an artifact. Yeah, I don't see your family's related artifact. If you look it up under artifacts, if it's not lost, it might show up in a specific location in Legends. I mean, it's like the Dwarf Fortress equivalent of a friendship ring, obviously. What else would it be, Diabetic Stoner? It's the Squeezing Strangers, you know, the friendship ring. I like the Ghost Skunk, the Unthinkable System. I wish it was Ghost Skunk, the Unthinkable Stench. Would have been way better, but oh well. It's not live updated, no. I have to update it manually at the end of every stream. So at the end of the stream, I will update Legends, unless I swap games midway through, which, you know, may happen. There's a couple of games that I may swap to if I feel like it today. That depends if I want to go long or not. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think it's actually silver, but sure, Diabetic Stoner. Obviously, way ahead of you there, Vulpine Anthro. I like how they just, like, stopped what they were doing to go gather plants. I mean, I was going to say it was set in stone, but that's, silver isn't really a stone, it's a metal alloy, right? Or a mineral, I guess. It's an element? Is it? I'm not a rock scientist, I don't know. More of a roll scientist, you know? I roll a lot of blunts. I actually don't. I think I can count on one hand the number of blunts I've smoked in the last 5 years. And I think it's like less than 2. AG on a periodic table? I periodically make no sense, so if I'm wrong about that, that would be incredibly likely. And, you know, I only periodically actually use the table that's in my apartment, so maybe I should know more about the periodic tables. Speaking of periodic tables, my expedition leader here is reading a book about the interpretations of the abbot. And George is also reading some books. Did I just see somebody come running in and running out? I guess not. I'm seeing things. My scholar, over here, Daggett, has been enthusiastic after discussing very large numbers. Very large numbers is what you... And you're also thinking about genealogy. Nothing more AG than my knees, mate. I mean, silver's pretty heavy, so that honestly would make some sense. You know, that's basically as far as we're actually going to go. I'm just going to get rid of that because I don't need it. Excited after learning about logics, mechanisms, in very large numbers. Oh yeah, good stuffs. So I could flood my entire fortress with this extremely easily, so I probably shouldn't do that, hey? How about I just plop this over here as a safeguard? Before I accidentally fuck up. Yeah, this world is young enough that we may actually get some discoveries, which is always fun. Which is kind of the hope. Agree. Agreed. How you been, man? I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. It's been a minute. Gone quiet on me. Oops, that's the wrong tool. But I hope you've been alright, dude. Can water pressure break doors? Only if a dwarf opens it. So you need Eurist McStupid to pull a Eurist McDumb. But if they do, oh boy. Creator of is such a flex in DF? Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, so... well, that's going to take a little bit. Right. This is the skeleton of a were creature, which I completely forgot about. Just gonna leave the mouse in the same place. Except what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of this. Do this. And do that. Let's just make sure this is in the right place. Actually, it's much easier to do it with this tool. Yep, that's in the right place. Perfect. Dwarven landmine one day. Explain. Isn't that just like a stonefall trap? I mean, I once made a like series of floors that were all covered with drawbridges, Emily, and whenever the baddies would step on a pressure plate, it would launch their friend right behind them up into the sky like Looney Tunes. These days, I think they would just run in and topple all of them, so it would be much less effective, but it was very funny at the time. It was very funny, but like, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's probably less effective now. Okay, let's do rock mechanisms. Just make them out of rock salt because the material doesn't matter too much. I just saw a seahorse for a second. That's cool. And I think I need to make another one of these. I'm also going to grab the military here and tell them to go upgrade their gear, which they did. As they all run off and grab new and better gear. This dwarf likes studying. I also want to practice the craft. I'm gonna give them a break pretty soon, I think. Just put them on monthly orders. So they get to do some staggered training. And what I'm going to do I'm going to need more of these. I'm going to need 4 more of each, but for the minute, I can just do that and say store gear here. I can also do these. And I could throw in one of these. Oh, I need to make backpacks. That's nice. Leather backpack. 2. 3. We'll just do those quarterly. Satisfy any needs and or demands. You really like your truly splendid items, don't you? You also got a very fancy barley wine vial filled with barley wine. You love doing entrance barracks? It's been a while since I've done one. I'm just fucked up right now by how few fish are being caught. Like, they're all pretty highly skilled fisher dwarves, yet we're not catching any, which is really, truly quite bizarre. We didn't fish out the whole ocean, did we? I mean, maybe? I'd be quite surprised if we did, but I'm not going to rule out that as a possibility. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to rule that out as a possibility, but you know, it's funny. All characters are annoyed about being caught in the rain. Your ocean seems to have very few fish for some reason. Do you mean like these larger fish that come in like this? Or do you mean just like fish for fisher dwarves to catch? Scraggly beard in YouTube chat. Because if you mean just like fish for dwarves to catch, yeah, that seems to be consistent with mine.
Yeet.
Hobo, how's things? You didn't get the COVID for the 3rd time? Well, that's good. I canceled going to a local indie metal fest this week due to my foot still being fucked, and I need to keep this splint on for another week or 2, maybe more. And I got kind of paranoid about somebody stepping on my foot, so I decided to tell my friends to sell my ticket, and then my friend found somebody who was willing to, who was planning on buying a ticket at the door, so I got my money back, but I'm kind of bummed out about it. I don't really have any spooky ghost. Also, I don't really name the most insane dwarf usually, because usually if there actually is an insane dwarf, you might as well not get a dwarf because they're already dead. So you're going to need to be a little bit less specific in that request. Oh, also, Hobo, I don't know how closely you're looking at Discord, but we're trying out something called Flexer. There's a link if you type an ! Discord in the Twitch chat. So, what's your second choice, Spooky? I mean, I could give you the most upset dwarf, but they're hardly insane. Actually, no, I can't. I could give you Ulan. Because I don't really have any insane dwarves. I mean, if you want a dwarf that's going to die soon, then you might as well just give it to somebody else. Because 1, no. And 2, I would memorialize them, so you wouldn't get a ghost. So if that's what you're hoping for, like that, yeah, that ain't gonna happen, unfortunately. At least not at the minute. It's all stingray. You want a whale or some sharks? Well, you should kill those stingrays. Most upset dwarf then? Okay, you get Olin. Because my mayor is the most upset dwarf, which is kind of funny, actually. Spooky ghost is not spooky nor a ghost, is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance, is often sad and dejected, and rarely looks on others with lust. She prefers to be alone, and she is inside of the giant snail right now. After all, this fortress is called Squidward. She tries to return favors, and she is very humble. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She is quite polite, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and isn't particularly ambitious. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she lives a fast-paced life. She begins to talk in a hushed whisper when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Just getting used to tragedy. I mean, I'm not saying that you need to pull people over, necessarily. I'm just making you aware. I mean, I will be on Discord for the foreseeable future. Unless, like, something genuinely crazy happens in the next 2 weeks, I will to put it simply, I've been using this as a comparison for a while. I started quitting Twitter in 2018. I quit Twitter in 2022. I don't know. This is like part 1. It's going to take a while. She's made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture. I already read that. She begins to talk in a hushed whisper when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time and is getting used to tragedy. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally values self-control, doesn't care about art one way or another, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She likes lemonite and tin and banded agate, as well as ashwood and giant red-winged blackbird leather, the color ochre, as well as high boots, chains, and the words of the page of crystal, the sound of the tulip of rhyming, and the sight of the mechanical amethyst. And when possible, prefers to consume hagfish, sorghum beer, and mog juice, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. I don't think they're going to back down anything, Eldrish, because that's not how money works. I do think that they will reword it to a point where people accept it, or some people do, but I'm still going to build alternatives because it's the wise thing to do. Sound is a little low. Turn yours up then. A short, sturdy creature fond of drink and industry. I literally can't turn up my volume anymore, so you can turn yours up, most likely. You do actually have quite a big family. Wolf is your grandpa, which is lovely. You do want to be with family and friends. Thankfully, you do have some family in the fort. You do remember feeling some affection after speaking with an acquaintance. God knows who. Could be anybody. I mean, that's being generous, Daggett. You're cracking open a bowl, smoking a beer, and butt-chugging some popcorn. Is that what's happening? Queuing green tea? See how close we are. Okay, still got a ways to go. It's like you're here to kick names and take ass. Similar to that, I presume. And we're all out of names. Yeah, absolutely. All right, look, the redemptions are all used up. Spooky Ghost got the last one. I do actually like a smoked beer, though. Somebody I know has a beer smoker, and it is pretty peak. Let's throw another farm plot up there. And this is just going to be more hemp. Yeah, I've had a few smoked old fashions in my life, but I've also had smoked beers. It's like basically like a iron rod that you put your that you heat up over a flame and then jam it into your beer. Pretty fucking tasty, let me tell you. Although it's not the sort of thing that you can get outside of the place where it's made usually. Let's see how we're doing at the minute. It's just the albatrosses and the blue jays. Let's just fly down here. You're also butt chugging popcorn. I'm proud of you, Bonesaw. You like the crackle. What fishy plans do I have for this fort? I'm currently just like cooking up a few different ideas for ways to catch fish. By fish, I mean large underwater creatures. Speaking of large underwater creatures, that is a large creature that is decidedly not from the underwater. The Enbaspu Smazoslu has come, a great humanoid monster with 2 heads. Anybody want to look that thing up? Raven waved. Figured out the sneaky shortcut to get number 2 on the leaderboard by cheering an individual penny. It only costs 2 pennies and bits to get number 2 on the leaderboard. 1 penny to tie and pull the 3rd one. Or $1 and penny for number 1. This is a crowdfunded channel. We don't do sponsored time here. But I do get annoying about bits sometimes. Let's go see what this thing has. Do you have anything fun? It's time to test out my military. You killed a dwarf? Tool release. Here in Germany, you can buy smoked beer, but usually it's 1 or 2 brands that are around. Beer with smoky aromas. I mean, there's like types of beers that you can make that have smoky tastes. Spice Octopus. And like I've definitely found smoked beers in cans, but usually it's the sort of thing that like you walk into a bar and give them an extra tip and they smoke your beer for you. That's usually where I see it. Anyways, it's curious and sometimes to her detriment. She doesn't have any artifacts, no family. Poem Blossom. I wonder. I'm always like curious if they know knowledge. So if they know knowledge, then they found books at some point or learned to read, but doesn't look like it. I mean, this giant has 2x the vision. Okay, so hold up. What? Why is there just a thornback ray in the middle of the... Okay. Seems like the animals are already charging. And Athil, the wrestler, who is a competent dodger, married to Nod, or Gmod, not Nod, and member of the fortress since the year 201, wielding an iron spear and an iron helm and a full set of iron armor, is charging the creature. Well, actually, sans shoes, but that's fine. Chat, can I get the vile force of darkness for good luck for this dwarf, who's leading the huzzah against the creature? Dodges around it, which is honestly the most important skill that she's got at the minute. The wrestler stabs the Etten in the right neck, not the wrong one, with her iron spear, tearing the fat, then misses, dodges 3 separate hits, and then stabs the Etten in the left neck once more, tearing the fat, lodging the spear firmly in the wound. With a wrench of strength, she pulls on the iron spear and regains possession of it as the Etten charges directly at her, missing because she jumped out of the way. The rest of the dwarves behind are coming into the fighting. There's spurts of blood coming out of the creature. Right behind them is Michael Bay, because of course he is, who is also wielding a iron spear, who joins in with the fighting. His first strikes at the Etten in the left hand and the left head with his iron shield. He bashes it, which bends the neck, tearing the skin, bruising the skin, not tearing it. The militia commander once again stabs the Etten in the upper body with his iron spear. Of course, the militia commander is Michael Bay, Lord of Explosions. Terrified, vengeful while in conflict. The beast is winded in pain, None of my dwarves have taken a hit yet from the looks of things. The wrestler stabs the Etten in the lower body with her iron spear. It's been hitting the kidney, hitting the lung. Another spear is lodged firmly in the wound. I don't think this creature's long for this world. It appears that Dino wishes to assist. I mean, she is the wife of the mayor and the broker of the fortress. She joins in by punching the Etten, for good measure, in the left hand. Oh, no, sorry, with her left hand, which bruises the guts. She punches it in the lower body. And then it misses her, and she punches it again. This time with her right hand in the lower body, bruising the muscle. She punches it a third time with her right hand, bruising the muscle. Having only killed one, I mean, I do have a fully armored squad. Like, I wasn't even remotely worried. Even the goat, Olin, the nanny goat, is joining in. Blade. The nanny goat gores the Etten. I've seen the witch. I'm sure that'll go just well. Bruising the muscle. Gores it again. In the right hand with her horn, bruising the muscle. I really hope that the... Kicks the Etten in the lower body. Bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. The guts, which of course just got splintered out. Please tell me the goat got it. God damn it. The nanny goat kicks it, which bruised the skin. Who got it? It seems that Diabetic Stoner, the Sacred Tomb, was the first to manage a kill in the fortress. The kill shot was stabbing the Etten in the left head with an iron spear, tearing the muscle, chipping the skull, and tearing the brain. A tendon in the skull was torn. Stabbed it through the temple, tearing its brain in half. That was way too easy. That is, like, not a threatening enemy at all. Giants and Ettins are not tough if you're armed. They can be a problem if you're not armed and caught out, but if you have, like, a squad with weapons, you're probably fine. So it wasn't way too easy. That was, like, exactly what I was expecting. But no, they were stabbing it to death with iron weapons, mostly. There was only one dwarf in there who was punching it. The rest of them were all fighting with their spears, stabbing it. And the first hit that it took went straight through both of its lungs, or a lung, so it couldn't breathe after that first hit. They're one of those things where, like, if they had armor, they would be quite threatening, but because they don't, Axes or hammers for weapons? Axes are heavy, so they take longer to train, but are better than swords. Spears, I just like the way spears look, so I tend to use spears. Also, spears are pretty well-rounded. You're probably in an ad now, Ladu Lao, right? What would that be? Would that be a Biclops? I feel like that would be a Biclops. Not to be confused with a Triclops, which is just an Etten who's missing an eye. It's what happens when the Cyclops and the Ettins like each other very much. Isn't Biclops just a human? Hush now with your logic. Here, I kind of stopped speaking as I was speaking because I saw the ads started, Ladaloo. Assuming you're through the ads now, yeah? You had a Cyclops invade your fort, and as the Etten invaded mine, you got absolutely dominated by a random fisher dwarf with no combat skill and a sheep. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I've seen just like 3 peasants and a child like beat the shit out of like the only time that Cyclopses really win or giants win is if they catch somebody off guard. I think Minotaurs are a little bit more threatening because they have horns. But generally they're not too much of a threat. All right, so I'm assuming you're through the ads at this point. It depends on the material. I like spears because they're both effective as blunt weapons and stabby weapons because they can whack them with the end of it or they can stab them. So they work with a variety of different materials. They're just pretty well-rounded. They're also pretty light, so they train pretty quickly with them. Axes are a bit heavier, meaning they're more effective with heavier metals, but they're a cutting weapon. So because they're heavier, they take longer to train with, but a very well-trained axe dwarf is generally going to be stronger than a swords dwarf, even though they're both cut weapons. Hammers, I recommend if you have silver, but if you don't have, same with maces, because those are like heavy weapons that require heavy materials to be effective. I don't know where that came from. I like got some dust in my throat or something. So that's the weapon Rex in a nutshell. If you have 0 food during a siege, then you need bigger stockpiles. Yeah, I would actually say it's less of a siege, Eldritch, and I'd be more concerned about, like, were creatures. But granted, I'm doing the exact same thing, because fun! Man, Kiddo's gonna take a while to do this. Good luck, Stacy. And they get back to teaching each other stuff. I'm gonna just jump up here. I'm gonna tell chat, I've got a question. You saw my military just now going after that Etten. Do you guys think that they could take on a mysterious dungeon? Because there's a mysterious dungeon and a mysterious palace. Mysterious lair. Can we bring the goat? No. All right, dwarves. Go be quick. Don't get caught. Don't get cocky. Michael Bay is leading the squad. Of course, he's a competent fisher dwarf. He does have some skills in tactics, which is going to be very useful here. You don't think the enemy there are legendary fighters? Well, it's bigger. More about, like, can they sneak in and out without things catching them is the bigger deal. Wish them luck, chat. A zillion drink and 200 food. You can cook drink. You just often, with certain types of drink, you just have to enable it sometimes. But if you have a zillion drink and you cook meals, just go to whatever your drink is. I guess, like, that, and then click that button, and then they can cook it. Like, that's the way to do it. Is just allow your drink to be cooked. I mean, you're with them, so you better be praying to whatever god you have access to. I'm actually going to get rid of you. Get rid of you. You're working on the hemp plants, which does seem to be unique to you. Everything else is food only, and I never have an alcohol or food problem. I also often tell them to cook a lot of seeds that they don't cook by default. Like if I go, thanks by the way, 409. If I go to kitchen and scroll through to seeds, like realistically, yes, we're using hemp seeds. We're using sweet pod seeds. We're not using quinoa seeds. We're not using almonds. We're using plump helmet spawn. We're not using barley. We're not using prickleberry. We're not using well, actually, we are using those. We're not using acorns. We are using cave wheat. So we're just cooking with the seeds. Oh, wow, that was quick. They're already back. How do you think they did, chat? I mean, they're at war with me now. I wonder if they can actually attack you now. Or if it's just going to, like, crash the game. I'm just going to quick save real quick. No, we're about to hit a turn. So previously, if they tried to invade you, the game would crash. I think that's been fixed, but we'll see. The North Guilds attacked speechlessness. Michael Bay led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Ibexmen Shaman of Change Rufa Drainrasp. Michael Bay's tactical planning was superior to the Ibexmen, but the defenders had a slight positional advantage. It seems that Simtexagon was struck down by a goblin in the prairies of Shell. The Earthen Torments, Michael Bay clashed with 3 cheetahs, slaying them. Michael Bay also clashed with a single hyena, slaying them. Hewlett Packard is clashing with the Ibexmen Shaman. Diabetic Stoner clashed with 4 goblins in Tangle Mind. The Earthen Tournaments, led by Michael Bay, clashed with 7 goblins in Tangled Mine. And they came back. Are they truly useless if they can be ground? I think that a lot of those pits can be ground, can't they? Especially with like dyes and stuff. I know a lot of pits and seeds can be like crushed and then convert. Like there's a lot of things that can be converted into dyes now. But you know, that's just future crafting recipes that just haven't been implemented, right? I don't disagree though, it is kind of annoying. It would be nice if there was more you could do with those. I'm just gonna do some multi-leveled bedrooms, similar to the last fort in a few places. So I don't actually need that many more bedrooms, but I do need more bedrooms, so if I just do it this way, I can kind of kill 2 Urists with 1 boulder. When there were a ton of from what I remember, there are a ton of Ibexmen around you in places. What, just in World Gen? Well, I mean, the Ibexmen Shaman is like specifically that location, so. Yep, looks like we did in fact lose one of my dwarves. Well, let's replace you. Let her get kitted up, and then we're going to send them back out. And there's so much more charcoal down here. Let's go do it again. Keep training. Except, what's your tactics skill now? Novice ambusher, adequate tactics. That's what we want to see. I mean, I'm not actually that willing to make it diabetic, but I will, however, make a singular gold statue to Sem. Although I do need to smelt some gold ore in order to do that. I'm just going to encrust some furniture with cut gems. I wonder what Celeste's up to. Oh, meditating on misery. Well, gotcha. Isn't coffee a color now? Hold up. Make coffee bean dye. I don't want to kill the coffee beans, though I want to drink coffee liquid made out of coffee bean. But yeah, no, you literally can. You even found a bed to crash on. That's good, Abrax. Did they manage to grab anything good? No, just a scuffle. I'm very sorry, but I've got bad news, Sam. I got bad news. I sent my squad out to go on a short raid, go fight the bads, you know, as one does. And, well, you got into a fight during that fight, and as is expected. But your head got chopped off by a evil ibex shaman. But I'm making a statue for you, so maybe you'll forgive me. My apologies. But you did get to witness the glorious killing of the first Etten to arrive. Is it a headless statue? Well, we don't know that he was beheaded, okay? Mr. Millix? I mean, it'll be a statue depicting him in ideally one of his best of times. I can't export backpacks. Oh no. Whatever shall I do? But yeah, Legends won't be updated for a wee bit still, so. Also, for anybody who's wondering, since turning the stream on today, we've got well, actually, okay, so since 9 a.m. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 people have joined the Fluxer chat. That's kind of cool. One of the coolest features that Fluxer has, which is the Discord-like software that I'm testing out, is you can have rooms that are just links. So click this, it takes you to my website. You click this, it takes you to the YouTube. Oops, that's mods, but click that, it takes you to the stream. Like, that's cool. Like, really cool to me. I really like that feature. I think it's pretty dope. Fluxer. ER. No commands with my bot work if you're responding to somebody. I know that's not intuitive in the slightest, but it's been the case for my bot as long as I've had it. Yeah, it's all good. You like that it looks like Discord? They all look like Discord. That, however, is open source as an option. Oh, let's see how the second fight went. Hopefully better than the first one. They all look a lot like Discord. but they all have various different levels of functionality. That one lets you delete all of your data with a click. It lets you migrate to self-hosting your server if you want. And it's kind of built for that, which is really nice. It's also open source. The Dwarf Kick Roast, Michael Bay, and also the main reason I chose that one is instead of, what's the word? Instead of forcing people to hand over their IDs in regions where ID is required to use their service, if they get told that, they just block the region, but they don't block VPNs. The Dwarf Kick Roast, Michael Bay, led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Ibex Shaman once more. Rufa Drain Rasp. The Ibexman Shaman's tactical planning was superior to the Dwarf, Michael Bay, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Well, that's not good. Diabetic Stoner clashed with 7 goblins. Well, seems like nobody died this time, though. The Earthen Tournaments, ably led by Michael Bay, clashed with 4 goblins. They dodged around out of the way. Well, not so good. Michael Bay's tactical planning, not so great, it turns out. But, you know, he's now a competent tactician, which is also good. So I'm going to send him back out, and they're going to keep on attacking that spot. Hopefully, eventually with more luck. They're trying to sneak in. They're just not doing a very good job of it. You should probably grab your weapons, Ethan. Or don't. Okay, fine. Also, looks like we're catching fish again. They must have just been out of season. Yes, you are still scholaring. I haven't started a new one since then. You're pondering genealogy. You would like to practice a craft, though. So maybe I should permit that. But you're very happy about it. You also want to acquire something. I think I will allow you to do things other than ponder so you can go get that need fulfilled, but I kind of want to set the Holy Ditch as well as a Scholar. I think that seems very fitting. Now, does that unassign you? Nope, it lets you do both, it looks like. So he's going to read Start Your Day with the Author, followed by hanging around in there and actually doing things of use. Okay, you go down here and connect it to that. And this down here, we're going to fortify that. We're going to set up some more cage traps. We're going to just pop back over here and get beds into all these bedrooms. So I don't think I actually need that many more bedrooms. I think I maybe got the perfect number. Nice. Just need some for the kids. Like 1 or 2 more. He's apprenticed under 1 sparse, really? Huh. Yeah, that's true. Fascinating. Got into an argument relatively recently. He's glum about that. Performed a bunch of rites. Really likes performing. Really likes discussing very large numbers. Tactician and ambushing are the two skills that they need. Higher ambushing makes them more likely to successfully stealth an attack, and tactician makes them more likely to have a positional advantage. Crouch. And attacking places with people in it trains tactics. I'm back to the best flavor of bubbly, which is the invisible one. The one that you can't see. So they're getting no marketing benefit from me. Speaking of, what the heck is going on in the general section of my Discord? It's like Diamond and Elfie are like going on a choose your own adventure. The heck is going on over there? Lime Perrier? Yeah, Perrier is like almost all like you can't get it in cans here. It almost only comes in glass bottles, and that makes it kind of expensive. Because glass bottles are pricey. We rated them again. Well, I mean, we are getting, like, better diplomacy sometime this year. Irritable but trying. There's also a mod that somebody was working on that I saw, which allows you to use coins specifically as a trade good that gives them value based on the year that they were made, which is kind of neat. But yeah, I don't know. Justice is also something that's on the near future to-do list. The North Guilds attacked the speechlessness of lulling of an unknown civilization. Michael Bay once again led the attack, and the defenders were once again led by that Ibexman. The Ibexmen outmatched Michael Bay once more. I guess he's just a better director. The dwarves clashed with 7 goblins. And they clashed with 4 more. They just can't win, though. Like, what have they got on us? I could tell them to pillage, but pillaging would make them keep fighting instead of retreating when they get caught. So that is a bigger risk. I think we say fuck it. What do you think, chat? Let's pillage it. He's just got to grab a snacky first. So we got 2 hen egg roasts. He's got 2 omelets and dwarven wine. It's made with minced raw cuttlefish, goose egg, and hen egg. And hen egg. Okay, what year did the... Because to me, like, YOLO stopped being a going thing that people said and purely became a thing that people only said ironically from time to time when the Lonely Island song came out. When did the Lonely Island song come out? Because that was pre-2020. All I'm saying is I don't think people have said YOLO in a while. It's certainly good advice, though, if you want to have interesting experiences in your life. Diabetic Stoner appears to be not the most committed militia member. But now he's got his stuff. He's gonna go put his armor back on and go do the fighting. $2013? That sounds about right, yeah? Now I start seeing edge of map shenanigans. What's happening? Oh, okay. So I'm slowly building a perimeter around the surface, around the map. Because that'll let me construct stuff in the middle of the ocean and also make places that I could cave in easily to make drains. I'm also making one in the center right here with the goal of collapsing in and I guess with the goal of getting it to right here. So we've got a ways to go. Right here. Because then I can cave this in and put a drain kind of not in the middle, but close-ish to the middle of the ocean, which will drain the ocean out of there, which I can open and close with this lever. And the idea here being that I need to make some green glass terrarium. With the idea here being that theoretically, animals that are in the vicinity, such as these giant octopuses that are agitated, could get sucked in there and pulled into cage traps. But I don't know. I'm mostly just testing it to see if it'll work. I'm trying different strategies that I think might allow me to catch bigger cat creatures in cages, but I have no idea how effective or efficient or if they'll even work. No, because you signed up for the military, so thus you have to remain in the military to complete your duty. You chose this. It's not my fault. If you want to quit the military, you have to like inform your militia commander and request being relieved from your duties, which you clearly didn't do because they're all leaving and you were standing around fishing. I mean, that would be lovely. Iron Phoenix. Dude, if a sea monster showed up, I'd be so fucking stoked. Making a fortress that's locked into bronze tools and armor? I mean, since you last played before the siege updates, I would actually advise that you don't go into a new fortress with a limitation challenge like that, because this game got a lot harder when it comes to, like, just fighting in the siege update. So I would just, like, maybe build a fortress that's focused primarily on just sieges in general. But maybe that's just me. That would be my advice. But you do you, man. Just remember that every major fortress that I've done that's focused on fighting, I've been destroyed. Or, like, more or less conceded, because I would be destroyed. You'll have fun? Certainly. And also, you might want to turn up minerals to higher numbers than I used to play at. Because you will run out of minerals. And you will run out of metals when fighting against the goblin hordes if you take them on at full force. When you get angry, it seems, you get more verbose and you use more smile and metaphor. What are you angry? What happened? Or are you just saying in general? I feel like when I'm annoyed with like somebody in my comments section, I always wish them like have a wonderful weekend or have a great day or thanks for the comments and smiley face heart. Mostly because then I come back the next day and then I have just like an all caps response of them cursing at me and I'm like, I won. Is usually how I feel. Like I had somebody call me like a bunch of insults and then accuse me of insults. And then like I wished them a wonderful weekend and told them that I was very happy that they kept leaving comments on my video. And then they responded with, keep it up and I'll bot your like metrics. And I'm like, okay. An honest alcoholic dwarf. So, would you like a beard or no beard? Nesha Chesterfield. Oh shit, we're in an ad break. We can pause it. Stone speaks in an accent. I wouldn't worry about it too much. One sparse. Beard should do just fine. It's kind of a long name. Your last name is Crafted Glowed, if you want to look yourself up in Legends. He is bashful and lives at a high energy kinetic pace. He can handle stress and doesn't focus on material goods. He enjoys the company of others and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He is a friendly individual and he likes to brawl. He has little interest in joking around and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He tends to be a bit stubborn and changing his mind about things, and he tends to hang on to grievances. Also, the squad's back, so I need to check on how they did. And he likes a little excitement now and then, and he laughs very loudly when he's surprised, and whenever there is a pause in conversation, he starts to mutter under his breath, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a great work of art, and this dream was realized. He personally values cunning and doesn't really see the point of working hard. He likes native silver and lead and yellow jasper, as well as hemp fabric, and the color brown. You know, he likes brown, his favorite color, and he likes the words. He likes yellow paper, hemp fabric, the color brown, spears, mules, and for their stubbornness, and the words of the page of crystal, and when possible prefers to consume merlin, lungfish, and pomegranate wine, and hates hamsters. We saw merlin, actually, in this fort already. It's one of the ocean creatures we've seen. He has a broad body made broader still. He has a broad body with little fat and a very long beard, which is braided, and his very long sideburns are braided. The Tandoren is the god of your choice, and you're a member of the Turquoise Fellowship. Of course, a member of the North Guilds, and you're an expert Marksdorf. You were very recently euphoric due to inebriation, and you said that you need some excitement in your life. Well, let's see how this fight went. We went and pillaged them this time. What's up, Skell? How did I choose the name Blind? Well, I'm not blonde, for one thing. I was until I was about 4 years old, and then my hair went brown. My right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye barely works. It started off as self-deprecating humor, and it's stuck. The North Guilds attacked the speechlessness of lulling in the unknown civilization. The dwarf Kickroast led the attack, and the defenders were led by the ibex shaman Rufa Drainrasp. Michael Bay, Kickroast, his tactical planning was superior to the ibex men. And the shaman, but the defenders had a slight positional advantage. In the early winter of 203, the Earthen Torments, led by Michael Bay, clashed with 7 goblins, slaying 1. Well, we're making progress. Slow progress, but progress. The Earthen Torments, led by Michael Bay, clashed with 4 goblins, and then they left. They killed 1 goblin. Doesn't it have restrictions? Did I not put restrictions on it? No. I thought I did. Maybe I just did on the rules. Thanks for testing that. Appreciate it. You might be able to post it there anyway, Stone, so... Did I do that correctly with the rules room? I did set it up at like 11 o'clock last night, so... Although, actually... I should be able to read message history. And add reactions. Go into Inkwell. The Inkwell. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Should be fixed. How was the stream? What were you up to today? And for this, it's time to continue pillaging. You're making green glass terrariums. Wouldn't it be grand to just take my life off and do nothing for the rest of my days? I mean, he's killed 1 cheetah. How's his combat skills? He's a skilled tactician now and an adequate ambusher. See, he's getting better. He's getting better. What's up, Tim Graham? As well. It's got a ways to go. It's got a ways to go. But they'll get there. They're getting there. Getting closer. But I hope the stream was good. To those of you coming in from the raid, my name's Greg. I stream too much Dwarf Fortress, and sometimes chat lets me play other games. That's a giant octopus. Found a whale yet? Just a giant octopus, which is just as rare, to be fair. We've also seen some sharks. We've also seen some opas. OPAH, which is like a giant dollar fish, basically, or giant angelfish. And we've also seen a giant squid, gigantic squid specifically. And yeah, 2 seconds, chat. I will be right back. Enjoy the octopus. Oi. Surprise Octodad? Is it a male octopus? Yeah, it is. It's gonna die of old age pretty soon, probably. Did they already return? Yeah, they did. Let's see how this one went. Their tactical planning was superior again. Man. Michael Bay, you are failing me here. At least none of them are dying now. But he ain't learning fast enough. Get back at it. You should really go upgrade your gear first, dude. Unless you're just too cool to do that. I guess he is. He likes big explosions and all. Yeah, but like, he's getting better, but I guess so's the baddie. Certainly not like an optimal situation at the minute. Let me get those last few bedrooms done. Making new clothing. Okay, all of these are filled with green glass terrariums. And it seems like they are collecting boulders from as far away as they possibly can be down here. How close are we? Still a ways. Still a ways. You'll be praying for the fourth success. Me too. Me too, man. What's the name of the Shaman Ibexman? I doubt that he'll have much, but... Oh, no, that's one of the successful ones we had. Drain Rasp is the last name. The shaman don't usually have that much in the way of history, right? Because they're like mostly a adventure mode feature. They don't do a ton usually. Although I really miss, it was a bug, but when they added the shaman and the mysterious dungeons and the mysterious palaces and the mysterious lairs, there was a legitimate problem because they're not the most stealthy locations where all the kobolds would just steal all of the magical items from them before like you would even get there. So like Legends, like World Gen would play out and you'd get into adventure mode and you'd be sent on a quest to go retrieve this specific item from like a mysterious palace, but it would never be there because it was always stolen by some kobold like 100 years ago. Feel the uniform screen shows it as yellow and the 3 dots, but they never put it on. Do you set them at, well, they're not here right now. Do you set them as like no orders or training or on duty? What kind of place is Tangled Mind? It's a mysterious dungeon, so it's an adventure mode feature area. But it's raidable from fort mode, and I'm just mostly using it as a training object because it's low population and not part of a bigger faction that will make me regret my decisions. So yeah, it's a mysterious dungeon. We are hoping to get a little bit more out of that. I'm going to give these dwarves a little bit of head coverings so they're not getting rained on all the time, because it is raining kind of a lot. So if I put a little roof up here, that'll get them rained on less and they'll be less annoyed. Most of my most pissed off dwarves are these ones out here fishing. Also, we're out of drink again. Gwumble. Oh. We're out of empty food storage items. How many sandbags do I have? Quite a few. Green, glass, pot. 50. Let's just do 50 of those. I'll probably run out of sand, but there's collect sand tasks, so it's fine. Because right now, all of the pots are filled with squid. And we likely have plenty. Of fish. I'm gonna need to sell some of these fish, I think. This is likely something that we're gonna have to do. A lot of seafood in this place. Once demanded surrender on Occupy, and I had emptied it earlier with an adventurer, and they succumbed, and then I went there with your adventurer to find out that the dwarves to use to occupy it were actually there. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you occupy, like... What's really fun is if the goblins occupy one of your old forts, and then you take them over with a new fort, and then reclaim it, it'll be whatever dwarves you left there, and like 150 goblins that are playable and members of your civilization. It's pretty hard to pull off, but if you can pull it off, it's neat. That'll take a little bit, but it'll look nice. But yeah, when it comes to getting your dwarves to put on gear, just make sure that they're actually set to wear it. Like setting them to no orders or forcing them to go train. They'll go pick up their equipment. Although they won't ever put on shoes. If you have it set up the way I currently do, which is the defaults. The reason they won't put on shoes is because they can't wear shoes and shoes. So what you need to do is you need to go into the details screen, click this button, uniform wear over clothing, make a new name for it and save it, and then assign that to your squad. And then they'll wear shoes, but you need to make sure that they have full sets of armor, otherwise they'll get really pissed off running around with no pants on or something. Oh, also I should chuck a couple beds into here so that they sleep in the barracks while on duty. And then up here, they'll sleep in there. That's not a bug, though, Kage. You can't say it's fixing a bug because it's a design decision. That's an intentional thing. So a bug is an unintended consequence that's not supposed to be happening. That is an intended consequence that you don't like. That doesn't make it a bug. Pillage, Tangle Mind. Once again, Michael Bay's tactical planning this time was superior, but the defenders still had a slight positional advantage. Man, they're pretty evenly matched. I get a little bit nippy, Kage, when I see people calling stuff a bug that is like just a well-known, chosen form of design. It's like just because you think it's finicky or don't like it doesn't make it a bug. I feel like the actual development of this game would be much smoother if people didn't presume that everything was a bug. They clashed with a bunch of goblins. Did they slay any of them? They slayed 3. Okay. They're pushing through. The defenders had a strong positional advantage in the after they pulled back a little bit and then clashed with 2 more goblins. Didn't kill them, though. Let's get back at it. But no, I mean, if you just simply set up your uniforms correctly, then it'll work as it's intended. But what's kind of fun, Bone Doll, is there is a bug in the game right now, which is if a faction is completely unaware of your faction and your dwarves in general, and I'll also just make some wood barrels and some rock pots. But if a faction is completely unaware of your faction and you tell your dwarves to go attack them, or rather, demand surrender and occupy. Not even just attacking them, like just go out there and demand surrender and occupy. There is a very high chance that they will just surrender because they have no way of checking how strong your army is. So they just presume that it's very strong because you're attacking them and immediately surrender. I genuinely love that feature, even though it is completely a bug and kind of busted. I think it's awesome that they do that. I think it's very funny. What can our dwarves find there? Magical weapons with magical powers attached to them, which they may be able to use if we're lucky. But mostly just some XP and they're close by. So I'm training the squad leader on ambushing and tactics, which is what makes them better at sneaking into higher threat places and actually acquiring items from them. So that's what I'm actually getting is easy training, mostly. It's like bullying a bunch of kobolds. It's like, well, why are you doing it? What do you get from it? Well, nothing of value. It's just easy training. But I had a staff that caused pain once, which my militia commander kept using. And I assigned it to him manually, and he was able to successfully cause pain on enemies, which is actually a pretty powerful ability. Causing enemies to flinch and wince in pain by snapping your fingers or pointing in their general direction. Quite a strong power to have in combat in Dwarfort. Some of them are yet less useful, but some of them are more useful. You clipped that? Yeah, there you go. It was actually the vampire fortress where I managed to take over one of my own locations that was occupied by goblins. Kick roast. The defenders were led by the shaman. Okay. Michael Bay outmatched. No, sorry. The Ibex men shaman outmatched Michael Bay with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage again. Clash with 3 goblins. Clash with 2 goblins. Maybe I should let them train for a minute. Clash with 3 goblins. Clash with 2 goblins. They're not killing them. They're just fighting with them. I'm going to let them just train for a wee bit. Saw the screen and thought we were back to more world gen? No? Why would we be? Also, would that be a bad thing? What's wrong with world gen, man? What? Oh, it swam into an area I couldn't see for a minute. That was weird. Look at this cool octopode. Octopopulus. Octopoogles. You just associate the overworld map with it now? There's areas that I can't see in the ocean. I don't like that. How do you get the FPS counter in the bottom left? I think it's in the game settings. So go to game. Show frames per second. Yes. Dino. We keep catching squids. So while we may not be feasting on octopi, we do in fact have squids. You're making us some rock pots. There we go. That's what we need. Brewing more drinks from plants. Brewing more drinks from fruit as well while we're at it. Getting some variety up in here. I love the look of the encrusted mugs. Like, that is a wooden cup. That is awesome looking. Like, look at that. Look at that little cup. I mean, it is obviously, you know, encrusted with masterfully worked tapered baguette cut white chalistones by Romanoid. But yeah, that's it. The goal is pretty simple. I mean, we are just trying to build a fish fortress, fish catching fortress, if you will. I'm just gonna plug. I think I also need to make more rock mechanisms. Do I have any adversaries or anything? I mean, my faction's at war with people. We're currently, like, attacking a local spot to try and train up my military a little bit, but we've only got 80 dwarves. We're not that close to any goblins. Is that the only thing you value in this game? Because it's one of the least interesting things about Dwarf Fortress, in my opinion. I mean, I take part in combat in almost every fort, because it's part of the game, but, like, it's not the... It's almost never the reason to play this game. Why? Just trying to understand the world? Well, that's what Legends is for, right? But, I mean, mostly the adversaries is these agitated octopuses. There's 2 of them. We've also had some sharks. We've had some giant squids. And we've had some... Basically, we're playing Pokemon. We're trying to collect the funny animals from the water. That's what we're doing. You know what they should do, Jetpack? Not to, like, fortress mode, but, like, in adventure mode, they should actually add, like, You know how combat, I assume you know how combat works in adventure mode with all of the time that you spent playing this game. They should add like VATs for fishing. Like if you have like a fishing pike or something, you should be able to like stand on the edge of the water and like hold your pike up and then like target the middle of the body and then go psst. Reading through all the injury details after the battle. Yeah, I mean, there's other games with similar systems that are as like in depth, but it really is a neat one. I really like how the different weights affect different parts of the body when smacked really hard with a blunt object. And the fact that literally anything you can hold in your hands can be used as a weapon. Okay, so you're adequate and talented. Never even opened adventure mode? Well, then how do you know how the combat in Dwarf Fortress works? I mean, you know how I give people, like, responses to, like, what weapon should I use with this material? Literally all of that knowledge comes from playing the combat in adventure mode. It's almost like you've played 400 hours of game, but you've only ever played half of it. That's kind of crazy. We're going to try and conquer and occupy this place. No, we're going to try and destroy it. Let's just try and destroy it. Go get him, Dwarfers. Good luck. Wish the squad luck, chat. Salute! I don't know why Diabetic Stoner's refusing to bring his spear with, but maybe he's just that cool. Haven't gotten around to it? It is like a third of the game. And this dwarf, Sideliwick, wants to practice martial art. But is too busy conducting meetings. I should take you off of fishing, though, so you have more time to do other things. Snail's a wee bit dizzy. Had to conduct a meeting in his bedroom? He was accepting remembering having to conduct an official meeting in a bedroom. That's funny. See, Letteran gets it. Beer for luck, indeed. Also, it's good to see you, by the way, Mass Mass. As a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded stream. I try to keep the sponsored segments out of the stream. And if you want to help me do that, you can do that by subscribing to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. And if you want to see me continue to fund this stream like that, if you happen to have a Prime subscription, think about me. I wouldn't be able to do it if I wouldn't be able to do this as much as I do as a full-time gig if it wasn't for people subscribing here on Twitch and supporting the channel. That's all I got to say. Thanks for hanging out, chat. Appreciate you guys. Speaking of, thanks for the Prime.
Thanks for the stream.
You're welcome, man. Thanks for the 22 months. Round of beers for the 22 months, please. Or don't. I mean, I'm not your dad. Anyway, it's time to pause the game because we're in an ad break. The dwarves get happy moods from holding from the gem-encrusted goblet. That I don't know about just using it. I know that if they see it, I wonder, you know, maybe using it to drink out of might be. I wonder if that would count as putting on an exceptional item. I kind of doubt it. I don't know, actually. Well, obviously, I'm a time traveler, Letteran. If you didn't know. I have, in fact, had the power of time travel since, I don't know, 6 weeks ago. Not that it would matter. I've created several paradoxes and, unexisted myself a few times. It's pretty bad. I don't recommend it. The amount of plutonium I've had to find for this goddamn time machine and the amount of, main streets and downtowns that have been vaporized because I don't know how to drive a car, it's pretty bad, man. I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, you could subscribe to twitch.tv/blindrill to avoid them. Jesus. I don't really have a choice. So, anyways, hi. They're not my ads. They're Twitch's ads. Don't you pin this on me. How dare. I have no choice of what Twitch decides to show you. I wish I did. But I don't. I do, however, have the ability to say, "How you doing, motherfuckers?" I don't know why I chose to say that, but that's what I chose to say at that moment. Also, out of my own stupidity, I'm going to reassign this as salt rock, because rock salt, because I would like it to be the same color. We're almost there. Almost there. Plant gatherers, planters, everybody does this. I feel like they should be planting that, shouldn't they? Whoa!
Letterin cheered. X1000.
So Gigmoth wants me to name a dwarf Gimli, and Letteran gave me $10. Check, and I got a round of beers for Letteran, helping keep the channel funded, so that some of you don't have to. Gimli has a beard. Gimli has an axe. So Gimli. It's least creative dwarf name since Urist. But, by no law in particular, I shall give you your Gimli. He feels strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and he is given to flights of fancy. To the point of distraction. He is a pessimist, and he likes to take it easy. He's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And he has a calm demeanor. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this. Since he dislikes the natural world, he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and tends to be a bit wasteful when working on projects. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art. Personally, finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. Values self-control and doesn't particularly respect commerce. He likes bismuth, lead, yellow jasper, mahogany wood, red-winged blackbird bone, as well as rope reed fabric. The colors spring green, quivers, cages, guinea fowls for their social nature, and the sound of the inky tummies, and the sight of the aquamarine roughness. When possible, he prefers to consume fire imp, he likes them spicy, and cave lobster and peach cider. What the fuck happened to my voice just now? And absolutely hates lizards. My voice cracked. You have a pet goose and a pet nanny goot. And that's pretty much it. I mean, if you want to look yourself up, your free channel. Is the Hoff still alive? Hasselhoff? Unfortunately, the stupid named Hasselhoff is very much still alive. Still married to Diabetic Stoner, who is currently off-map fighting with something. David Hasselhoofers is still alive, though. Fishing. It takes time, Jesse Spy. It is really one of those games that you have to put time into and stick with. Like, I struggled with this game on and off for years before I got into it properly. So, I get you. I think it is kind of like part of the process of learning this game is bouncing off of it once or twice. You feel like you're missing something? How so? What do you feel like you're missing? You're also scared of the update? Which one? Why? The combat update? Just turn the sieges off. Literally hit escape, go settings, go difficulty, and turn off enemies. If you don't want to be sieged. Or turn off like their ability to dig or something. They have returned. My attempt to raise the enemy. Michael Bay led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Ibexman Shaman, Rufa, Drain Rasp. Once again, the Ibexman Shaman outmatched Michael Bay with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. I feel like we just outnumber them at this point. No! Diabetic Stoner was struck down. Lycott was also struck down. We failed. How do you turn off mining? Escape, difficulty, custom, scroll down. Invaders can break constructed walls. Invaders can dig natural walls. Invaders can build floors and stairs. Invaders can free creatures from cages. You can turn those off individually. Or simply go to difficulty and custom. All of the settings that you want are in there. Hoff is now a widow. Maybe the Hoff needs vengeance. They're just going to keep raiding. Like, yes, with less dwarves now. But they're going to keep raiding. Oh, don't worry, I won't. I won't. You can change those settings at any time, at any point, even during an enemy siege. Although I don't know if it'll affect the siege that's currently attacking you if you turn that off. But those can be changed at any time, whenever. And it will just... You can enable it, you can disable it. Turn off enemies for 100 years, build a huge mega fortress, turn on enemies, defend the huge mega fortress. I don't know. The world's your oyster, so enjoy the seafood. Yep. I mean, why would I not lose their gear? It's one of the risks with sending people off map. That's why the fortress is called Squidward, yes. Corey Fancy Pants. But no, I will say that, like, one of the most important things to remember about this game, Jesse Spy, is do not feel like you're not allowed to turn down the difficulty, especially when it comes to the most recently added siege stuff, for one very particular reason. And that's, you need to remember, I learned to play this game with very different sieges that were much easier. Most people watching right now learned to play this game with very different sieges that are much easier. And I do not think that it should be mandatory for you to learn to play this game with different siege mechanics than we did. Like, if you want to turn stuff down or mitigate that learning curve, go ahead, because that is, like, one of the most important things that you could possibly do. Yep, that would be why they're meditating on death. Because they worship Nar, the god of death. Man, still not quite far enough. You're constructing this. Is miners not doing what they do? Okay. What are they doing then? Do they have access to the place that you're telling them to mine? Have you specialized them in mining, or do you have just anybody mining? Have you tried using priorities to make mining more do now-ish? Because 4, they'll do other jobs first, but if you set it to 2 or 1 by clicking this little arrow, you can get higher priority. Have you hit Y on your keyboard and looked to see if you have miners assigned? Do they have pickaxes? If they don't have pickaxes, they can't mine. Over everything else, fishing is a long-term task that they can't cancel if there's a place where they are fishing. Are they addicted hopelessly to fishing? No. It's simply a longer-term task that can't be canceled. Similar to picking up equipment if you're in the military. If they're in the military and the military is active and there is equipment available that they need, they cannot cancel that job unless you remove them from the military. Why is the miner gathering spelt? Because you've allowed him to gather spelt. So remove them from gathering. Specialize your gatherers. Like go to like the farming section and the plant. What is it? The plant harvesting or whatever it's called? Under the default options and remove the miners from them or specialize it so only specific dwarves do those tasks. Yavixman Shaman was superior still, but they did clash with 2 goblins and slayed one of them. Michael Bay clashed with 3 goblins, and yet another dwarf, this time was Kib, was struck down. Michael Bay is becoming exasperated and rolls out one more time. I don't know why I'm still hammering dwarves against this. I'm setting up a Marksdorf squad real quick. Boop, 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 boop. Shaman is a rough battle. It seems like it. But Michael Bay might not be superior. But I hope he'll succeed as his squad gets smaller. It really is spooky. And I did place that statue. It's a superiorly designed image of Semtexagon, the dwarf, and doubts about the village, the Andesite-bound codex. Sem is raising doubts about the village. The artwork relates to the looting of doubts about the village by Sem in the late summer of 202. It is encrusted with bands of rectangular white chalcedony cabochons. Why is that a terrible idea, Jesse? I don't think you could get many islands to generate that are that small. But I don't, that's just an idea. I mean, I've built forts that are on things like archipelagos before. I don't know what you mean then, in regards to the randomizer. I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, an archipelago is a series of islands, which might be hard to get to, but, like, that doesn't mean it's a bad idea. It just means it might be hard to get to. Let's see how this fight against the shaman went. Once again, Michael Bay led the attack. But this time the tactical planning was superior, but the defenders still had a slight positional advantage. This is such an evenly fought battle. Michael Bay, leading his squad, clashed with a single goblin, slaying him. It seems that Seth and dueled with the shaman, but escaped. Michael Bay clashed with 3 goblins, slaying 2. And then they came back. So they killed 3 goblins, got away from the shaman, and came back. I really want to kill this shaman. I think this shaman deserves death. So I'm going to send the squaddies back out. Get to it, dwarf. I'm just going to state what I said again. I don't think that that's a thing that exists in Dwarf Fortress, more or less. So I'm not sure how that's relevant, but I do in fact have absolutely no idea really what you're talking about. Even with that knowledge, like that, okay. What does that mean? He's probably just quite skilled in combat. Do those kills actually count? Why wouldn't they? I can't tell you right now until they come back, but the dwarves that are getting the kills, they do pop up in their kill counts. That's usually how you get dwarves with legendary titles, like dwarves whose names just get longer suddenly. It's because they've killed more than 5 off-site named units. But yeah, they count. I mean, Michael Bay had killed a cheetah. That didn't happen in my fort. That happened in that location. How do the battles and the raids work exactly? It's a series of dice rolls and 1v1s. It's not the most advanced mechanic. It's one of those, like, it's kind of there for flavor to allow you to do something. But maybe one day it'll get some mechanical upgrades, and that would be exciting. That'll be a day that I look forward to be honest. We're going to go get a drink. Wow, they already returned. That was fast. Because 5-year worlds will be very boring and there won't be much going on. It's yelling at you because that's not a very interesting way to play the game. You really need to give the game like 100 years for anything interesting to be happening, because a lot of mechanics and things that make the world interesting and functional and varied can't happen once World Gen stops, such as different sites being created outside of the ones that the player makes and lesser sites, so non-major locations. So if you want to have an interesting world with stuff happening in it, you don't want to play a 5-year world. It's warning you because that's not a very interesting way to play the game. We attack them again. It's less than a day away, which is why they return so quickly. Michael Bay's tactical planning was... the Ibex man was superior to Michael Bay this time. They're just like coin flipping, man. Michael Bay clashed with a single goblin, didn't kill it. Here, I'll show you what I mean. So Michael Bay, under his kills, he's killed a cheetah. Seth over here has killed a goblin. So yeah, they count. Nope. I mean, that's something in Dwarf that has needed to be worked on in Dwarf Fortress as long as I've played this game. Generally, like, if there's a warning, you should read it, and it probably matters. Because there are parts of this game that people expect to work in a way because other games do that Dwarf Fortress just doesn't do, that it's maybe good to be aware of. I need to make more quivers and crossbows. Iron crossbow, let's just make 5 of them. And leather quiver. Like, half the time when I talk to people who are upset with something in this game, it's because they're trying to do something that you can do in games that are similar and just didn't read the tooltip that says that, no, that doesn't work that way. Like, Dwarf Fortress is a game about unlearning everything you've learned from every other game that's similar to it. How are we doing on cloth at the minute? Quite well, actually. Let's do cloth cloaks. Let's do cloth cloaks. 80 of them. I mean, it does. It just doesn't make major sites. Zakaluka. So, hillixes, small towns, and temple? I know forts can appear. But it can't make necromancer towers, cities, or mountain homes, or fortresses, or notable goblin sites. And the reason for that is the code for World Gen hasn't really changed since about 2011 and needs a complete ground-up rewrite, which is supposed to happen or start happening at some point this year because the RAWs are being worked on by Putnam right now. So I guess it's already happening. It's just something that's being done behind the scenes. Not to be weird, but isn't that literally every strategy game? Wishcraft? 4-2U? Like, that's RimWorld, that's every Paradox game, that's, like, Civilization, that's, like, any larger scale strategy game. Then maybe it's time to take a break, Wishcraft. I don't know what else to tell you, really. I mean, if you come in here and you ask me about something specific, I can try and help you. But if all you have is I'm frustrated, then take a break, drink some water. Maybe look up a tutorial for what you were trying to do, because there's probably a way to do it. But this is not a game that one learns quickly the first time they play it. You're not going to grasp everything in the first 10 hours. You're going to run into shit that's going to make you go, huh? And that's part of the fun of it. I mean, I'm not saying it's... Like, there's many elements that make Dwarf Fortress kind of a shit video game. Wishcraft. But it's different, which is why it's interesting. And you say that it does stuff pointlessly. Sure. I call that flavor, right? Like, it's a game about role-playing with yourself. It's a game about, like, looking at the information that the game gives you and creating a narrative based on that information. It's not necessarily a game about mechanical consistency with other competing games or other similar games. It's a game about watching things happen and poking the anthill, you know? Like, sometimes in Noida, you're just gonna die because a spark came off of a thing that you fired, and you made that thing and fired it, and it made a big explosion, and that was funny, and then you laugh at yourself dying. Dwarf Fortress is kind of the proto version of that, where half of the fun of the game is watching shit break and being entertained by it. If you try to play it as like a micromanagey strategy game, you'll drive yourself insane. I would actually say Dwarf Fortress is harder than it was 6 months ago. Devilish, just because of the siege updates, but... I have no idea what you're talking about, Sam. But that is a good username. Oh, just in the game that you're playing? Gotcha. I miss sweet sparkle farts sometimes. This dwarf is moving, believe it or not. It's just a long walk. My god. What a trek. Well, like as an example, Jetpack, like people asking me, why are all my dwarves looking to the left? It's like, well, because you don't have a meeting zone and they're stuck in combat with a giant bird. But like, how do you know to figure that out? Unless you know that, one, you need to make a meeting zone, and two, they can get attacked by giant birds. Like, there's a lot of things that this game just kind of expects you to intuit that are not intuitive. We actually got a spoils report, so I think we've finally beaten them, chat. But was it worth the loss? I don't know. We lost a very important dwarf from history. Michael Bay outmatched the Ibex man, Drain Rasp, with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The Ibex man Shaman clashed with... Okay, they lost a finger. second finger on their right hand was smashed by a dwarf. The Ibexmen Shaman was struck down by the dwarf Asmil. I think Asmil needs a nickname. Spin Basements. Michael Bay clashed with a single goblin, slaying them. And we were able to get an Elder Lightning Earring, which was looted, as well as some various loots. We got 2 gloves, a copper short sword, a large red diamond, and a bismuth bronze cage. So this is an Elder Lightning Earring. An Elder Lightning Earring is difficult to look at, as the game says. And that means that we have a magical item that can blind anybody. I'm going to give that to my mayor. Beautiful. After you're done conducting a meeting, I presume. I mean, even the Siege update isn't that bad, but the game is definitely harder now than it was. Mayor just goes and takes a nap instead. But if I actually jump to Sem here, see, he killed a cheetah. If I go to Asmil, this dwarf. Rufa, Drain Rasp, the Ibexmen Shaman of Change. See? I mean, IQ tests are kind of bullshit, so maybe it helps if it makes you feel like you're smarter, if you have that. Otherwise, what does that even mean anyway? Children can play this game and could play it when it was like more obtuse than it is now, back in the old days. So I think you just need a little bit of patience and a willingness and interest to learn it. It does almost nothing. It just makes them not able to see anymore. But in Fortress mode, it's almost like, it makes it very easy to stealth around them. Basically, like if a dwarf is blinded, they won't see a were creature walking up behind them. They'll just die to the were creature. No more, no less. Tibe? I'm trying to figure out how to, like, translate IQ to, like, important questions. You do have to ask, like, 120 plus important questions. Probably. Snake, are you in an ad right now? Because there's an ad break running, and I just got a question. So I'm just trying to figure out. You think you read that before the Siege update? Yeah, literally go into any creature's, like, files in-game, and you can add building destroyer levels to them. Absolutely. It's surfaced in the raw. It's super easy to mod. Proxy in YouTube chat. I'm assuming they're in an ad because the ad's just started. Started before I did then. Later on. I was still playing League of Legends, so my IQ was definitely lower than 120 when I started playing Dwarf Fort. Well, I mean, they won't all be blind. Only dwarves that get into a fight with the dwarf that equips this item. It's mostly a ceremonial piece, though. I doubt they'll even use it. They usually don't. It's also not the most useful one. It's just kind of cool to have. I regret playing other games. Spooky. I do. There's a few games I've streamed I regret playing. How to assign a wearable artifact. Hit N on your keyboard. Click on the little crown. And it doesn't need to be an artifact. Like David Hasselhoff here. I'm going to make David Hasselhoff run around with this large red diamond. Currently, David Hasselhoff is harvesting some plants, but once she's done harvesting her hemp, she then runs off to go pick up equipment. And large red diamond. Did she drop it? Weird. Unless she canceled it. Did she? Oh, I see. She canceled picking it up. I don't know why, but she did. She decided to go harvest plants instead. Finish picking up the thing. Okay, now you need a drink. All right then, dwarf. Fine. Dwarf Fortress is a game about seeing imperfections in things and admiring its beauty. It's a game about developing a narrative in your head while watching a sandbox in front of you. It's got more in common with God games of old than the modern colony builders that claim that they're inspired by it. It's a very unique game. There's not a lot of things out there like it. And honestly, that's why I like it so much, is because there just ain't much else out there like it. It's not a game for everybody, which, I don't know, will bum me out for the rest of my life, I guess. And that's just it. That's just life. Oh, trust me, that was a thing that was added alongside of Premium Snake, and it took me, I don't know, a good 6 months of playing Premium to realize that you could do that. Somebody in chat was like, yeah, I assigned all this to my noble. I was like, how the fuck did you do that? So, it took me a while to figure it out, too. Black and White, and I acknowledge that this is a bad take,
Is a fucking trash game.
was horribly balanced. Most of the features that it advertised didn't work. I think it, like, there's one of the funniest groups of people on the internet to me are people who hate No Man's Sky for being an unfinished, overpromised mess, and then talk about how they have nostalgia for Black and White, which is a broken, unfinished mess that never actually got finished, unlike No Man's Sky, which largely did. Orange, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Actually look into what was promised for 1. Neither 1 nor 2 lived up to expectations or had half of the features that were promised. It's all rose-tinted glasses. Is it a classic? Absolutely. I think people hold it on a higher pedestal than it deserves. It's an important game, but it's a very flawed game. Just like Dwarfort, you know? It's important, but it's flawed. And we don't have boats yet. I mean, Tarn started talking about re-implementing guilds back in 2009, and we got them in 2019. I mean, yeah. I mean, that doesn't make you a weirdo. It just makes you a stoner, probably. Daggett. One of my favorite subreddits related to No Man's Sky is No Man's High. It's just it was like the first month that like No Man's Sky was out, and most people were just pissed off at it because it wasn't everything that it was promised. What? Hello Games? Possibly, I don't know. Wait, you mean Peter Molyneux? The something of Albion? Masters of Albion? If I knew that off the dome, I'm gonna be equal parts impressed with myself and mad at myself. Yeah, I was right. Holy shit. Oh my god. I was right. Yeah, this thing. I will play this. I don't expect much. Wow, it's out in April, apparently. 2 months. 2 months until a new game from the dude who overpromised and underdelivered Black and White. bold reimagining of the god game genre from the creator who defined it. Revel in the freedom of true godhood. In Masters of Albion, there is no single solution, only your solution. Okay. That's the sentence. Build whatever, wherever, hire whoever, whenever, kill or carry, crush or coax. I know that you can make sandwiches and put rats in them. I will play this. I will play this. I don't expect it to be good. I know that the one factoid that I do know about this game is that it was supposed to be an NFT project. And they're using the assets from the supposed NFT project to make an actual game because they released another NFT project that failed in long term but made a fuckload of money out the gate. And so they like have a bunch of money that they're just sitting on and are like, I keep waiting for like an AI disclosure to pop up here actually. Is the real thing that I keep staring at. But yeah, it's oh right, yeah, they made the trail. That was like kind of an okay phone game. Not a good game, but an interesting thing. Okay, Grandpa. No mold. I mean, I'm not that far off. I mean, not Ultima for me, but for me it's like Tetris, like Game Boy Tetris, probably. I don't know what my number 2 favorite game would be. I've played so many games that I like that I don't know. But number 1's Game Boy Tetris. Although it's kind of tied with Tetris Effect. You're not thinking of Goddess, are you? Jesus? I don't even know who that is. For whatever that's worth, Orange. Oh no, that was the first NFT project. That was the one that made a lot of money that failed after a while. Because there's all of those really, really good clips of Peter Molyneux sitting there and explaining why, like, the company's store and, like, what was it, Skrill is great. He's like, you get paid with money in the game, which you can then transfer out for real money. Like, trying to just explain why, like, company currency is a good thing. And it's so funny. At least I find it, like, morbidly funny. Maybe it's just my sense of humor, but... I'm not even positive what that is, then. Orange. But that sucks. Super Metroid? Yeah, it's a good game. I don't know. I'm like, I don't really think of games like that. Because to me, they're all such different experiences that it's very difficult for me to just like point at one game. Like there's games that I've played a lot more than other games, but like that doesn't necessarily make them like a favorite. I do happen to really like Dwarf Fortress, which makes playing it a lot easy. But like, how would I even categorize Dwarf Fortress against like something, you know, along the lines of against Tetris? You know, like how would those two even compete? They're just so different that like it's not really a fair contest, right? Is gypsum good? You can mill it down into plaster and use it to make casts. If you go into the stones menu, objects, places, labor, stones, you could look at it and enable it for normal stone use, because I don't think gypsum is enabled for regular stone use, is it? Yeah, it's for making plaster powder. I don't know. I've never played Mugenics. I kind of... This is nothing against that game, Spooky. I probably won't play it. Purely because I find McMullen's art, like, repulsive to the point where I actually find it difficult to play his games. Like, even though, like, I acknowledge mechanically they're generally very interesting, I will never forgive him for helping popularize the term roguelike as just every single difficult game that exists, because I don't actually think that any of his games are roguelikes, really. But at the same time, I find his art so repulsively disgusting that it makes me feel physically ill playing Binding of Isaac, and I don't think Mugenics would be much different. What's the writing like? Jetpack Tuxedo. I do think that the voice actor list for the cats meowing is actually really funny. It's kind of like Gremlins, where like you look at the people who voiced the Gremlins and you're like, wait, what the fuck? Who let you in that movie? I feel kind of similarly about Mugenics. I would say that there's probably a Mech Warrior game in my favorite games of all time. There's probably an XCOM. Most likely one of the old ones. There's probably a traditional roguelike in there. The name doesn't bother me at all. I mean, I get it. It's just it's like literally what the game is. It's like it's a tactics game about breeding pets. Like the name actually is very descriptive of what that game is. I don't know. I consider it like what's the name of that game where you have to like make diseases and kill everybody? Like the game where you make bioweapons. I'm like blanking on the name of it now, but Plague Inc. Yeah. Like I don't know. I feel similarly about Plague Inc. when it comes to icky thing that's bad. That you do anyway because it's a video game. I remember being a little kid and being really disturbed watching a friend of mine at the time play Destroy All Humans. I don't know why. Like I found that game like distressing for some odd reason as a little kid. Yeah, I'm not familiar. Salty. Like 2010 era Reddit comics? I mean, that is his sense of humor. I don't know. Like, those are mechanically very interesting games, but I always wish that they just had a different art style and tone to them, because the tone just kind of makes them difficult for me to enjoy. That being said, I fucking loved Super Meat Boy. So I guess, like, not all of his work, like, hits the same for me. So I don't know. I'm going to cave in the end of the center bridge to drain the ocean out to try and cage trap the octopodes. And the rest of them, I'm not totally sure. I'll figure that out when I get there. Yep, and they've returned. I tried to raise it first because there's still baddies there. Nope, we've already killed everything. They looted treasure. They rampaged throughout and destroyed it. We got one large black pyrope and 2 cotton shoes. I could send them again to try and get more stuff. This is just a exploratory adventure because we've destroyed it. I mean, nothing happened to them. I'm just saying words. I've been streaming for almost 7 hours, and I'm running out of vocabulary to describe the 2 octopus. And just saying octopuses or octopi or octopodes is getting boring. It's the same reason I say sword when I'm saying the word sword a lot. Because sword, if you thought that I was crazy, well, I swore that I wouldn't say anything more crazy. JK, I didn't. But I say words. No one said that. You hear what you want to hear. Glass half empty. That's the reality. Nobody said that. Least of all me. I would never say such a thing. I octoplore you to agree with me here. Yes, cephalopods. Speaking of cephalopods, I wonder, I kind of doubt at this point, but there was a octopus in the Vancouver aquarium that Seth Rogen campaigned very heavily to name, and they named it Seth Rogen, spelled C-E-P-H. And that amuses the hell out of me. I've seen Seth Rogen once. I kind of doubt that Seth Rogen is still there, because Seth Rogen was like pre-pandemic, and it's been a while, but it's good times. Good old Seth. Is a door enough to keep a base safe? I don't know. Maybe. Just try it. Let me know how that goes. Maybe a artifact door, but regular door, pretty unlikely. Kerplunk. We're just gonna do furniture in this. Let's go up to here. Let them remove all the furniture that's up there. I may also smallify this down a little bit. Guess you're screwed then? Guess you are. I'm sure you'll figure out ways to be less screwed, though. You know, you have to lose a couple forts to tell some good tales. My advice to you, Jesse Spy, because you're clearly very, very new to this game, is focus on one thing with a fort. Figure that thing out, retire the fort, start a new fort, and focus on one other thing. If you try to learn everything all at once in this game, you will go insane. The first thing that I would advise that you learn is how to have a sufficient farming and food production industry. Don't worry about anything else. Turn off enemies, turn off whatever if you feel threatened or afraid. When you're done with that, retire the fortress and make a new one. And if you play as the same faction every time, the dwarves from the old one will show up at the new one. The next time, pick a different mechanic. Focus on that. Learn that. I can't magically snap my fingers and give you all of the knowledge. But I've made a lot of tutorials which might be able to help. And I think you know the answer to whether or not a door is enough to defend your fort. How do you get clay if your area doesn't have a clay layer? You import it. And they explored again, and they found nothing. So we've cleared that place out, meaning I can top off my squad, finally. I'm actually going to throw the mayor into that squad for a little bit, because that mayor wants to fight. Same with Ledoran. So I'm actually just going to get this squad training, so that this mayor can learn a little bit. Get some of that martial training. I don't know if you guys are hearing all the sirens going by, but there's a bunch of them. Whoop, fire truck. And helm. Did I make helms? I think I did. No, I made those twice. Spears, greaves, breastplates, shields. They're coming to get you. Yeah, they are. You know what you did. You clearly did not subscribe to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL in the last 30 days with Twitch Prime. They wouldn't be coming to get you otherwise. That's this crazy power that I have. Mysterious silver-haired knowledge man. That's a new one for me. I've never been described as the mysterious silver-haired knowledge man. Makes me think that somebody should put me into their video game as like a shopkeeper. Or like the library guy. Like the keeper of tomes. Or like the guy that you give the book to in the RPG to get the XP boost. He teaches you one skill. And then laughs at you when you don't pay him enough money to teach him another, so that he can teach you another skill. Quest giver? Sure. Except my quests would all just be like, go beat up this guy at the bar that I don't like. And it's just like the idea is it teaches you how to, you know, settle a dispute or something. I could say less. Less. Are you happy? So every single video game ever made sounds unique. Zavi. No, I'd be like the shopkeeper from like Spelunky, or the shopkeeper from Crypt of the Necrodancer, who just like insta-gives you if you try to fight me. Unless you're like excessively overprepared, and you never are. Buddy, what are you doing? Oh, are you actually in conflict with something? Oh shit, you're actually in conflict with something. My poor mayor. I need to get some ranged dwarves up in here to go deal with these. I'm just gonna forbid this because that's what he's going for. Buddy. Just goes to take a nap. Honestly, it's a rough day, man. You know what's funny? He's the mayor of the town. He's got the nicest bedroom and the nicest office and like statues and everything. He's pissed off. Like he hates his life. And the main reason I can tell that he's pissed off is he keeps getting into arguments with people. Well, he got caught in a rain and he became more angry and learned to hate nature. I mean, okay. He was uneasy dwelling upon becoming a parent and learned to value peace. Was uneasy dwelling upon becoming a parent and learned to value peace. So he is very uneasy about being a parent. He hates being a parent. He keeps getting into arguments with people, and more recently has been outraged after having a meeting in a less than satisfactory setting and sleeping in a very poor bedroom. Although, I have since solved all those issues, but he's still outraged about it. So, like, his bedroom wasn't nice enough, his dining room wasn't nice enough, and his meeting room wasn't nice enough, and he's uneasy after being a parent. Peace my ass. You needy son of a twat. The fuck's wrong with you? Learn to value the things that you have, you gosh darn Nepo baby. Why they keep electing him mayor? Probably because he has the best speech skills. Or he's good at lying. No, literally he's just a professional counselor. Like, he has the best speech skills. Highest speech skills are how you get elected mayor. Charisma! But I do find a lot of the dwarves in this fort are actually complaining and arguing a lot, which I think is really funny. You don't need a mod to remove cave adaptation. You can just remove that from the dwarves' files if you really want. It takes one file that you need to edit, Gmod. Also, you could remove it with dfhack. So there's that. Like, if you really want to just get rid of cave adaptation, it is not even remotely difficult to just get rid of it. You can just turn it off. In fact, isn't it in the difficulty settings? Yeah, something you need to remove from the RAWs. Unless I'm going crazy. swear that you could just, like, turn it off. I don't know. I really like cave sickness, so I never really look into it, but I know that you can disable it in the RAWs, which usually means that you can, like, disable it just in the settings, but let me look at difficulty again. It's like if you want to be able to chop down more trees and not piss off the elves, you just turn those numbers up or down. It's just like you can, like, completely remove the amount of mandates they send at you. Keep your caves dwarves inside all the time and then it's never an issue. Or just give them, like, one section that they have to walk outside in order to, like, get to their tavern. Like, the most successful, mostly below ground forts that I've had where I don't cause, like, cave sickness is just have, like, a bridge going from one area to another that exposes them to sunlight for a couple tiles. Like, it's actually extremely easy to maintain. Yeah, maybe they're just slowly bullying the mayor to insanity. Like, honestly, I think chat might be onto something. The dwarves are just plotting against the mayor. Yeah, no, it's just somebody in the YouTube chat is saying that they're surprised that there isn't a mod to remove cave adaptation. I'm like, one, there's probably like 5 dozen, but like, isn't it just a raw edit? Like, it's... So I had to go look. C'est la vie, Judas. Naming the dwarves after the celebrities is genuinely amusing. What, that, like, my militia captain is kind of a failed militia captain and who failed pretty dramatically to keep his own squads alive? It's truly distressing. Man, this poor dwarf. This poor dwarf. Well, you got to put on an exceptional item. Before getting yelled at by an unhappy citizen. Picked up a backpack. Feels empathy getting yelled at by an unhappy citizen. We're in an ad break. I will pause. You even played with pathings, made normal cost much more so that the dwarves hug the statues as they walk by? Yeah, there you go. I see we have 2 squads now. Yeah, did you miss you dying, by the way? Diabetic stoner? I'm not sure if you were here when you died, but your dwarf is no longer with us, unfortunately. You got killed as part of those missions. I guess you trying to leave the military was a sign. You saw something. But you now get to meet your god. So that's good. Glory and death! As someone said once. Glory and death. As I just said twice. You went to the grocery store? Dad went off to the grocery store to get some more milk, and he never did come back. Gets yelled at by an unhappy citizen. Still trying to just get provisions. Man, this guy can't catch a break, can he? I mean, Hasselhoff is still around and alive. She's getting by. She doesn't handle pressure well, as she says. She really wants to pray, but, you know, she's harvesting barley, and she never did see you die, so I guess that's good. Honestly, I probably could have found it quicker than I did. But, yeah, no, we found a super deep map. This one currently has agitated octopus. 2 of them. Octopi, if you will. Me saying octopi just makes me want apple pie. 8 of them, to be specific. Look at all them fishes. It's great. But I'm trying to catch the octopuses up in here, so it's gonna be a bit of a challenge. You know. The agitated octopus? I listened to a band called Electric Octopus. They're pretty good. They're like a jam rock thing. Very low-key indie thing. I quite like them. They're pretty good. Let's give that a pull. Close that. Now we're just waiting on this to get hooked up. Honestly, octopus agitation is also pretty good. I'm also just gonna dig a bunch of this. Get a little bit more flow up in here. That's all closed, good. It's getting hooked up. How's that mayor doing? Okay. He got to satisfy his need to learn some combat skills. He wants to practice a martial art. Well, at least you can stop being frustrated on that now. The armorer, Nesha Chesterfield, has been possessed. I mean, the mayor here is, you know, still having to run off and get cried on by people in charge, but hopefully we'll get slightly happier. Down here, Nesha is claiming stuff. Gold bars. Ooh. Are we going to get a gold piece of armor? Ooh. What are you grabbing? Please be a gold shield. That would be awesome. I would love a gold shield. Any bets on what that dwarf makes, chat? I'm on Team Gold Shield. I mean, they are a armor smith, so it'd be very weird. They would have to be a metal smith as a crafter to do anything else. So they've got cloth, yep. Bones, yep. Raw green glass, okay. Tree, okay. Wood. Rough color. Press metal, I got that. Bones, yep. Cloth. So then they need more bones. Let's butcher a hen. High boots could be possible, yeah. Name the octopus lesser kraken. It's literally got less than a year to live, but if you insist on throwing your points away, I shall oblige it, I suppose. Never feels tempted to overindulge in anything, sometimes is cruel, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, is grateful when others help him out, and tries to return favors. He can sometimes act without deliberation. He's comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and doesn't often feel envious of others. He isn't particularly curious about the world and thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He is a greedy streak, and he is quite polite. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and sometimes can act with little determination and confidence. There you go. Let's see if that's strange mood is satisfied by that. Possibly, possibly not. Is there anything else I can butcher? That's bigger. Not really. Because I'm pretty sure chicken bone is a thing. I mean, it's late spring at the minute. There's no way that's all the bolts that I have. Although, let's wait. I know it said raw green. That's why I queued up raw green glass, my dude. But it said that it needs bones twice. So I'm pretty sure it needs bones first. Interesting. We're out of sand. I'm pretty sure I have raw green glass. I think what they need is bones. There we go. Now they're collecting the bolts that they need. Where is the nearest bird? Right there. But it's over the ocean. Although that one isn't. Good time to take a nap there, dwarf. Doubly good time to take a nap, dwarf. They all got hit with the magical sleeping potion right at the same time. It's kind of crazy. You too? My god. I was joking, but... Okay, not you, though. Flying llama bone bolt strikes the blue jay in the wing, bruising the bone. Huh, wow. That was quick. I find that actually kind of amazing to believe. So, he shot it in the... Dwarf shot it in the wing. She shot it in the wing. It bruised the wing, and it died hitting the ground. I'm not entirely positive that that'll be butcherable, but I can try. There's one. Although, I doubt it'll land somewhere where you can even hit it. Oh, nope, they can hit it. They're shooting. Where is it? There it is. Have they hit it? Not very effectively. It's trying to fly towards them. More bolts are missing. Oh. And they're off to go get more bolts, I think. Yep. They ran out of them training bolts pretty quick. That's still up for construction, though. But did he grab the cloth already? I'm pretty sure that he hasn't grabbed them yet, but let's double check. So, in order, I have to wait for it to reset. Doop-a-doop. Bars metal, bones, check. Cloth, check. Bones, check. Raw green glass, no check. Tree, no check. Rather, the second bones, no check. Blocks, rough gems, bars of metal, bones, cloth, no second bones. Yes, there is cloth, but there's only one set of bones. He needs 2 sets of bones. That's why it's saying bones twice. Trust me, I'm a professional. Sorry for, like, having to shout that, but, like, trust me. I did see what I see. I might be named blind, but I'm pretty aware of the thing that I'm reading. Except for when I'm not. Do glass boxes fill if they're placed in a chamber full of water? If they're built and set as an aquarium, the dwarves will fill it up with water. But they will not fill if they're placed in a chamber and then filled with water. You don't need to do any fancy shenanigans. You literally just construct them, and then you set them as an aquarium. See? We're butchering an animal. That'll get us more bones. Let's see if this sorts it. Kazul is coming up here to butcher an animal. Yeah, because they go in the order that they're demanding them, right? So if they say, like, cloth, bones, then they need cloth, then they need bones, then they need the cloth, then they need bones. Like, you can't go get the green glass because it's not available, or because, like, he hasn't collected the other things in the correct order yet. So if he grabs this, if I go back to the strange mood, the second the meat go up, I should have watched the other dwarf, shouldn't I? Still butchering, because this is a big-ass animal. There we go. Pause. See? Bones! Yes, Kazul, you are in fact still alive. And you've learned something, maybe, about artifacts. I really actually do need to start doing something about the sunshine, though. Oh, shit! I've made this big enough. Actually, let me just make sure that I made those out of the right material. Well, here's hoping. Grimorathian. It took me way longer than I care to admit that they make artifacts in order. In order? What? In order. That they make the demands for the items in. I have a feeling most of those are just going to rot based on the fact that none of them are being hauled at the minute. Does this even take meat? No, it doesn't. We shall permit meat. There they go. Now they're coming to get it. Also, Mayor, how pissed off is you? Still feeling empathy while being cried on by an unhappy citizen. Satisfied after learning about striking. Wants to go pray. I don't blame him. I feel like this dwarf needs to, like, retire from politics. Also, I'm going to boot you out of the military. You're now going to go conduct a meeting proper. Then you could go pray if you wanted to, because you need to pray to your god. Dwarf has begun a mysterious construction. They have grabbed gold bars, stray bull calf bone, hemp cloth, giant blue jay mangled bone, and raw green glass, goblin cap logs, shale blocks, and rough blue jades. Sure, I'll call you Grim. I can do that. Much easier than the full name. And they're muttering, nude Nemuther. I don't know what that means. You take whatever meaning from it you want. Okay, so down here, who's ready for some fireworks, chat? We got to get these two built. I'm going to put a support here. And then I'm going to deconstruct this, which will leave this support holding onto the bottom of this. And then pull a lever back here. And then we have our trap. And it shall be glorious, I hope. This isn't really our Armagh camera. This is just some mild aquatic reshaping. Also, spooky ghosts might find this interesting, but fun fact, dwarves who are ghosts, if they decide to appear on a locked door, they can open the door. So they can actually open locked doors and break connections with levers if you let them. So whoever said boot, Locum, Naisha Chesterfield, Ragnarokhleb, the armorer, has created a gold high boot and offers it to the Coast Guard of the North Guild. They've ended my forts before. Spooky. Fucking sneaker freaks. I shall place it in the mayor's office. Because the mayor needs something good in his life. Anything. I don't know what your prize is, but round of applause for Jesus for guessing right. Although, I would call, like, if I was actually in, like, a game about guessing something and Jesus was participating in the contest, I would immediately call bullshit if Jesus got all the answers right, because I feel like you're probably using some sort of divine power to cheat space-time or something or another, and, like, know what's going to happen or what's going to be responded with before the number is pulled. Like, Jesus out here just cheating at bingo in the old folks' home. I'm telling you, man. Also, I read an article the other day that Jesus coming back from the dead might have been a psychedelic mushroom trip. And you know what? I'm not going to lie. I think people just made it up. But that's really funny. No one ever said prophecy was cheating. It's in the rule book. It's rule number 34. God damn it. And no, not that if it exists, there's porn for it. It's rule number 34 of the interdimensional godlike beings handbook that I wrote last week. Anyway, the mayor that hates everybody got reelected. His last name must be Ford. All right, well, that's good. That's my mayor, by the way. My mayor needs a therapist. Is it in hardback yet? No, it's on the Amazon eShop. I'm joking, it's not, but maybe this is a side hustle that I didn't know that I needed to have. Who can the mayor go to complain about stuff? A baron? Religious leaders? Higher ranked nobles? Gosh darn messy dwarfs. Just got back from dinner and wow, Jesus, cheating in bingo was definitely a thing to come back to. I mean, it's been one of those days where like I'm just kind of building things in the fort, so like not a ton of super like white knuckle shit's happening. So I'm just kind of like bullshitting based on like general stimuli, and it's going well. We all have our moments. I mean, if you were a deity and you were stuck in the old folks' home, wouldn't you start cheating at bingo? It's like Q in the old folks' home. That one episode of Star Trek they decided not to release. At least he's eager to be reelected, so he likes something in his life. All right, so this shoe, is a gold high boot. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with tapered, baguette-cut green glass gems and encircled with bands of cowbone and hemp. And radiant-cut blue jades, this object menaces with spikes of gold, giant blue jay bone, and goblin cap shields. Relieved after yelling at somebody in charge. Empathy after getting yelled at by somebody. Good stuff. Teamwork. Okay, so. Linking lever is almost done. Who's ready to, Oh, it's done. Who here in the chat room is ready to try draining a chunk of the ocean? There's only one more step to do. It's very important. And it requires a miner with a pickaxe who's not busy. Or planting seeds. I'm actually gonna specify seed planting a little bit amongst the busiest of the derfs. But I guess you're gonna go plant seeds this time anyway, and there ain't nothing I can do about it just yet. Oh, I see. Somebody's on it. There you are. Save the game? Ah, sure. I'm always a little bit shocked, Nomald, when I see somebody, like, in voice in my Discord, because it happens so infrequently. There we go. Oh, by the way, I would like to note, chat, that we've cleared the daily minimum by $26. Appreciate you guys. Also, I don't know why my camera's like lowish frame rate on my end. Hopefully it's not for you, but all right. It's low? I wonder. Let me try something. I'm curious. Because this happened a few times recently. I'm suspicious of memory leaks. Well, it wouldn't be me because, no offense, but I don't trust you, No Mold. Anonymous, thanks for chucking a civ. What am I saying? Thank you for chucking a civ. Thank you for gifting a sub. Phone doll. I don't know why it's still lagging, but it is. Oh well. Maybe it's just OBS. Like there's been. Uh-oh. Oh shit. There's actually been an update pulled for Steamworks, which is weird. I'm like moving my hands back and forth to see if the frame rate's better. It's still not much better, but cheers, Anonymous. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't seem to be dwarf fort. Well, actually, no, now it's fixed. I think it, like, yeah, I don't know. I have a few suspicions, but I don't actually have any, like, hard evidence. What kind of stew are you making, No Mold? Chat, should we wait for No Mold to come back, or should we just drop the thing? It's not going to be that exciting. All right, folks, if you're lurking, look up. Without destroying the pump? Certainly, but the pump has to be made of materials that are safe in lava. So that dwarf runs away. Now I just need to grab this. Oh, pfft. Never mind. Sorry, I just baited everybody because there's an ad break. Devildon, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Thank you much. I'm gonna give you guys a whole... I'm so very sorry. I didn't see the countdown. How many subs is that today? I don't know. You could go count based on the gifts. 10, 20, 30, 5, 1, 2, 3. 33 gifted subs. I'm like just slightly above minimum wage for the day. Well, actually a little bit more above that for the minute. Although if I make no money between here and the end of the stream, then I will be about at minimum wage. For where I live anyway. May you win all your bingo games? What about water in the wine, man? Do you have any idea how much wine you could make in this fort? You know, my theory about Jesus turning water into wine is that water was real gross back then and wine was real shit back then and people were dumb. Or can I delay them? I can delay them if I see the notice that they're coming, but I didn't see it because I was not looking because I was like trying to figure out why OBS was lagging. I can delay them by 5 minutes up to 3 times in a row. And I can either do scheduled ads or I can show pre-rolls, and I would rather show 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads every 30 minutes than have pre-rolls, because then raids can just show up and come in and not worry about it. Atir is getting to do the honor of pulling the weather. Whether or not you like it, chat, it's going to be pulled. I think maybe if we follow this, we'll have the best experience. So there is a non-zero chance that I just flooded my fort. I don't think so, but... Okay. So, there is now water right here, and water down here. That's part 1. Okay, you guys ready for part 2? Here goes part 2. Uh-oh. Never mind. Not just yet ready to do the part 2 thing, because there's a dwarf down here who will die if part 2 happens right now. So, we've canceled part 2 for the minute, because otherwise that dwarf there will gurgle to death. So we're gonna give this a pull over here to save us that dwarfus. I think my neighbors are arguing. Get out of there, dwarf. Although, actually... Yeah, I kind of want to smooth and fortify all this before we do part 2. Wait, what are we on about with pre-rolls? What's going on? Did somebody talk about pre-rolls? Who brought the pre-rolls? Why don't I have one? I don't know. I don't generally go out of my way to smoke pre-rolls, but I kind of hate blunts. They make my throat hurt like hell, stoner. Okay, so now we're just gonna smooth all this and fortify all this because it'll give me more flow off. Necromancer when for Undead Aquarium? I don't know, when one migrates here? Although I would need to build an aquarium with resurrectable animals in it first, which right now I don't actually have. Person in YouTube chat. But, I mean, what really is the difference between tobacco and weed when we're talking about pre-rolls versus self-rolls? It's still, like, more or less the same subject. It's just the substance is different. I don't smoke cigarettes because I kind of hate the taste of tobacco and I don't like the effect, and they're expensive. It's actually fucked up that where I live, weed is actually cheaper than cigarettes. Like, the pre-rolls that I buy, I can get a 10-pack for less money per pre-roll than I would spend for cigarettes with the same amount of tobacco in them. Like, it's fucking wild to me for a multitude of reasons. All right, let's get this reclosed. You know what's fucking crazy, chat? All I needed was one dwarf to, like, get a weird pin in their head to open this door, and we'd be, like, the fort would be dead. So now we're just waiting for a dwarf to come pull this. I think it's mostly unique to where I live, diabetic. Although I don't know exactly what the local weed laws are in other parts of Canada, but specifically where I live has extremely lax weed laws. Like, even more lax than the city I lived in a year and a bit ago. And here we go. Water for the hole! The game isn't paused, by the way. We're just getting frames per minute. Yep. I had to go check. So the game is thinking. We're going to let it think for a while, chat. Sometimes you just got to sit down and have a good think. Will it survive? Of course. There's just a lot of math that needs to be done right now. I've never actually smoked hashish. Although, I'll be honest with you, I don't like smoking. It's like a self-harm thing for me. I like my dry herb vape. But actually smoking is like a weird novelty that every now and again I get a tick where I want to do it, and then I immediately regret it minutes later. So. Oh, the game is absolutely questioning my choices. This is also a bit of a test run. Where, like, if this don't work, then, you know, nothing's going to work. What's my favorite strain? Currently, I don't know. I mean, I really like, if we're talking about, like, current stuff, I do like mini pins, which is the pre-rolls that I prefer. Just because they have gigantic fucking filters in them. Generally whatever's on sale these days and has high THC, so I can use it in really small amounts in my vape, and it lasts for 10 years. See, there it goes. The game's claiming that we're at 5 FPS. I don't believe it. Stop lying to me, Dwarfort. Like I said, it's thinking about it. It'll figure it out. But historically, I think the most fun I ever had with a specific strain was I bought 2 ounces of Alaskan Thunderfuck once. Years ago. You still find it sometimes. But that's possibly like the best strain specific memory that I have. I want to say Girl Scout cookies was what we had in that vape last time I was in Montreal. Hello? I'm pretty sure it was Girl Scout cookies. That's one that I have a lot of fond memories of. I think just the ones with like the funny names that I remember having good times with when I had an amount of it, are generally the ones that I would think of as favorites. Wedding cake from YouTube chat. Become a dab god. Yeah, I mean, I have a dry herb vape that is 99.9% of my intake. Went 7 in 1 frame. Oh yeah, no, like literally 1 frame has passed since that drawbridge opened. Well, maybe 2. It's still doing math. We'll just let it think. Ghost Train Haze. Can't say I've ever had that one. I think I've seen it on menus though. If only you get the feeling for classic weed. Here's the thing, right? If you're saying what I think you're saying, doesn't that just mean that you need to like work on your tolerance levels? Oh, hey, now the frame rate's correct now, chat. See? Oops, hold on. Nope, I'm going the wrong way. Now you can see it. See? That's right. I fixed it. All right, I mean, it fixed it, but come on, buddy. You can do it. Come on. You don't have that far to go. Like, please. Maybe a 3rd frame will go by in the next 10 minutes. Just pet it. Give it a little stroke. Maybe it'll calm down eventually. I'm just getting thunder sounds and my life has no meaning. I need some encouragement. Give it a pat. Come on. It's like I need like the little what's that? What actually is like the thumb pet thing that people have on a lot of emotes? It's like that. It's like yeah, like that. What Spooky Ghost just posted, like just like a wiggling thumb. It's like a weird motion, like it's kind of because it's just like a looped thing. What's the longest I've stayed at 0 FPS before? I mean, I played versions of this game where you would just inevitably hit that and it would just happen eventually. This is just the game doing a lot of math. And it will catch up eventually. It won't be, the frame rate won't be good once it's done with this math. But it'll catch up. Oh yeah, no, I agree. But I mean, that's kind of why I say that I don't like smoking. Sometimes I think I want to smoke. I think like, oh hey, we're down to 0-0. So that means 4 frames have happened since that bridge opened. Yours has the chair scoot? Well, I mean, hey, both together, perfect. Hey, chat, let's play a game of What's on My Desk. I've got a rat plushie. People used to always ask me how I played Dwarf Fortress back in the day when it was ASCII and all keyboard, and I'd be like, with a mouse! And it still lives on my desk because I don't know what else to do with it. I've got glasses in a glasses case, so I can be really cool. I mean, this is a beachside fort, so maybe I should put the sunglasses on. Let's see, what else do I have? I've got 2 coasters from different trips. I got one for 3 brewers, or Trois Messieurs. I've got one for Kiss Kiss, or whatever this translates to. I think that's what it is. Cocktail bar. I've actually got 2 of those. Got my this new little phone battery, which freaked me the fuck out, which I bought recently. It's a little Ugreen like charging bank, which my phone's currently plugged into because the lights are plugged into my USB cable, and it freaked me out because I had it plugged in because it was at like 20% or something because I'd used it to charge my phone, and it beeps when it's full. It's on your shelf too. I just keep them on my desk. I've got so many coasters, man. Although most of them are in the other room. None of the ducks are on the desk. They're actually in a pile on the floor right now. I've gotten significantly less organized. Since breaking my foot. Like, my willingness to, like, use agility to get around my green screen to get the ducks has gone down a lot. You know, I never thought that I would ask the dwarves to stop time for me, but here we are. Comically large water can? I mean, I just have a bubbly. No comically large water containers, but it is my second bubbly of the day. You've heard that you can win magical rings by asking questions like that. I'm sure that's true. Dwarf Fortress Maths is attempting maths. Mm-hmm. Get a fuzzy mouse? Are you telling me to cut my plushie rat up and put it over top of the mouse? Do you have any idea how gross that would get? Like, just from, like, hand skin and shit? Ugh. Well, thank you very much for coming to my PowerPoint presentation of Dwarf Fortress. I'm not gonna lie, it's actually kind of been a while. I think it's still running. But, like, do you remember how, like, right after it opened, I, like, tried to move the mouse to see, like, if it was actually just, like, seized up doing math? I mean, I know it's thinking. It'll probably snap out of it at some point. But you know how, like, it didn't move? The screen should move up at some point. Because I did click the middle mouse button down. It's like, that's queued up. Dwarves are attempting breaking the space-time continuum, and We have acquired quantum water. You know what's fucking nuts? Look at the mini map. Hold on, I could probably zoom in on this. Okay, you see this? See that little white bit at the end of the water? At the end of like the map at the south end? There's still some white rock yet. It hasn't actually flown off the map yet. So it made it like 85% of the way, hit the drain itself, and just went, fuck! Panic! Wow. I'm still pretty convinced it's going to unpause at some point, so I'm just going to commit to this bit. Well, in the meantime, while else do we wait? And I resize this. I don't know. Frame death? Nah, probably not. Probably not. Possibly. Although, I will say, if it doesn't figure itself out, there is one issue. It means I won't be able to catch fish like this. Yeah, there's been 4 frames since lever pull, yeah. It's been a while since the last one that was noticeable, though. Linux did just ask me if I wanted to force quit the program, but it is still responding according to BTOP. Steam's insisting it's not. But BTOP's insisting that it is. I will just note that behind the scenes we are testing a new platform. That isn't Discord. If you want to try it, it's called Fluxer. It's Discord. If you type an exclamation point Discord in the Twitch chat, it should be the first thing to pop up if you're interested in trying a new Discord-like platform that respects your privacy better than Discord does. That's all I got. The frame rate drops to 0. I've definitely pushed my frame rates down by doing that with minecarts. I don't think I've ever gone to 0, though. Could you name a fort PowerPoint? I don't even know. I've drained bigger oceans than this before, and it's been fine. So this is actually, like, a little bit perplexing. Because, like, I've drained bigger oceans than this and survived it. I mean, it's only been like 10 minutes since the last frame, Necrontier. Don't panic yet. It's only been like 10 seconds. Let's see how deep I can dig this grave of coping and denial. That or I just have to sit back and say, wow, I won. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Blep, 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 blep. I guess I might need to do this the easy way. Or the lazy way. which is just simply dig down to the magma sea and just pump a bunch of lava up here and put that on the ocean before I drain it. I realize that it's really silly saying that that's the easy way, but... What items would I sell? Well, I would reject all my strongest potions to every warrior who came in. Wait, hold on. Are we saying, like, if I was a magical shopkeeper in, like, a fantasy world where I'm, like, selling potions to adventurers who are going off on adventures? Or are you saying, like, a magical shopkeeper in the modern day that just, like, appears somewhere and has a shop full of magical items in the modern world? Which one of these? Because that would change my answer pretty drastically. You're fine with either interpretation? Well, that kind of destroys my response to your question. Oh, that's good. How you like it, Skithy? I would say... If it was, like, historic, probably, like, little trinkets and things that, like, don't do anything super crazy, but, like, make things slightly more prosperous. So, like, you could purchase a, like, little puzzle box that helps you find your soulmate or your best friend. You could buy, like, a little map that would take you to a place where you would find a good well or a good source of water whenever you needed it, wherever you were. Things like that, like very small, minor trinkets of positive outcome. Because you got to save, like, the real crazy shit for the big bucks. I don't know. Torn Relic. I wouldn't know. And then if I was in the modern day, it would probably be pretty similar, except I would run, like, a retro console repair shop. And I would, like, sell certain, like, real shit old games, but, like, if you bought them, again, similar thing. Like, if you purchase one of the, like, really crappy, beat-up Atari 2600 games for $1.50, like, life gets better. That's what I would do if I was a magical shopkeeper. That, or I would just make really good beer. And the spell would be that people really like it and they come back. Or it could be like a coffee shop that just, like, appears there one day, and everybody that gets a coffee there that one day, like, lives an extra 30 years, but they wouldn't know. That kind of thing. I don't know. What kind of things would you sell if you were a magical shopkeeper, chat? Aside from the dankest memes. I'm starting to get worried. Weed? Right. I said aside from the dankest of memes. Also, nobody's said mushrooms yet. I think we fucked up. So almost the inverse of the devil selling you your greatest desires, but at a cost? You know, it cost $1.50 for the cartridge. Of course. Naturally. Rings of health, not heart containers? I remember once hearing one of those, like, head puzzler questions of, like, what would you do if you acquired a, like, if your blood could, like, cure all diseases? And it's like, I would run into the forest and hide because I don't want to be turned into a lab rat and picked apart by every large government entity forever. It's like, Obviously, I wouldn't be the hero. I would fucking run away. Presumably, it would cure all my diseases. Rings of Health just came... just come out of the hedgehog pinata, right. So, wait, hold on. Like, Ilmirid just has, like, Sonic tied up, like, hanging from the ceiling upside down by 1 foot, and you just walk back there with a baseball, just bat and just whack him periodically to get more stock for your shop? That's fucked up, man. Just, like, somehow managed to catch a Sonic in a net. I love that for you. Efficient, though. I'm not denying it. All right, do I restart the game, chat? It has been 15 minutes since the last frame. I'm sorry, frames. I didn't mean it. It's hard to pet it. There we go. Sorry. Don't hate me. Probably not. Like, I'd be willing to bet that if I just got up and left for an hour and came back, it would eventually kick itself out. The question is, am I willing to wait? I mean, I would have only lost, like, 35 days of time. So maybe 10 minutes. Just tab out and play something else for a bit. It's easier said than done. Well, that's interesting. The music just changed. I am having hope. Although, Steam is insisting this at the minute. So that's not great. We got music, another frame. No, the water still hasn't filled up the tunnel all the way. It took 15 minutes to load the song. Valid point. No, it heard me. Unrelated to anything, I've got Greta Van Fleet stuck in my head. Don't even know the name of the song. I think, like, we've been sitting here at 0 FPS longer than the last save. So, not that far back, Tornerlic. Are you a Linux, Mac, or a Windows user? I don't know, guess. Holy shit, what? It stopped okay. It started unresponding again. Come on, game, you got this. Yeah, it smells terrible, Jetpack Tuxedo. Want to do this again when you try to drain it, though? Maybe. Like, as I said earlier, Bashtop is still telling me that it's responding, so. You know what's fucked up? Discord is using almost as much memory and CPU as Dwarf Fortress is at the minute. And Fluxer is using quite a bit more CPU than Dwarf Fortress is at the minute. Dwarf Fortress is using way more, like, actual memory ticks, though. My web browser is using, like, more threads in my CPU.
Unix system. I know this.
Do you? Are you sure? Send from your Debian gaming PC. Yeah, I use Linux. I do technically have a Windows PC. But I wouldn't exactly call it modern. So, you know, it's a Dell Latitude laptop from, I mean, it has Windows 98 on it. What's the actual manufacturing date on this thing? Tested year 2000. So, practically cutting edge. In fact, it's kind of sharp in places. You could probably cut yourself on it. My dad, like, glued these to the back of it to hold the screen on. You could certainly give yourself a pretty hearty scratch with it. At least it's not ME. I do have a Windows 2000 computer as well, but I think that one's actually older. It just got upgraded a few times. That laptop still has my homework on it. Why would I want a Windows OS, though? I don't use any software that needs Windows. I kind of doubt temperature calc would do anything. I find that, like, in my experience, temperature calculations literally do nothing. At least usually, for me. Like, it's been a very long time. I think, like, water lungs might actually be the last time I got a positive effect out of that. My teacher's gonna be so mad when I finally get that turned in. I know, right? Hey, I think I broke it, Clino. I think it's been about 20 minutes since the last frame. Yeah. No, that's not temperature that's causing issues with the fire-breathing beast. That's smoke. I mean, temperature will help, but will certainly hurt. But smoke is the thing that really hurts. Because smoke blocks pathing, but dwarves think they can pass through it, but they can't. So it just, like, short circuits their brains and they get stuck. Sort of like how a dwarf getting stuck in a tree used to break dwarves and they, like, would cease to function. Did something just pop up on the screen and disappear? Did y'all see that, or am I going crazy? I might just be going crazy. Do I have menu access? I haven't tried. But I'd swear I just saw the weather overlay pop up. It hasn't. I'm looking at it constantly. But, like, I'd swear, because there's, like, a thingy that pops up here when you mouse over this. I thought I saw, like, one pop up here not too long ago. I can actually go check, see if I'm going crazy. Granted, that might have been something that I did literally like 10 minutes ago. Let me know if anything changes, chat. So this is me watching me. See? Conglomerate. A frame happened. Something happened. It isn't broken yet, chat. We have a chance. We have a chance. He says that as he tabs back over to the game and like gets a not responding sign. I can fix her, chat. She can catch up to current moments in time. It's definitely been like 2 minutes now, Jesus. I think the longest I ever was at 0 FPS was when I had about 40 demons all made of snow and one made of fire in the same tile all stuck in a doorway. Just made your first temple complex ever, and you might have gone a bit overboard before the furniture was worth 69,000 dwarf bucks. Turns out engraved electrum flooring is worth a lot, especially if it's a good engraver. Hey, no kill like overkill, Fovar Burma. Drain an ocean through a very small hole when it's an ocean this big. Because I've drained many oceans that are smaller than this. I think I've drained oceans like close to this size before. Although usually I do something like pouring lava on top of it. Although I've managed to like break the game, what? See? Damp, rough conglomerate wall. It is still, okay, hold on. Can I pause it? First I need this not responding thing that Steam is lying to me about right now. What is the seconds per frame? I mean, according to this, the frames per second is 0, because it's more like frames per minute, and it can't give me less than 0, or like a fraction of a frame per minute. It's literally 0. Here, I'll move me slightly so you can see it more consistently while I'm sitting centered on my monitor. It's been about half an hour, I think, since I opened this drawbridge. No, that's not something that happened, but the UI, or rather the graphics, is no longer rendered on the CPU, it's rendered on the GPU. That's what Putnam did. DF Hack Console? I find that DF Hack Console usually makes the frame rate worse, so I'm actually a little scared to open that. Also, there isn't really any benefit that I could get from opening that at the minute. That must be what you're remembering, yeah. Jetpack Tuxedo, which was the, like, that was the SDL2 conversion from SDL1. Because, like, the fort that I was playing at the time went from, like 15 frames a second with, like, 200 dwarves to 70. Flat. All the time. No drops. It might be related to the entire embark being considered ocean. The entire embark isn't considered ocean, though. It doesn't let you embark only on ocean. This is technically an untamed wilds, like, temperate forest thing, I think. I think it might be a temperate savanna. Oh, yeah, no. Like, I have a save. No, I mean, like, here's the thing. The last save was on the 1st of summer. It's only the 9th of midsummer. Like, I'm only, like, 40 days since the last hard save, and I did a quick save before I opened this door, so. Okay. It should be thinking about pausing now. Oh, so there's somebody in the YouTube chat, Fovar Burma, who says that they're 2 hours and 44 minutes behind the actual live, I think, on YouTube. I think that's what that means. Oh boy, they got some excitement to catch up to. There's a reason I'm not a speedrunner. Probably not escaped. But yeah, there's nothing beneficial from opening up DF Hack Console, but I feel like trying at this point might just make things worse. I feel like the best thing I can do right now is just click the pause button a whole bunch. But, I mean, actually the best thing to do would be to crash the game and then try it again with slightly different circumstances. It's probably actually the best thing to do. I'm wondering if, like, me making that so wide at the end is, like, partially what's breaking it. But this still updating is, like, fucking with my head. Like, hold on. I'm gonna hold the mouse over that. How long do you think it's gonna take? Start a stopwatch, chat. Alexa, start a timer. Alexa, start a stopwatch. Stop the timer. I don't have an Alexa. But if somebody has an Alexa, could you start a timer for me? Ask, like, Siri or something. I want to know how long it will take for the UI to update. That is way too smart of an... I guess I could have just looked at the uptime. That would have been way too smart. Why didn't I think of that, sentient potato? A sentient potato was able to think of the smart thing, and I wasn't. Whew. Anyways. Yeah, no. Honestly, like, if you don't spend money on either platform directly, just watch wherever's more convenient for you and wherever you want to get, like, responses. Like, I would, if I was you, if you have no intention of ever spending money on Twitch, type in the Twitch chat and watch on YouTube, because you don't get ads on YouTube, and I get money from you watching on YouTube via YouTube Premium, and then you'll get the fastest responses from me on Twitch. That's like the actual, like, Galaxy Brain play, if that's your setup. Because the Twitch chat is easier to moderate, there's more features in it, and I'm better at responding to it because it's usually busier. And a busy chat is what you can help me with the most if you have no intention of spending money on Twitch. I mean, I know a lot of people that do that. Like, they just have... See? It's not actually that far behind. Okay, so... I'm going to click the pause button a bunch. I've been trying to pause the game. So that we are getting frames. Just going to keep clicking this for a while. Just for a while. I could also just, like, hit escape. Which I haven't done yet, by the way. My finger's starting to get sore from clicking the pause. I probably need to get it, like, right as a frame rolls over. That's actually kind of wild. That it is, like, technically still responding. This is like a weird puzzle at this point. Chat investments are open if you want to do something that has a much faster response time than the game does at the minute. Type in exclamation point tickets to see how many you have, and then you can invest in some of them to win some back. But if you do too many, like 409 just did, then it won't work. Also, hey, Net Hazard, hope you're doing well. What are investments? It's just a chat mini game. It doesn't mean anything. It is a way that you can see how many tickets you have or how many hours you've watched for, and that's about it. It used to be a way that you could buy song requests on this channel, but we stopped doing those, like, I don't know, 2018? Holy shit. It's getting close to 10 years since I stopped doing investments that actually led to you getting song requests. Oh my god, if it pauses. If it pauses, I will do a hard save and send it to Putnam and be like, good luck! I broke it! And send it to Putnam. I like how we all have the same thought. It's like, hey, do you want a broken fort? I got one from you. I got one for you. Although, to be fair, the last time I managed to have the game hard lock like this was literally me breaking the game. Like, I got it stuck in an infinite loop. But the frame rate didn't go to 0 that time, which was the weird part. Like, it was like, it claimed that it was at the top frame rate. The game just couldn't move. My finger hurts, chat. I'm now clicking with my other hand. Because my right pointer finger. Holy shit. I paused it. So that's the ocean at the minute. Where's the octopus? Nowhere near the surface. Where's the other octopus? Okay, that's lesser kraken. Where's the other one? I mean, they're pretty far from the surface, so they probably haven't noticed much yet. Okay, so save and continue playing. Oh, I can't put a colon in there? Okay. I can't put a question mark in there. Can I put an asterisk? No. Fine. So what happens if I unpause it? Can I unpause it? Watch it just be fine. It's not gonna be fine. You ready, chat? Wait, to here or to the top? Where would you guys rather be? Here or up at the top of the ocean? Down? For reference, that's the top of the ocean at the minute. So we've lost the entirety of the first layer, most of the second layer, and it's doing this. This is why the frame rate is so low. I think I've earned it, the low frame rate. Okay, so chat wants to be down here. Why don't we do this? Like right there. Here we go. I don't know what I expected exactly. I'm trying to pause it now. Somewhere over the rainbow, water drains. Still at 59 frames though. Lies! I don't think that's true. I don't think it's actually at 59 FPS. Did YouTube just go down? I don't know, did it? Yes, I'm still streaming, Robert, on a whim. I think somebody watching the YouTube stream disconnected. That or I was sitting very still. Although chat gives it away that the stream's still going. Right, Mark. Got it. Homepage is down, but subs in history and chart. Wait, really? YouTube's like actually down? Chat, I drained so much ocean we broke YouTube. I don't know how that works, but it's crazy. It's like that time that perfect video that Moist Critical uploaded, just titled "I'm not turning it" or "I'm turning it off," and then YouTube broke for like 3 days, and then YouTube kind of came back, and right as Moist Critical uploaded a video called "I'm not turning it back on." It's genuinely like the funniest fucking thing in the world to me. I need to actually go look at YouTube now. I'm kind of curious. Okay, so it paused again. Dwarf Fortress, like, I was like tabbed out and like looking at YouTube. Yeah, no, the front page of YouTube is dead. Huh. Cool. Oh, yeah, I see. And subscription still works. Weird. Clearly it's because A Place to Bury Strangers just announced a new music video coming in a premiere soon. But actually opening up my YouTube dashboard, it looks like it's still live. Yeah, should be fine. Although, I did just suddenly drop a whole bunch of viewers all at once, and then they came back. But we were able to pause it again. You wonder it would be like how YouTube would be, or a world without YouTube? Probably slightly quieter in some ways. I guess I just unpause again? A bunch of jellyfish. Well, that's exciting. Yeah, YouTube is like down. I'm always like kind of impressed when any Google services go down. It's like, wow, somebody really pushed the wrong button. Like, that's an impressively wrong button to push. All right, let's unpause it and see what happens. The fact that I can pause it makes me like very optimistic that it will fix itself. Although ironically, like the YouTube front page being down looks exactly the same as my normal YouTube front page, except normally it says, your history is off. Try turning on your history to access more features. And I'm always like, no, because I don't use that stuff. I just like watch my subscriptions and that's basically it. So now it looks cleaner than normal for me on YouTube because it's like, instead of just informing me that my history is off, it just gives me a blank screen. So usually what happens when I drain an ocean in Dwarf Fortress, because, you know, this is just like a regular pastime of a dwarf, is the game goes down to about like 15 to 20 frames a second for a few seconds, and then it drops down to like a frame a second for about a minute, and then it recovers. So, I suppose we wait. YouTube seems to be back for Killed with Style, at least. Well, that's neat. Such a shame. We were almost free for a minute there. This is an exceptionally deep ocean, yeah. This is maybe the... Probably not... This might be the largest sum of water I've ever moved at once. Certainly the largest sum of water I've ever moved through such a small hole. I know there's a joke in there. But, like... What this means is I could actually pause it again and turn off temperature. I could also pause it again and turn off multi-threading. And see if either of those are creating an infinite loop. Well, that is the truth, actually. Necron tier. The T that's like right there is where the water is draining. My actual theory is if I didn't put these sides on it, I feel like this would actually be draining cleaner. I think this might actually be the issue. It's just a suspicion, but not just at YouTube. AWS is also having issues. I disconnected from chat a bunch today, but like on Twitch, but it always reconnected like immediately. So the internet's having a bad day. Bad like 2.5 years, more like. Okay, I'm gonna try pausing this and then turning off multi-threading and temperature. And then unpausing it. I'm not super hopeful, but you know, it's funny. People always ask me about like if I ever get like repetitive strain pain while playing Dwarf Fort. No, but this is. I'm having to like swap fingers and hands for clicking constantly. No, the minimap wasn't updating faster. I just couldn't see all of the T. So all of that hot goss of where the water was at, I didn't have in the center of the screen when the game was just at 0 frames and I couldn't move it. So all I could go by was the minimap. And I did see it move on the minimap once. But that was like 30 minutes ago. And now I'm just staring at it directly because I was able to pause the game. I don't think temperature is going to change it much, though. Although I could actually try something with DF hack. I could try making the actual drainage narrower. I don't think that would do much. I could also try widening it with a dig now command. And if that fixes it, I could just go back to a save. We're in an ad break, but you know, you're missing so much. Yeah, it seems like everything but the front page of YouTube works just fine. Chipicus in YouTube chat. Since we were talking a wee bit about like YouTube and Twitch for a minute ago, the way I kind of think of the YouTube chat is it's kind of like the lurker chat. It's like the off-topic lurker chat. Like, even though I do look at it, because like people do ask me questions in there, I do mostly think of it like I just kind of assume most of the people watching on YouTube are watching on a TV and don't actually have access to chat. Which maybe is like incorrect of me to assume, but the suspicion creates the trend in my mind. Where does the water go to? In theory, off the map, south. Currently, nowhere fast. I mean, I've got YouTube Premium and Twitch Turbo. I steady Yeti. But at the end of the day, I make up from my streams on YouTube, I make about like $200 a month-ish. Twitch pays most of my bills. Or actually, all of my bills. I could live, not comfortably, but I could live without my YouTube channel and be okay. The YouTube stuff is nice, but it is a fraction of what keeps me here. But thanks for watching on YouTube. It does help. I mean, the streams on Twitch alone, Stratature, are more than half of my, like, income. It's like 2/3 of my income last year was from Twitch. Whereas the vast majority of the money I make on YouTube comes from videos, not from streams. The streams is a fraction of a fraction of a fraction. Anyways. Okay, so let's disable temperature, disable weather, disable multi-threading. All right, let's see if that makes a difference. Doopy doopy doop. Da doopy dee doop. God, could you imagine? Actually, air pressure would be interesting. Is that a drain you see? Guess how long we've been staring at this drain? I was thinking about widening the thing, but if I go back to a save file, it'll be before I actually added the extra drainage onto it. All right, so that not doing much. Whoa. Thank you, game. I hadn't noticed. What does B-Top say? Oh, it's not responding. Like, the game is running. Steam was insisting earlier that it wasn't responding, but no, the game is fine. Suited, trust me. It's been about 45 minutes of this. Suited. So, trust me. Okay, so here's what I could do. I could try widening this. But that's kind of cheating, but I'll at the very least see if it'll help. Let's see what that does. I'm the one that broke it? No, don't. Trust me. Dig now. Okay. Let's see what that does. This isn't me giving up. But this is me expecting to have to reload a save. All right, water. Let's have a staring contest. That looks really funny, actually. It looks like a rocket. You haven't missed much? About 4.5 frames, I think, in the last hour or so. It's been a while since the last frame. Right, yeah. That's a rocket? I mean, if you think that's anything else, then... I don't know. I mean, I guess it could be like a... You know those stakes that you jam into the heart of a vampire? It could be a church steeple. It could be Big Ben. It could be the Empire State. Sorta? Okay, so 5 frames. I mean, that did something. A weird bicycle bump? Yeah! A boat? That's very much sinking at the minute. A juice carton? Yeah. That could be what that could be. I gotta say, it has made more progress in the last 2 minutes than it has since the beginning. One of those cartoon syringes? Oh, certainly, yes. The rest of the syringe is just off screen. We learned that water moves by the 7. Oh, I knew that already, but maybe you learned that. I don't know who that is, Luna, so I'll just have to agree, probably. No, I can still pause it. It's not dead yet. We thought it was dead for a bit there. Anti-capitalist pig in the YouTube chat. But it's just really, really taking its time. I'm trying to see if I could fix it, although I may have to go back to a save to actually fix it legitimately. But possibly. Actually makes me want to pause. It moved. Come on, water. Is this one of those jokes, Ba 73, where you say, "Hey, if you restart your computer, it might work better." And you go, "Oh yeah, I'll try that," and stream disappears. Those clips were gold back in the day. You're happy for my excitement? I mean, it moved. I keep freezing for you? You should watch on the superior platform called Twitch. The website that isn't exploding at the minute. Which is, like, abnormal. Usually it's Twitch that's breaking, so, you know, everybody gets their turn, I guess. Although if YouTube is breaking, it's not on me. I mean, I'm looking at my upload and down, it's like everything is fine on my end, so. Nothing's overloading. Did you miss an Alt F4 joke? No one's made one yet, so your opportunity is now. Control Alt View. Control FA! Hey, chat, keep an eye on the water for me, all right? Let me go do something.
Quick, while he is gone. Did anything happen while I was gone? Nix! Blech. Thanks for the 44th month. Welcome back. 1 frame per second.
My God, what I would give for a frame per second. You know, like, that's not even a joke. It just moved. It does look like it changed. Well, I mean, that's great news. Pissed that I'm going to miss 3 frames. Does anybody else want me to pause it to go look at the surface again? We'd be running at almost real time at that point. Bone doll. Uh-oh. I think the game actually is, like, kaput at this moment. So I'm just not going to do anything. Because I can't get my mouse to appear over the game anymore. Although I am hearing sounds again. See if I can tap back to it. Okay, there we go. Now Steam is informing me that it's no longer responding. Okay, now, because I can't... I'm a little scared that I'm going to accidentally click on the forced quit. Unless maybe that it's a sign. So simply put, it's doing this now, except I can't get my mouse over top of it. Like, my mouse is like right in... Never mind. It fixed itself. And as far as my fingers go, don't worry about it. It's a work hazard. It's part of the gig. God damn it. It's telling me that's not responding again. I did get my hard save, so Putnam can look at it if she wants. I'm sure it's not the first person who's sent her a save of, like, draining an ocean being like, game slow, fixed. Try and get workers' comp from Twitch? Oh, I don't need workers' comp from Twitch. I pay myself workers' comp out of my own company bank account. By that, I mean I give myself an extra 20 bucks so I can get ice cream with my groceries. The fancy ice cream. Ice cream sandwiches and some Ben & Jerry's. Armlock's toilet is when you make a giant circular bowl that has a big drain in the middle and wash the baddies down it. It's a well-known Dwarfort strat. Ben & Jerry's the dream? It's a very achievable dream, let me tell you. They have it in stock right now at the crappy corner store, although it's too expensive. Then I would have to take $35 out of the bank account. It's okay. I will be fine. What do you think? Should I restart and try this again? It has been an hour. Oh my god, it moved another frame. My hope levels are too damn high. You know, honestly, people like to talk about how this game runs poorly and shit. I think, like, y'all should be, like, giving this game a standing ovation that it hasn't crashed. Like, it's fucking wild to me that it hasn't crashed yet. Like, this is miraculous. Not only that, but, like, the music's still functioning. Like, I'm just listening to these lovely rain sounds. At least it's running. Yeah, I mean, it's better than anything Ubisoft has released in the last decade. Actually, that's probably mean. There's like that one Prince of Persia game that looked like it ran pretty well. Are you draining an ocean? I think so. More like draining time from existence. What am I complaining about? Who says I'm complaining? I'm amazed that the game is running as well as it is. Well, all things considered. Why drain the ocean? How else am I supposed to get the fish out of it? YouTube's cooked, but you can still watch this. Hell yeah! I should go look at my like YouTube video stats and see if it's tanked. Once I get this paused, I will. I just have to click this another like 245,000 times. It does tend to eventually pause. Oh, trust me, you're not the first person to say it. I'm gonna go look at YouTube stats actually, because now I'm just kind of curious. Let me know if it pauses, chat. I'm sure I'll notice I'm looking at OBS. So, also it tends to go full screen when it pauses. Hey, it paused. No difference in my YouTube stats. Just an FYI. None. Everything is operating as normal, although I will say the views on my stream right now are skyrocketing. I guess because all of YouTube is fucked except for the stream. Which is kind of amazing. Alright, so that's how much we were able to drain. Are the octopuses still underwater? Yes, yes they are. You're still having the something went wrong screen? Really? But maybe not skyrocketing, but like... Hey, Hobo, do you remember that one time all of Twitch went down and then Clino, or not Clino, Cherno was the #1 channel on Twitch for like 90 seconds? So it was like just him and me and like a half dozen other people that were still live on the whole website. And then Twitch came back up and it was like, oh, boom, 250 people watching. I want to say that was still the like highest view count that I ever saw Clino get. Back in like 2018 when YouTube was down. This was earlier than that. This was like 2016. So does the ocean refill? Sure. I have to finish draining it first. All right, chat. I'm going to do something horrifying. And I'm sorry. Didn't even need to crash the game. What? All right, let's yeah, I know, right? It's terrifying. All right, so let's go back to not the one where it was fucked, but the one before it was fucked. So the autosave. Ironically, we only went back about 3 frames. Probably about like a week in game because it was what, the 9th? What is it now? What do we go back to? It is the 20. It's like 14 days earlier. So this was before this was drained. So what I'm gonna do is before anything, I'm going to channel down this, channel down this. Channel down this, channel down this, channel down this, channel down this, channel down that, channel down that. For all of this, that's the first thing. I'm gonna open this up again. We're gonna upgrade it. It's gonna have higher flow. Sort of. I'm also gonna go back up to here. And I'm gonna throw, I don't know, do I have a grate? I do. A grate right there, which will be great, trust me. And get rid of that, and now we wait. Oh, trust me, it's gonna work flawlessly. You have no reason to not believe me. Whatever this part. Let's let them work on that. Alright, dwarves, don't fuck this up. You got a very simple task. Don't fuck this up. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Eurist here, who's stuck in the thing like a big dummy. I'm going to make it slightly thinner. Actually, should I make it slightly thinner, or should I just make it wider? CBD oil is the one that tends to calm you down. THC is the psychoactive one. So that's the one that can make you hallucinate or usually stress people out if they have high anxiety. Saying make it thick. I think we'll try it this way first. Just making it narrower. Oh, no, absolutely. I will do another save. Just a quick save, not a hard save. I'm just going to lock this real quick with these two in here so that I can just get them to do this. And No Mold wants some beers, chat. These dwarves are so hardworking. What absolute heroes. Come on. Anytime now. I really want to be able to, like, pull the lever on the 9th again so that we still end up on the same day. Because it was the 9th that we pulled. Yeah, we'll miss the 9th again. Oh, well. What's crazy is, like, streams clearly are working because the view count on my stream is just, like, bumping up. It's almost like YouTube works better when people can't get to the most algorithmically driven portion of the page. At least for me, it turns out. I mean, I have 106 people watching on YouTube right now, and this is the highest view count I've had all day on YouTube. It's been around 70 to 80 most of today. But, like, YouTube, like, shuts down the main access point for, like, the algorithm feed, and my views go up. I rest my case. Of course. It's almost like subs page is the better of the two pages, Nix. I'm just saying. I think this is working as intended. See, YouTube finally decided to do something nice for me. Ain't that the truth? But yeah, no, it's down for me too. I tried loading it while shit was broken not so long ago. Why did... Okay. What of all the places you could go stand? Just leave. There you go. You too. Okay. Now, you run through here. You run through there. You give that a pull. Let's do that quick save now. No. No, that's not going to cause anything. Burr, 907. YouTube works, but the homepage is down from what I've seen. Unless, like, for some of you, like, the whole site's down. Actually, Millie, whenever, like, jokes aside, whenever, like, YouTube or Google goes down, I get genuinely worried that there's been some cataclysmic international catastrophe because they are such big, like, things in society. It's like if the amount of infrastructure that has to, like, go up in flames spontaneously for YouTube to disappear happens, like, that's pretty potentially catastrophic. I always get a little bit worried. Except for when Twitter disappears, then I go, whew, thank God, some silence. Okay, let's just go up to here. All right, so Sleepy McCamiguru here is taking a nappy boo. Like the Betty by Dorothy is. Okay, now awake. We're just waiting on the Moradorf. No, totally, Darren. But, like, that's basically what's happening right now. For those of you out there who like stats, about 2% of my views per month on YouTube come from the subscriptions page. Meaning the vast majority of the people who are subscribed to my channel, when they see my videos, it's because YouTube decided to surface it on the YouTube homepage. Even though, like, 40% of my views come from subscribers, only about 2% of them come from the subscribers page. So when YouTube turns off the front page, it actually wouldn't surprise me that my views get better. Which, I'm okay with this. I think they should turn the front page off more. This seems like a good decision they've made. I hope they keep it that way. Anyways, so that's now done. Who's ready for Fuck the Frame Rate 2 Electric Boogaloo? Ready for some science chat? I need some water. Majestic is saying he sees the front page of YouTube again. Here, chat. Like, this is my stats for the stream today. This is where YouTube went down. Like, these are okay stats for a stream on YouTube, but, like, that's where YouTube went down. Like, I think YouTube should go down more. I can't be mad at this, man. It's very funny to me. I don't know. Also, I just realized I've kind of screwed up the thumbnail. Oops. Using the wrong thumbnail today. My bads. Although, shorts views have, like, dropped down to nothing. Oh, well, nothing of value was lost. Yeah, no, actually, like, all of my views are jumping a little bit. Like, noticeably. Like, this is my most recent Future of the Fort. The last hour is better than it's had in the last chunk of time. Let's see what else I got. My last big video is about the same. I haven't uploaded any recent videos in the sub feed, so it's back up again. Yeah, so I expect this influx of new traffic to disappear momentarily. Oh well. Be nice if YouTube was nice to me. Most of the time it isn't. Because I don't make Mr. Beast style content. Anyways, what was I doing right? Yeah, let's drain the ocean again. Alright, so now we wait for, looks like Nomald gets to pull the lever. Do you guys want to watch the top of the ocean or the bottom? I think we'll watch at the bottom. Let's go down to here. Because it's just going to cave into here. Okay. So that filled up pretty quickly, and then gets to correct all of its numbers right here. I'm actually going to close this drawbridge so I still have somewhere to fish, just in case this actually works. Well, that's not good. The Were Civet, El Enliduto has come. Civet twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for both blood and flesh. In case you didn't read it, its eyes glow azure. Its dark brown hair is long and shaggy. You will clearly know why you fear the night. This wasn't what I was planning. Where is it? Duh. Clean tail. Badika. That is the most elven name, followed by the other most elven name. The Union of Butter of the Superior Group. Maybe it's a human group. I don't know. Let's see. It's killed a dwarf. Okay, well, I'm just gonna wish me luck, chat. Alf charges in. Romanoid charges in like a hero. That is not a wise decision. Did you get bit yet? Nope. But he does jump away. He bites the fishery worker in the right hand. Alf, I got bad news. Over here, whose nose was that? Alf lost a nose. The jeweler punches it. Okay, so Alf is now bleeding heavily. The creature is also bleeding. It shakes Bit around by the neck. It looks like an elf based on the name. Have you been bit? Nope. It's literally just this dwarf so far. But clean tail in Legends. What is it? Necrontyr. Seems like it's lost its guts. The Alf, who was bit, is biting it back, which is pretty great. None of the other dwarves have been bit, though. Necrontyr is being a hero. Michael Bay is being a hero. I mean, stabbed it with his iron spear, which fractured the bones and spilled the guts. Where Civet says, I have improved my fighting. That was satisfying. Jeweler punches it. It's continuing to hurt the bit dwarf. The siege engineer punches the Were Civet in the lower body with his left hand, but the attack glances away. Alf bites it and latches on firmly, and they're pulling on the embedded. So they're both, like, co-biting each other. They're both biting each other, just in case you didn't know. The Were Civet is still shaking him around, like, hasn't dropped him. It is bleeding profusely, and its guts are hanging out. The dwarf that was bit continues to bite him back. Good on you, Alf, biting him to the end. The iron spear got lodged in the wound after stabbing it in the upper leg, which fractured the bone. The Were Civet bites the siege engineer. No! Okay, who's the siege engineer then? Ah, Alath. This is the most deaths we've had so far. The NG punches it. The bit creature, or the bit dwarf, continues to bite him back. Were Civet bites the jeweler! That's 3. Romanoid's been bit. Not the jeweler. The militia commander stabs him with his iron spear. In the right upper arm, the injured part is cloven asunder. Where Savet misses him. Where Savet bites the siege Genji again. Where Savet breaks the grip. Is this goat helping much? Kicked him and gored him. Spear Dwarf stabs it, and the creature has died. So we're going to lose at least one dwarf. Alpha's dead. Alath, the siege engineer, is injured. Same with Romanoid. All right, well, let's just unpause the game. Rest in peace, Alf. Rest in peace. Alf was found dead. If I go down into the hospital, I've got Alath and Romanoid. I'm just going to lock the doors for the minute. Tough, man. Anyways, let's drain the ocean again. You're suggesting burial at sea? Maybe if I can get the ocean to drain at a reasonable frame rate, I'll consider something like that. But for the minute, let's just worry about being able to get to the bottom of the sea. If I just throw the bodies in there, then that'll just, like, upset the doors. If I could get a coffin constructed under the ocean, I would do that. Although we are about to get hit by some ads. Maybe name a dwarf? Name a dwarf what? I mean, I should actually disable that. But what kind of dwarf do you want? I should have disabled that, rather. You said you wanted a bearded dwarf. Yep. Mm-hmm. Someone involved in medicine? No one's really involved in medicine. That is the first injuries we've had. I have one dwarf assigned as a doctor. They don't have a beard. And I've just locked the hospital. So we're as uninvolved as you could possibly be. There's one novice surgeon in the fort. And literally none of them have beards. No. Eldritch. Drinking green bubbly, yep. I got tired of the knockoff bubbly house brand. It was kind of shit and it wasn't on sale. You can set it so that it doesn't pause and recenter for every elf. That's a setting. That's literally a setting that you can enable or disable in the announcements settings. Skithy. I mean, in this society, we've never actually had to use the hospitals, so it's mostly just like a volunteer self-assigned thingy. Take a member of the military. Okay. Whomst. Somebody not named. You could take Rakust, Zatan, Athil, Asmil, or Ast. Not all of them have beards. Gremlins in the servers pulling wires? More like me in the server with a demo truck. I don't think I've thought about Pepsi. I think this is the most I've thought about Pepsi in the last year. This is certainly the most I've thought about Pepsi this year. Diabetic. stoner. So, no thoughts, head empty. Any of the above works. Well, I will assume that you still prefer beards, so I will give you this one. Okay, and I'm going to disable that if it lags again like it did. He is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. He's bashful and he lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. He's very greedy and he is quite ambitious and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and he is moved by art and natural beauty and he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He tries to do things correctly each time. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He commonly winks as a form of greeting and moves his hands frantically when he's trying to remember something. He dreams of raising a family and personally values hard work and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting and finds artwork boring and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, but dreams of raising a family. Like self-right gold and topaz and giant hedgehog leather. That's the word. And the color cornflower, because that's a color apparently. Large gems, bolt thrower parts, and the sound of the droplet of berries. And when possible, prefers to consume thornback ray, blackberry wine, pecans, and purring maggots. And hates purring maggots. He doesn't want to consume the purring maggots. He's a former member of the muscular seals. That's a really good name. He's a member of the North Guilds. And you got a pretty large family. Your last name is Trust Blockades if you want to look yourself up. Okay, let's do another quick save. Do 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 do. But the purring maggot might mind. It has feelings too. It doesn't want to be eaten. All right. I'm not going to lie, I think that song, whenever that song comes on in a playlist I'm listening to, Majestic might be the only time in my life I actually think about Pepsi. I just want a Pepsi, Mom. Mom, I'm not on drugs. I just wanted a Pepsi. All right, let's pull the lever. Who's ready for fuck the frame rate? Hard mode part 2. And now we wait. See what happened. Immortal Grandma? Depending on the sweets that she brings you, that could be great, actually. Current signs point to my improvements weren't good. Yeah, I don't drink pop ever unless I'm having a medical emergency. And if I'm drinking, like, fizzy drinks, it's probably just soda water. If I am drinking, like, a pop-style beverage, it's probably an energy drink that's sugar-free. Although I'm not really a fan of Celsius. I don't know, there's something weird about it. So we're at capacity. The game claims it's at 10 FPS. That is not true. All right, well, now we wait. You actually missed a whole fight with a were creature because we went back to the future, Marty. I'm diabetic. I'm diabetic, so I don't have the option. It's like either wish that I was dead because my blood sugar is so high, Quasar, or drink a sugar-free energy drink. And I just currently constantly have turbo depression, so it doesn't really matter much. You know, it's like putting more fire on a fire kind of thing. Or like putting more water into a cup with water in it. Still wet. Or like walking outside after falling into a pool and it's raining and people are like, wow, it's raining. Why don't you grab an umbrella? And you're like, look at me. I have zero faith that insulin pumps will function because my little sister has one that breaks constantly, and I already spend enough money on expensive technology that doesn't work to make my diabetes slightly less annoying to manage. So I rock with 5 to 6 injections a day. This is never a pleasant conversation, just an FYI, so I try not to have it. I'm happy for you. It'll never come. I don't know. Are we? Look at the number. It's kind of hard to tell how many frames have passed. At least 3. Maybe 4. I mean, currently it's like we're getting... Okay. Let me see if I can pause. Pardon my dust. Because this is too interesting. The fact that me repeatedly freezing the game is interesting says a lot about the content that I make. Like, truly? If that... Either I am the most charismatic person in the world, or my shit's real fucking boring most of the time. It's like, oh, hey, something different. Pause for effect. Not that kind of pause. I need less pause, actually. It's a process, sure. Alternative, option 3, you've cultivated a particularly odd Twitch chat. That is true. You make a valid argument. I don't know how I can argue against it. I find that if I click about 5 frames, if I click about like, I don't know, 1 time per second-ish, it pauses eventually and it doesn't hurt my wrist. Whatever Forver Burma just said about me are going insane, but also they're like 2 hours behind in the stream. Wait, are you trying to just tell me that people who play a lot of MMOs are into edging? Because, like, right as they get the gratifying moment of succeeding, like, the level cap gets raised, and it's like, ah, fuck! Here we go again! Whereas, like, people who just grind to the level cap immediately are just gluttons for punishment, because, like, they get the gratification already, like, immediately, and then they're just like, I hate all my sweets. I've got no sweets left, and then they don't get more sweets for, like, a year. Man, why so cheap? Suited giraffe. What I still think is amazing is throughout all of this, the game actually isn't frozen. It's just running really slowly. Like, there's a part of me that wants to just end stream and just let this run. Like, just leave for a bit. Like, put down a hard save, but, like, just let it run. I might actually do that. What is the game trying to do? Drain the entirety of an ocean through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tiles? Yeah, trying to drain the entirety of an ocean through 10 tiles. I broke it. Well, I mean, YouTube is broken, but like, DJ, I broke Dwarf Fortress. Too much water physic. I'm also trying to pause it right now. This might be the highest frame rate we've had in hours, though. You brought tots? Woo! Hello, Space Potates. Good to see you, mate. Taco bottle bottleneck? Literally, yeah. We're still on this? I mean, what else would we be on? Minecraft? Come on. Did I catch a fish? Many, in fact. Holy shit, Phineas. Thanks for gifting 12 months of recurring sub to DJ. Empirical. It's very kind of you. Thank you very much. Enjoy the month of ad-free viewing and beer mode. That'll be just long enough that you'll miss it when it goes away. Appreciate you, Phineas. I'm convinced that I'm just draining all of the coolant out of, like, YouTube's data centers. Which is making YouTube go down. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers? I realize that we just did a round of beers for the Raiders, but can we get another one for the 12 months of subscription? Gifted. Those are very rare, those multiple month gift subs. They don't happen very often. I think I usually have like 1 or 2 running on like my entire channel. What's real funny is there's a person in the YouTube chat named Fovar Burma, who's like 2 out plus, like almost 3 hours behind in the VOD. What's real funny is they're almost at this, because this started at like 7 hours something into the stream. Or was it 8? Might have been like an hour and 15 minutes ago. Should we warn them? Because the bad news is I don't seem to be able to pause anymore. What's the goal situation? Goal, dunno. Situation, look at the frame rate. The thing I was trying to do is drain an ocean. Or see if I could partially drain an ocean. But it seems to be draining too much too quickly. And is shit in the bed. Doobie doobie doop. I'm clicking the pause button. Doop doo 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 doop. Doop doo doop doop. Doop doo 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 doop. Ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Well, that's worse. Stop that? Stop what? I mean, if it was just to drain the ocean, we would have won. Clearly. No, I'm trying to catch fish, but I need to get them out of the water somehow, and believe it or not, that's really difficult in this dumb video game. So my current thought, theory, plan, idea, possible way of doing that was creating a bunch of different traps around. I was like, well, there's the first one. Let's make one and see if it works, and then if it works, then we can make 5 or something with, like, traps in it to catch, like, you know, the octopuses. Or the octopodes, or the octopides, or the giant octopus ×2 that we have. Oh, hey, pause. That are around. And you gotta get rid of the water to get them out of the water. It's perfectly logical, right? I don't know. I don't know why I'm lagging now. The game isn't even paused anymore. The game is paused right now, so I shouldn't be framey, but my camera's shit in the bed. Like, look at this, see? That's working just great. I mean, that's where it's all draining into, right there. See? Fish. Holy mackerel. But so far it's drained most of one layer. So I'm going to... You were way off. I thought either I was making a snow fort above ground reaching the heavens or a just under the ocean fort named Squidward? Why would Squidwards be heavenward? Downward is heavensward. I mean, that is one of the albums by my favorite band of all time, but should I unpause it? I'm gonna do a thing. I'm going to unpause it once this is done. I mean, I did a snow fort, but it has been 2 forts since the snow fort, because I built the desert fort, where I sacrificed so I built Sunspire, and then after Sunspire I've started this one. Okay. Game is unpaused again. Let's see if anything noticeable happens, aside from the fact that the game is unpaused, but actually hasn't even, like, moved the pause thing to unpause. It's trying. What actually is the frame rate doing right now? 107 over 31? That's wrong on all levels. I do that all the time. Eldritch. It's crying? Well, it should buck up. The beating will continue until the frame rate improves. Enjoy rustling up the food. I will do my best. Oh, Steam decided that Dwarf Fortress is not responding. That's not true. It is responding. Just, it's taking its sweet-ass time. I just gotta restart my computer and, like, you know, overclock the shit out of my CPU and then cause a small fire. But it'll probably work, right? No, I'm not gonna do that. Instead, I'm just going to sit here and say, remember, this is a crowdfunded stream because nobody would sponsor this bullshit. So if you like what we do here, I don't know, like if you happen to have a Prime subscription, think about me once in a while. That's about it. Also, Discord's a bunch of crazy people that are doing some dumb, mean, rude things to your data at the minute. So we are messing around with some Discord alternatives, but the one that seems the most flashy and fancy pants out of those so far seems to be one called Fluxer, which there's a link to at the top of the YouTube stream right now and in the chat. And there's also a link if you type in ! Discord in the Twitch chat. I don't know how many people have joined it since I turned the stream on today. Let's go take a look-see. I don't know, like 20 something. I mean, since this bullshit has started, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people have joined. That's pretty cool. We're slowly growing in a slightly new place. 34 people offline, 21 people online. You're too tired? Hmm. It's informing me that it's not responding again. I am like too... Like someone earlier said, sunk cost fallacy is hitting real hard right now. Yes. But has anyone drained the Magma Sea? I drained the Magma Sea once. It took me about a month of streams, coach. Or crouch. Crouch? Crouch in YouTube chat. Like, no exaggeration. It took me about a month of very slowly pumping and then pouring water. Look at that. See, it's moving. It is draining. Hey, chat, you guys got like 20 minutes? Like, if we get this stream up to the 10-hour mark, Because what'll happen, I hope, based off of what has happened when I've done this previously, is eventually it gets to an equilibrium point and the frame rate will come back. I mean, not to maximum, but like much higher than it was. Remember, chat. Ocean man, take me to the land. Oh, hold me by the hand. Take me to the land where the frame rate's bland. I think that's lyrics, right? Five ever for this. I agree. A Vulpine. So does hitting Alt F4 actually just like close your highlighted program? Because I have like 24 programs. I'm a little bit worried as to like what would actually shut off. Because I've got 4 monitors set up. I've got Twitch chat, YouTube chat, Twitch notifications, Streamlabs notifications, OBS, Discord, Fluxer, and my bot. All visible right now. And if I Alt Tab, I can also pop up BTOP. I don't know what would actually fall over. Mint. But like I never use Alt F4 for anything. Like I genuinely could not tell you the last time I used Alt F4 to shut down a piece of software. Like back on Windows, I used to use Control Alt Delete pretty frequently, but that was just to pop up like the task manager to kill this process. These days I would just like tab over to BTOP. I mean, it's just Debian, basically. What are you on, Cache or something? That seems to be where everybody is these days. I'm just very much an if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and I'm not at the cutting edge of everything, so I don't need everything to be super, 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 super optimized. And this works. It's just your selected task on Sure on Linux, yeah. I was going to say, what the fuck is control meta? I don't want to control Facebook anything. Even if it's control Facebook delete. Sorry, Mark Zuck can get zucked on and off of my keyboard. Is that really what that key is called? I always just called it the start key. Because it just makes the start menu appear. That's fucked up. I hate that. I don't know what I'm going to do with this information, but it's called super or mod. I mean, that's better than meta. A control command to open LinkedIn. Okay, so do you want to know about the one actual interaction I've had with LinkedIn in my life? And it wasn't even my account. I don't even have a LinkedIn account. I was out for lunch with my mom and dad on spring last year. I want to say it was like around like either my mom's birthday or Mother's Day. Those two are relatively close. And I went out for brunch with my mom and dad. And while we were out for brunch, my dad randomly gets a phone call. And he's on like a 2-week vacation at the time. And he looks at his phone and goes, "It's my boss. Why am I getting a call from Pat?" And he like grabs his phone and he goes, "Hello?" And he just gets this really bizarre look on his face and he goes, "Okay. Yeah, text it to me. Thank you." And he hangs up the phone and goes, "Did I lose my credit card?" And me and my mom just kind of look at him and we're like, "What?" He goes, "Apparently I lost my credit card." And he goes, "Hang on." And he just gets up and he leaves. He comes back inside with this really funny looking smile on his face. So he paid for parking and left his credit card in the machine when he paid for parking. And then we went out for brunch, not really thinking about it. Probably minutes after he had finished paying for parking, people walked up, pulled the credit card out and goes, "Oh shit, somebody lost a credit card." Googled my dad's name, found his place of work, presuming that he was like, you know, from just the other side of the water here on the mainland, found his LinkedIn account, presumed that was him. He didn't have a phone number or anything connected to his LinkedIn account, so went to his boss's LinkedIn account and texted his boss. So that's the only interaction I've ever had with LinkedIn, was my dad getting his credit card back in like less than an hour of losing it, because they just like texted his boss and then like just texted it. Like, we got their phone number. My dad just called them and they're like, "Yeah, we're at a restaurant like 2 blocks up the street. Whenever you're done, just like let us know and pop over. You can come grab it." And me and my dad just like walked down there. It was this older couple and they're like, I don't know, mid-late 60s. Is this an Incogni ad? No. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Did Twitch just run ads? But, yeah, that is legitimately the only positive interaction I've ever had through LinkedIn. Or the only interaction I've ever had with LinkedIn, because I've never been on LinkedIn myself. What was even more funny is my dad was like kind of mildly surprised that he had a LinkedIn account. He goes, "I forgot I had that. Huh." He goes, "I haven't thought about that thing in like 10 years. Wow." I thought it was just fake AI job postings. That and like lovely scene, like close to retirement age couples that are from New Westminster, British Columbia, Canada, who just happened to find my dad's credit card and search his name. I guess that also helps when you have like an uncommon last name. Was it identifying a scam that was targeting me? Mate, I get 24 of those a day through my email, so. But yeah, anyways, yeah, we literally just like walked. My dad tried to like give them $10 as like a thank you, and they were like, no, it's fine. It was like kind of lovely. I haven't really looked at the screen in a minute. Has anything moved? So, I think the realization here is I need more drainage. We've had frames? I just need to get through this initial kaplunk phase a bit faster. This is me sitting here and wondering how long do I need to sit perfectly still before chat thinks the stream's frozen. Cervix, I just have to say that your name is really funny right now. Once the drain's out, we can dig more drainage holes easily. Yeah. Hopefully we get it like at least 11 or 12 frames a second. You see, earlier I was saying that, like, the key to playing this game well and effectively and getting good at Dwarf Fortress is just having a lot of patience. And the person in chat was like, well, I don't have any of that, so that's my main problem. Maybe I have too much. Like, I'm starting to think. I mean, the VOD's right there. You could, like, get it down to the millisecond if you want. But we are getting frames. I think. It hasn't said it's trying to crash in a while, so that's nice. This is almost as uninteresting as watching paint dry, but at the very least you get my snark. It's okay. If there's too much snark, I can fix it. I can... There we go. There's way less snark now. You're getting frame singular. Individual. Frame. You know, chat, sometimes I think that my my ego's too big. So I gotta shrink it down to size. Oh shit, it moved. It's crazy. What, this is your frame? Oh. Are you gonna try and sell it as an NFT or something? Sorry, it's not 20 anymore. Are you going to screenshot it and use it as your background? Yeah, it's great actually. We've had way more PowerPoint slides than the last time I tried this. Hey, the music came back and the pattern changed. Aruga. You just arrived on the stream. I am amazed by how many people are sticking around, Kurpanong. I am actually kind of amazed. Name the frame after you. Let's call it Steve. I will refund that for you. That feels like a waste of your points even for the meme. But we are naming that frame after you. I know it's gone. The fleeting moment. We're at FPM now? Frames per minute? It would have been worth it. I don't know how I would name a frame though. It's almost like making QR codes, actually. Like just the fractal water cubes just like slowly dispersing and refractoring. No. Frame per minute. Kurbanong, thank you very much for the 8th month. Welcome back, mate. Whenever like a UI implement just like appears, I freak out a little bit. It's like, when did I hover over that? Like, shit, man. So about 60. Killed the style. We're at about 60 FPS or SPF or 1 FPM. Welcome to the Dwarf Show. It's a slideshow. Chat, can I get a couple beers, please, for the 8th month? Just like 8 at least. I'm sure we can get 8. The thing is, if I can like sit here and wait for this to drain and get it to where it is draining and the frame rate comes back and I can save it there, then we can actually make some progress tomorrow. brain thunks. Linux is informing me that Dwarf Fortress isn't responding. I disagree. I think that is slander. It is clearly responding exceptionally slowly. But it is responding. See? The music just started again. This app is not responding. Fuck off. It's been not responding for the last 2 hours then. This is maybe the least representative. Okay, so JJ Pedro, have you ever played Minecraft? Have you ever like randomly stumbled upon somebody that's got like a massive redstone contraption and like the frame rate is at 0? That's not quite what I've done, but I am draining the entirety of the Pacific Ocean right now. This might not be the most representative gameplay you will see of Dwarf Fortress, but it is in fact Dwarf Fortress, I think. ARM is indeed okay, it turns out, Curb. ARM is indeed okay. Now, if you stare at the water in the background long enough, you'll start to see the patterns change. We are getting frames per minute. This is very much one of those, like, we were too busy to see if wondering if we could before, so we didn't even stop to think if we should, kind of things. I mean, it's killed, like, about a layer of it. A dwarf and a mug is draining the ocean. So that's how that reads in my head. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it could also be SPF, seconds per frame. Are you actually counting, DS? That's wild. So 44 SPF is what we're at right now. Get a nice tan from the heat of my CPU that's currently becoming a small sun. 25? Although I don't actually know how many have drained. At least like 1.5. What's that? Necrontier. Minutes per frame? Is that what you're rolling with? I mean, here's the thing. Like, Adrian Kelly in YouTube chat says, stop sending all of the chips to AI companies. Supercomputer required for Dwarf Fortress simulation. You know, honestly, I don't think a supercomputer data center could run this any faster. You know, like, there is a thing called, like, that means I could actually, like, pause it in a reasonable amount of time. It's certainly, like, more... Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can pause it, and then I'll tell you how far we've gone down. Actually... But how awesome would it be if I could run this on a supercomputer? How much does my power bill go up when I have a supercomputer in my apartment? And can I still get to my bed? If the answer is yes to both of those, then I would be totally cool with running this on a supercomputer. But I would be a little bit scared to look at my power bill. Honestly, I should have bought RAM last summer. Because I built my NAS last summer and thought about buying more RAM. Like, I actually had a 64 gig RAM kit in my card at one point, and I was like, I'll wait until Black Friday. Welp. Because then I could, you know, like, the thing that's currently running Legends, like, if you go to legends.blindirl.net, only has 8 gigs of RAM. So I really can't do much with it because like basically running Legends is like capping it out. Between the stuff that it's just like already running and like Legends. And if I had more RAM, I could have done a lot more with that. I mean, so is my computer, but I have Noctua fans. I think like if all of the data centers installed Noctua fans, they would be less noisy. No. It's DDR5. Sentient. And also, I have more than 64 gigs of DDR4. I think I actually have 128 gigs of DDR4. One of those sticks might be dead, though. I mean, DF still only uses 1 core. It uses separate cores for line of sight. So, like, in a packed fortress, it'll be, like, using 15% of one of my CPU cores, and then the rest will, like, that Dwarf Fortress is pulling from will be, like, less than 2%. But no, the game would probably crash if I tried to do this on version 47. Although I did similar stuff to this on version 47, just not quite at this scale. It's possible. Oh, hey, it paused. Okay. Yay! Don't try to drain an ocean if that's what you're going to ask. Don't try to drain an ocean through something that small. So currently, the whole thing started at this level. Like, this was the ocean initially. 1 layer, 2 layer. So 2.5? Drained. Mostly drained. Okay, so it goes down to like -4 is where there's noticeable drainage. But in order to be done draining, it's got to get down to -24. You hit wet soil? The most viewed short tutorial I have on my YouTube channel is called How to Deal with Aquifers, or How to Get Through a Light Aquifer. I recommend watching that. Do you know how well water works in real life? When you dig down, you hit water. You have to figure out how to get through that. You know that you're a DF player when you understand what is happening on the screen without explanation? I mean, I've played this game for thousands of hours. So, like, the actual, like, plan here, if you could call it that, is to basically just do what I'm doing in the middle here, but all the way around the edge.
Grenades.
So that I could drain it all the way around simultaneously. But then it's going to go significantly fucking deeper. Oh my god. We have an airborne octopus. Holy shit, we have an airborne octopus. Also, Airborne Octopus is my new psych rock band, by the way. How you doing, VadTech? We have an airborne octopus. He's drowning, see? He's out of the water. Sorry, buddy. I mean, if you were used to being nice and cozy in the ocean, and some fucking dwarves decided to just, like, unexist your ocean, you'd also be annoyed when you were caught in the rain. It means he's a believable, relatable character, okay? Where's the other one at? I'd be down at layer -32, so. Look at the stunning dithering on the minimap. What, this? Oh, also, I'm sure that none of you actually want to see this, but one of you might. I mean, I could try and pausing it in ASCII. I kind of doubt it'll make any difference, but... I mean, this is where it started. Although, at the very least, it'll be a change of scenery for a mo. No. Well... No. No, we don't. It's about the same. I think. It's kind of hard to tell when you're like sub 1 frame per minute. Yeah, it is kind of a Looney Tunes octopus, isn't it? Go back a save and make the drain bigger? I mean, then the last 2 hours of 5 frames per minute, if that, would be a waste. How could I possibly stand up to my own hubris if I were to just accept defeat? Yes, that's absolutely what I need to do. I need to make the drainage holes bigger. So I can get through the bulk of the mathematical equations immediately, instead of, like, what I'm doing right now. Whatever I'm doing right now. You won some sort of thingy. There's a new CTL for weather called Weather, and it animates based on the weather from your location, rain and such. Do I have to give it my location? I guess I do. Huh. DM me or post on like one of the like Linux generals, either Discord or Fluxer, and tell me what the commands are, and I'll take a peek after stream. Yeah, but like terminal animations are fun, okay? No, it's totally fine, Jade Bond. At this point, like, I could, but I'm also more or less convinced it will eventually fix itself. And I find the weird patterns kind of hypnotic. Like, this is the closest I've been in a while to, I can see the code. You know? What do you think of Fluxer, by the way? Now that it's been up for like a day, suited? Or just chat in general, for those of you who've made an account. I mean, that would be real rich, me starting to believe in something. I don't even believe in Jesus, and he's been in my chat most of today. What's Fluxer? It's definitely not Discord. If you type in the ! Discord, you'll get a link to it. It's a Discord-alike piece of software that's open source. Yeah, true. Tilda style. But because Discord's been stressing me out, it's like a possible way that we could go. I'm trying to pause it so I can turn the ASCII off. It's like looking at one of the magic eye images where you can see stuff if you unfocus your eyes. Oh, like when you go cross-eyed and then you can like suddenly see an image. Majestic. You don't have rust? Just pour more water into your computer. That'll do it. It might take a couple weeks, but... Also, chat investments are open for those of you who care. Okay. This is like actually kind of fucked up over here. Just like this Okay, so this used to be a beach. What really sucks is just time standing still for this poor lore dwarf who's just standing right in front of the dead elf. I mean, you know, honestly, a rock solid 45 seconds per frame could be worse. Also, in regards to the drowning octopus, where's it gonna land? Okay, so it will survive. It will land back into the water. Because it's gonna land right there. This is interesting. This says saltwater. This says water. Am I desalinating water by, like, dumping it down? Okay, now it's saltwater. Water. Water? That seems a little suspect. Okay, well, let's just watch from, like, here. Although I am going to close all these alerts. You know what would suck? If I got another were creature notice. The salt needs to catch up. The water's going so fast, it just, like, left all the salt in the pile behind. All the salt's just, like, in midair going, you might be wondering how I got here. This is me. I've had one wild week. But first, you need to know the whole story. Let's go back to the beginning. I was in my office, streaming a video game, when suddenly... hydraulic pressure is squeezing the salt out of the ocean. It's getting flash dried. Does grate filter the salt? No, there's no grates. The ocean is so salty because you're getting rid of it? No, I mean, the ocean is just salt water. It's losing its salt as I get rid of it. Like, maybe it's like being freed from the prison of salt. So, chat, can I just, like, talk about how funny I think it is that, like, some of the best interaction I've had on streams in the last 2 weeks is the day that I sat and stared at World Gen for 10 hours and the day that I stare at an ocean trying to drain for 3 hours. I'm starting to figure out, like, why some people on these platforms just, like, sit and just chatting all day and just babble. I guess so, GDF Bane. This is science? Is it, though? It's more just like a stress test. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I've just been waiting for the game to crash this whole time. Like, true story. That is actually, like, something I'm kind of amazed hasn't happened yet. Well, I mean, a stress test is a kind of science, right? You know, I've lived so long that people thought that I was an IRL streamer for a real long time, and now people have forgotten that the Just Chatting directory used to be called the IRL directory, and I've outlived it. Now's my time. I can make it big, kids. When was the last time we saved? So on the 18th in game, but that was like an hour ago. You'd have me save the game? Then I'd have to pause it, though. I would have to wait so long. No. Okay. We are getting at least like a frame and a half a minute. quite frankly, like the performance right now is like look at the mini map. Watch as it updates. Like it is moving. So just stare at this until I see it change. I've just been looking at chat and reading what you're saying and interacting and being a good streamer, but like it's like, am I seeing spots or is the screen moving? Ha! Frame. What's one? I am the FPS counter. I would say I would pause for the ads, but the ads might be over before the next frame happens, so. Can't blink. Two! See? It's running. Slowly. It's like me trying to run a marathon right now. Catching frames? Oh, yeah. Skipping and tripping on them. I don't know about getting faster, but it is consistent. If DS is actually like tracking it and your tracking is accurate at 35 seconds a frame now, then we've gone from 44 seconds per frame to 35 seconds a frame. There's another one. I feel like at some point it's just going to go kerplunk and speed back up. The idea is to get rid of all the water so that I can butcher the giant creatures underwater. This is going to be a VOD, Slyfox in YouTube chat, that will be unwatchable unless you're watching it at 5x speed. Maybe 2x. Unless, you know, you just want a podcast. Like, so, whenever I'm not streaming and not working on something, I'm listening to a podcast. I listen to a bunch of different podcasts, mostly related to video games, but some related to other things. So I've got like a dozen people's voices who live in my head. And I wonder how many people who have that, but my voice talking to myself for hours on end because of my VODs. Because a lot of people watch the VODs. Like there's like 20,000 unique people a month watch the VODs. That's kind of crazy to me. It's also extremely flattering and kind of cool. Glad I can be helpful with all of the bandwidth that I'm costing Google for. But I think that there is a bubble at the end of this drain. That was the closest thing I could come to with the light at the end of the tunnel. $37 seconds per frame. We've shaved 10 seconds. Yep. Grab the razor. Keep shaving. Come on. Frame rate. You can do it. Pat, 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 pat. I've got faith. We've cleared like another layer. It kind of does, Lab Enjoyer. It kind of does, doesn't it? Like, you can figure out exactly how the water calculates drainage by looking at this. Like, you can probably figure out Toadie's algorithms for the water drainage by staring at this long enough. There's got to be a way to make this an artwork. I mean, I have the raw footage. I don't know what the fuck you would do with it. You know, I'll bet you could, like, just take a screenshot of this and just, like, paint it, and you'd win a modern art prize. Although, isn't that just this game? Because it's already in the MoMA. The noise pattern makes it pleasing? Yeah, kinda. It's 9:16. You gotta feed the muse and head to Snooze Town. No, you're not supposed to hit snooze. You're supposed to go to sleep. Hitting snooze means that you stayed asleep longer than you were supposed to. Let's see if I can pause it. Let's see if it pauses quicker now. I want to see how many layers down we've gone. Because it looks like we've killed more or less another one. At least in this zone. Just got weather to work. Is it worth setting up? I've always wanted like a weather app that's terminal prompt based. You've been putting it off? I mean, I don't know if I'm a reason, but I want to be able to focus my community in places that I don't feel bad about. Like, you know, I'm already stuck on YouTube, and I actually kind of like Twitch still, even though it's like fucked in a lot of ways. But it's the reason I don't have an Instagram account. It's the reason I don't have a TikTok. So hopefully I can do a little bit of that. Well, it hasn't paused yet. So let's see if it'll pause. I'm going to stop clicking now. I mean, we're starting to see like the shelf floors. I mean, I will also state, Lab Enjoyer, that like just straight up blocking regions, which is what Fluxer is going to do when they require them to hand over IDs, kind of also ain't it. Mostly because like not everybody can afford a VPN, right? And VPNs ain't free. Like Stone Seashore's Wall, my most consistent Discord mod, like potentially might be in that camp. So it's just like, well, I will send you $60 a year or however much it costs you to get a VPN. And then that could become a crime if you live somewhere that's particularly psychotic, which unfortunately is kind of a lot of places. So I don't know, man. All right, frame rate's paused. So we are down. Yeah, we've like cleared down into the 5th layer. Look at that fucking cliff. That is nuts looking. I just need to screenshot that. That's so cool. Yeah, that too. That's like the actual really scary thing about a lot of this stuff is it's just pushing kids to use extraordinarily sketchy VPNs. All right, should we go down further or up further to watch this? Because like all of the water is like refilling from the edges here and falling. Mulvad's a little bit like convoluted to set up initially, but Mulvad is a good VPN. Sure. You know, Frog for Hire, that's like telling somebody during a housing crisis, you could just go build a house. For a lot of people, that's feasible. For most people, that really isn't. How many levels have drained? Well, we started, this was full of water initially. So 1, 2, 3 and a half, basically. So let's go down to here. Also, I don't know about you, but I don't want to break international law, personally. Frog for Hire. Like, I've already had to do enough sketchy things to, like, keep paying people that I hire to do things for me over the years. Like, things that, but we'll just say like people living in countries that I'm not technically supposed to be allowed to send money to. Stuff like that. I've already done enough of that. And that already freaks me out a little bit. Allegedly. I don't know, y'all like the emotes, right? That's all it comes down to. I may or may not have managed to get a mug into Russia somehow. That actually happened. That isn't even a crime. That's just kind of a funny story because it happened completely legally. Yes, I've committed many crimes in GTA. Vulpine Anthro. Building on the ocean floor, it isn't really the goal. Fishing is the goal. You can actually like really see how quickly it's draining looking at it at this depth. That's very Dr. Doofenshmirtz. Can I ask a question? What's a Dr. Doofenshmirtz? Is this like a character from something? Or is that an I look like that? What is a that? I'm very curious, but also probably. I'm sure she's hit the nail on the head with the pickaxe. Phineas and Ferb. Right, I thought that name sounded familiar. Yeah, I know what a Phineas and Ferb is. My ex watched a shit ton of Phineas and Ferb while I was video editing a couple years ago. Like, more than a couple years ago. 2018-ish. He's the If I Had a Nickel guy. Okay. Yeah, I remember hearing that on the TV behind me while I was editing. Evil genius. I mean, it's one of those, like, I looked at that, I was like, that name is very familiar. Why do I know that? Was really how I was thinking about it. Who completely changes the laws of physics with ray guns. Okay, yeah, no, she's on it. I mean, we've broken the space-time continuum by draining an ocean. It's like, it's either that or like we're pulling like Pirates of the Caribbean 3. I think it was 3 that had the giant like whirlpool. Or like, I'm just a very enthusiastic upload from the YouTuber Post 10. You know, I've tried parrying the platypus before. Good in theory gaming, but then I realized that I have like shit fuck timing when it comes to like any kind of action games. So like, I can't parry the platypus, let alone the skeletons that are about to stab me in the head. Wasn't the whirlpool scene filmed in Niagara Falls? That would make that scene significantly cooler than it actually was, if that's true. Was it? I don't know. I saw that movie in theaters when it came out, Pirates of the Caribbean 3, and literally haven't thought about it since, aside from occasionally like, that movie was really long, and not a lot happened in it, and it was very confusing. Hi, happy laggy frame rate day. We are getting about like 2 frames a minute-ish, give or take. I think. I haven't looked directly at the screen in a while. I've been kind of like looking at chat a lot. Still moving. Right now, Dwarf Fortress is doing its best Black Knight impression. I'm not dead yet. It's just a little ram dump. I can still fight. I've got a thread. It's trying. I mean, we got to give it like A+ for credit. It's just a little memory leak. What do you mean I'm bleeding out? Actually, I don't think there is a memory leak. That's slander. But it is certainly like at capacity. I think it would run slightly slower if I ticked them manually. Not by much, but because I'd have to actually wait to see it before I hit it again. I mean, there's just like a button that you can click to, oh, memory leak? I mean, I'm playing in Proton and have been playing in Proton for a while because certain parts of the UI, mostly the main menu, look fucked because it doesn't know how to center the image behind the main or on the main menu on Linux if you have multiple monitors. So it just like never centers the screen. So for like video recording purposes, so I don't need to answer the question as to why my like user like interface in the main menu looks fucked up. I run it in Proton because then it doesn't look fucked up. I do find it runs slightly slower, but yeah, no, it hasn't crashed yet. I mean, I quit once. I mean, Linux has told me it's not responding dozens of times. But right now it's running better than it has in the last, like, while. Like, look, we've lost almost a layer of water in the last 5 minutes. That's crazy. Most of it's gone. It just needs 1 or 2 more frames, and then, like, 3 to 5 minutes. The whole layer will be gone. Would it just be a mega slurp? I'm trying to think, what was the name of a fortress where I was able to drain it in like real time? Because I've drained many oceans. Chat, what was the fort that I played for too fucking long where I went to hell? It was a couple forts ago. You've been watching this for 2 hours, you can't look away. I mean, same? I mean, Herder in YouTube chat, just like rewind the stream by like 2 hours and then just like speed it up to 3x speed. Or 2x speed, rather. But yeah, it was like 1 or 2 forts ago. I did a fort where I ended up building a fortress in hell, or a chunk of the fortress in hell. We defeated hell at one point, and it was underneath an ocean. And and it was way shallower than this. It was only like 4 or 5 layers deep or something. This one's like 50. Like a tenth of the depth, more or less. And I was able to drain it without the frame rate going below 10. Kind of does just look like a big slurp. It's basically just like streaks go across it, and then it just drops down, basically. I kind of feel like I should pause the game and move the camera. What do you think, chat? Leave it here and move the camera. I did pour water into hell, yes. So I was, in fact, draining water into hell in that fort. But I haven't even found the first cavern layer in this fort yet, so we are a bit of a ways from that. No, it wasn't Long Death. Long Death would never have run well enough to be able to do this. I could just go back in time onto the VODs channel. I'll tell you. Give me a sec. Like, I remember what the fort looked like. I just couldn't tell you the name of it. Scrolling down. Wave pool. Of course. Yeah, Fortress Wave Pool. I was draining the ocean pretty consistently. You're looking forward to your first few unnecessary deaths from that? Only one? I lost a so I put up episode 1 of this Fortress series this morning on my VOD channel, apparently, for Squidward. And I lost a subscriber on my VOD channel, so... Oh, no! Anyways. Big shame that. Although YouTube's been yelling at me recently because I've only gained 500 subscribers in the last 28 days on the main channel. 550, which is like below the average. Let's pause. I'll move the camera. Oh, now it's telling me that it's slow. Someone really hates squids? Squids? What makes you think that we hate squids? It's the octopus that is flying right now that we really hate. Actually, I want to know where that octopus is. I kind of want to follow the octopus. Because I think it's drowning. Or at least it was the last time I saw it. I will say that actually getting to hell is really slow. But probably easier now because of the... or easier to defeat now because of the... updates to the catapults and the bolt throwers. I do think that those are kind of like a big deal when it comes to like actually defeating the underworld. Although aside from that, you're kind of based on a little bit of luck and like how do I put this? A little bit of luck on like what kind of actual demons are in the world that you're playing. He's just a little upset is all. It's fine. He'll land back in the puddle. Okay. That's probably enough clicking. Now I just wait. For a second there, I thought something was really wrong. I looked at my food and I thought it said 077. And I was like, how do I have 077 food? That's not a possible number for the game to tell me. And then realized that it says 8. I think I'm getting tired. I've been live for 10 and a half hours. Okay. The frame rate just moved, but it didn't pause. Why didn't you pause? Gamer's supposed to pause. There's always a big gamble. I turned them up in this world. I think the default was 60, and I went up to 140. Cause like variety, children's charity lottery. Old radio jingles live rent-free in my brain, unfortunately. Or fortunately? I don't know. Do you guys like have any like old ads from like TV or like radio that are just like stuck in your head forever? You just can't get rid of? No matter how much you feel like you wish you could. Okay, so Lesser Kraken is up here and drowning. And the other one is below the drowning layer by kind of a lot. We could follow Lesser Kraken for a little bit. I mean, that's how it choose to feel, or how it choose to feel 5 gum. Yeah, that. That is how it chews to feel 5 gum. You know, true story. It wasn't juicy fruit, but it was kind of a combination of juicy fruit and trolley. They're like gummy worms that made me buy Twitch Turbo because I got 8 trolley ads in a row. And I said to myself, if I get another trolley ad, and they were like, it wasn't the length of them that was the problem. Or it wasn't the number of ads that was the problem. It was the length of them because they were only like 5 seconds. And it was this really annoying earwormy ad. And it happened one more time, and I got the 8th one. I was like, I'm buying Turbo. I can't do this anymore. JG Wentworth, 877 cash now. Nope. Never heard that. I think the water's actually moving quicker over here because there's more of it. At least it's visible. We can also see the drowning change color. Like, if you look at the drowning, if you look at the drowning over there on the right, beneath the age of the octopodard, it goes from dark colored to light colored. So you can discern the frame rate of the user interface from the speed at which the drowning changed the color. Potentially. I don't actually know how many frames it goes light colored for, but... If you look at the drowning pool, I constantly forget that I have a quotes button. Like, if you type an exclamation point quote, does it still just, like, randomly plop a quote into the chat that I've said at some point, I think? Possibly? Like, genuinely, I don't think I've added one of those in years. That's a distressing one, number 223. What the fuck? Oh, right. I know exactly what 164 is from. Yep. All of these check out. I'll bet you that 90% of those are from when I used to do, like, bi-weekly 24-hour streams. I have no idea what 201 is from. Most of those other ones I, like, vaguely remember, though. 164 is from Elite Dangerous. I was flying around the center of the galaxy. And people are just like, hey, how's the space anus? And I was like, well... I would be more concerned about the like my entire natural existence vanishing beneath my tentacles if I was this lesser kraken personally, but the work you're supposed to be doing is the same speed as this simulation. Is it like that meme that I've seen? Oh wow, just fell down a layer. Is it like that meme that I've seen shared around a bunch recently, which is the me coding on a Monday, and it's just like, it ain't much and it doesn't work, except it's the ain't much and it's honest work farm guy. It ain't there ain't much and it doesn't work. So aquatic creatures in Dwarf Fortress primary biomass, if they are not underwater, they're drowning. They die when they are... I mean, it's a giant octopus, but we named it Lesser Kraken. When they're completely unsubmerged in the air, they're drowning. So it's drowning because its water keeps disappearing beneath it. And that's happening very slowly because we are getting about 2 frames per minute at the minute. If that. I haven't counted recently. Chat might be. But if you look in the background, holes are slowly appearing in the ocean. That is the ocean draining at the speed of slow molasses, maybe. And all of this has happened in less than 1 dwarf day, which normally takes about 28 seconds, and it's been an hour and 40 minutes. Gory Paws, thanks for the prime. Appreciate you. Made a bracelet worth 13K. What's in it? What were the mats? Well, it sounds like it was made of platinum or something. Gold, maybe. Bunch of different gems. Nifty, man. It ain't much, and it marginally works. Hey, that's better than it doesn't work. Well, I guess it's not Monday anymore, right? 3 hematite, 2 silver bars, and donkey loot. Damn, that's not bad. They changed the math of how artifacts are calculated when Premium released on Steam. And there was a good chunk of time there where I'd had multiple artifacts that had been made that were all valued at like upwards of 5 million dwarf bucks that all just used a bunch of adamantine and like diamonds and gold. But then when they changed how they're like mathed out, they're much more reasonable now. So like getting like 100,000 dwarf buck one is like kind of crazy. So sometimes people ask me like, what's the most valuable artifact ever? It's like, well, it's like an unfair comparison. Hey, chat, can we get a couple beers for that brand new Prime subscriber? Appreciate you, mate. Yeah, the Great Boston Molasses Flood. That's why they call it Molassachusetts, right? I don't think they call it that. I also don't think that happened in Massachusetts, but... It should have done. I don't really think of Look Mum No Computer specifically as a synth YouTuber, but he does feature synthesizers a lot, yes. Wait, what? Look Mum No Computer is going to represent England at Eurovision this year? Are you for fucking real? I hope he brings the Furby. That's kind of whack, actually. Yet Electric Callboy is not allowed to represent Germany. We can't have fun in this world. Molassachusetts? Well, you are right. I'm starting to think that I might actually just be too tired for this conversation, Elmiran. I'm like failing my own geography knowledge. Is there any Europe? Chat, press 1 if you're from Europe. Or on that continent-ish. Seven, 3, got it. Well done. Happy to help. Candid learner. Cheers, mate. Even though this might be the least action I've had on a stream. Well, actually, this is the most action. It's just very evenly distributed. And I'm too dumb to just go back to the save file and make it, like, work better. This might be the most Stockholm Syndrome chat I've felt in a while. There's definitely more than 3 of you. I guarantee you there's more than 3 of you. Is there 3 of you actively paying attention and typing in chat? Oh, for sure. All 3 have terrible sleep schedules? Yeah. Although it's more likely that people are in chat right now are like in Australia. Or like kind of that time zone region. So much action, the game can't fit it all through one thread. You're in the same time zone as me, though, if you're in Alaska. Mostly. Actually, how many time zones does Alaska span? Or is it just one? But I don't know. You're like in line with me. If that's the case. And NZ, can you confirm? Yep. Planet's test market. All right, so I'm not gonna lie. I think it's like less clear as to how much it's moving while watching the Kraken. I mean, the giant octopus. Octopus. So I'm going to try and pause it and make the game go octopus. And then I will point it back at an area where it's slightly easier to discern how quickly the water is falling. How low is the water now? Well, the octopus has fallen down to layer 8 and fell twice in the time that we were watching it. I think we're still getting about a frame every 45 seconds or so. I think you'd probably get more value out of turning your bars into crafts than coins. Coins are like kind of a weird thing. They're kind of an artifact from the past. They're making a shit ton of coins is super valuable if you play a lot of adventure mode. They're also really good as a projectile weapon in real life and in Dwarf Fortress. I once broke a beer bottle in half with a slingshot and a loony, which might be the most Canadian thing I've ever said, at least today. But yeah, you're better off probably making like crafts or rings or bracelets or coins are interesting, but kind of in the same way statues are interesting. They're not a very good trade good. A gallon of coins into a cannon? Yeah, we call it a shrapnel gun. Although in Dorfort, that would be a minecart. Should build a coin gun in minecart. Out of minecarts, it's been a while. You made coins each year for the giggles. It's really easy to just schedule them. Like, you just mint one stack of coins a year. Did I use a loony or a toonie? I said a loony. Come on. Now. So what you're telling me is we just need to get a pipe bomb surrounded with pennies and we can defeat any foe? That's my post-apocalypse plan, Ilmirin. Although that wouldn't work in Canada because we haven't had pennies in over a decade, and honestly, it's been lovely. As somebody who worked in retail right when the penny was gotten rid of, my job got so much easier suddenly. Okay. So, this used to be a beach. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and a half. Why is there just like a little bubble right there? That's weird. But it's gonna drain all the way down into here. It's draining out of that. That's it. That looks kind of rad. Wait, what? Okay, I just learned something. Is that real? Sheep herder? Because that's kind of crazy. Because I'm pretty sure it was a bottle of Hell's Gate lager. This was years ago. I was a kid when I had my slingshot. My dad would let me like shatter beer bottles with my slingshot, but only if I picked up all the glass. The more you know. The more you know. Considering most of the beer I drink these days, if it's at home, is either out of a can or a growler. Bottles aren't even something I think about a lot. This is such a ridiculously slow process. You know what's fucked up? When I finish this, if the frame rate stays like below 10, most likely all that's going to happen is I'm going to pull the lever again and fill the ocean back up. By the way, right now is like the best time to dump a bunch of lava into the ocean if you want to permanently seal it at a certain level. How is the water draining that fast through the pump hole? Pressure. I like how we're talking about it draining super fast when clearly it's draining extremely slowly. Although all of this drainage has happened in less than a singular dwarf day. This might be the longest Dwarf Fortress day I've ever personally witnessed. But yes, literally gravity. Water pressure and gravity. Basically, like, I've opened up a giant, or maybe not a giant, I've opened up a sinkhole at the bottom of the ocean, and I'm probably about to cause a tidal wave on the other side of the world. How far is it down? I want to say it's down to layer -8. And it needs to get to -25. But it is seemingly speeding up. Although I haven't been, like, counting by the seconds. And DS was, and said that it was, like, at a frame every 30-something seconds. So if somebody has a stopwatch and wants to stare at it and squint, it's basically whenever you see movement, a frame moves. And it's definitely moving. The thing is, I just keep looking at Twitch chat and reading. Water in the hole! Yeah. Mm-hmm. What, like me petting the FPS marker kind of commentary, Alfie? Like this kind of thing? Like, come on, buddy, you can do it. You got this, man. Poor FPS marker. Maybe the rat can help. If I let go, it'll fall. Though it's not sitting on anything, so. Chat, I'm out of bubbly. Gonna go get me more bubbly. You know what's exciting about the stream today, chat? At no point did my green screen fuck up. I think I finally figured out a lighting solution that doesn't, like, get it fucked up. You could hear the bubbly crack from here? Really? That doesn't surprise me too much. I was basically back in the room when I cracked it. Just like looking for the water moving. The problem would be the FPS picks back up again, and the fort would run without you, without anyone at the helm. I mean, not really. Because at most, it would make it to the end of summer. Or it would make it until something happened. The problem is there's kind of some dead bodies and also a were-creature outbreak happening right now. And that's the reason I'm going to sit here until it's done. And I'm hoping, probably, my hope is utterly futile, but I'm hoping that it will hit equilibrium at some point so I can pull the lever and fill it back up. I mean, like I said earlier, the actual smart thing would just be to close it and just to do this a smarter way tomorrow. Like drain it in multiple places. So I can let more of the water out simultaneously. Yeah, you know what's actually impressive, Elfie, is like they can hear the bubbly crack when I'm walking into the room from my living room. But when there's a truck drilling under, or like a giant drill drilling underneath the ocean up the street from my apartment, that is making so much of a racket, my desk is vibrating. Nobody notices. That's what's actually impressive. My microphone is just like trained to catch the noises that are important. It's a very well-tuned filter. In for a penny, out for a gallon? Maybe? I'm just kind of watching it. Yeah, see, like you can see it like refractoring all the way down. It was the magic of OBS, or voice meter banana. Yeah, it's OBS. I'm not actually using voice meter banana. I just like saying voice meter banana. I haven't used voice meter banana since I had audio routing set up. Out for a gallon. It's more like in for a pint, staying for 5. In for a pint, staying for a gallon. What do you mean you can't serve me a pitcher for just me? You think one of your favorite things that drew you into this game was that all these absurd ideas that you could make happen, and absolutely something you'd see in the lore of fantasy games from dwarves? You just draining an ocean to kill an octopus? I guess. Certainly in like the absurdist comedy kind of way. I mean, I did once build a weapon in a fortress that I named the Moses Machine because it could part the ocean with the flip of a lever. Granted, that ocean... Well, actually, wasn't that a lake? Whatever it was. The body of water. Granted, that thing was only 1Z level deep, so it was, like, not actually that much to move. The 15th of Galena? Yeah. It's more like the 20th of Galena. Although it's the 19th of Galena, the moment that time literally stood still. I think it's speeding up. I'm counting. I should actually just grab my phone and use a timer, shouldn't I? Hold up. Grabbing the stopwatch. Smarter than me just sitting here and counting in my head. All right, stopwatch. I'm waiting for a frame to start. I need a frame. Game, come on. Work with me here. Work with me here. I wish I had a wider field of view. More potential to see. Oh, there we go. All right, timer's going. Let's see. Let's see. It's wild that there's still like full squares of water up at the top. Just looking for movement. Any movement. It's been like a minute since I've seen movement. Okay, so minute and 10 seconds per frame at the minute. You know, Krug Smash uploaded like 2 videos in the last 3 months, right? Maybe more, actually. It was at least 2. I don't blame him. I mean, he worked really fucking hard. It's one of those things where like you kind of realize when you do this job for a really long time that you're one of 2 kinds of people. You're fucking nuts and you can do it forever. Or you're sane and you go get a normal job. Because at most levels of this job, like making content, you can easily make just as much money with relatively skilled labor or low skilled labor doing pretty similar things for a company. And you actually get health insurance and you get dental and you get like benefits and time off and a guaranteed paycheck when you come back from that time off. And it doesn't surprise me that people burn out and take long breaks. Yeah, there you go. Dag it. I missed a movement, did I? My eyes went again. So what's the timer actually at then? Herder. Because maybe it's at like half of that. Let's try and pause and see how far down we're at. 34 seconds per frame. That's pretty good. Frame per 30 seconds? Okay. So yeah, if I missed one, then yeah, because I got what, 110? A minute and 10 sec, or minute and 9 seconds for 2 frames? So if I missed one, then yeah, that would check out. It'd be about 30 something. Like 35-ish. I'm just trying to pause. Just gonna lift the mouse up and wait. Nope, moved again. I love how sheer this cliff face is. It's kind of nuts. You don't blame him, you just miss him? Yeah. I think the thing that I'll say when content creators disappear for long chunks of time is they're probably happier, is the first thing. And they'll be back eventually. Most of the time. Because there is a lot of passion in this industry. And if you do this for a very long time, without losing the passion, but maybe you get exhausted. Like, I think I have an advantage in some ways, in that I think I kind of have 2 different audiences that watch me for pretty different things. The first one is obviously the people who watch the streams, and they're there for for one specific type of entertainment. And then there's the people that just watch the YouTube videos, and they're there for a very different kind of content. And I've never really burnt out on streaming. Like, I'm good. I can just kind of stream. Even if I'm bored with the game, like, I can just stream. Because this act of, like, sitting here and chatting with chat is just fun for me. Like, it has never gotten boring. So, as long as I have the streams, like, I'm kind of good. But if I had to crank out a video like any of the big movies I made, more than one of those a month to make a living, which is what I would have to do. I'd have to do about 2 a month. I would last maybe a year. Maybe. If that. Before I would just go kind of insane. Like, I don't know how people like Just Don't Die do it. Like, there was a chunk of time there where he was putting out a video like every 3 weeks. And like... like, the thing about streaming and why I think it's a bit more sustainable in like long-term content creation is you can kind of autopilot it, if that makes sense. Like, if you think about any traditional job, you can kind of work in two modes. The mode where you try to excel and do really well, and then the mode where you just kind of autopilot. And neither of those are wrong. Like, excelling, like, or trying to move up or get promoted. Yeah, you bring on more work. Your job could get harder, but there's, like, a tangible reward for that. In content creation, you, especially on YouTube or TikTok, even more so, you have to be pushing. You can't stop, right? Like it's the bullshit of like the mindset of like grinding, like grind set or whatever. It's that. Like you can't not be pushing, because if you're not pushing, then you're degrading. And if you're degrading, then you're like the way YouTube and the way TikTok and the way a lot of those platforms is designed is that you will inevitably fall off. It is impossible to not. And so you don't really have the luxury of being able to autopilot ever on a lot of those platforms. And it makes perfect sense why people go nuts over time, because you don't have any other way forward other than pushing. And that's not sustainable as a human, really. Like, when Krug Smash was at his peak, and he was uploading a video a week, he was playing 15 to 20 hours of Dwarf Fortress, and then spending 40 hours drawing per week. And I mean, I do this a little bit too in my videos, where you feel like you need to one-up yourself. And so, like, the quality of the drawings improved, which is great. Like, he's gotten extremely good at art, right? The density of the drawings, the number of the drawings that he was doing and animating increased and improved to the point where, like, he had to cut back the amount that he was uploading because he couldn't physically draw enough in the week. And it's like, it kind of makes sense. I think, like, a Davey 504, 804, whatever that fuck that base YouTuber's name is, said something that kind of stuck with me in one of his recent, like, little comedy shorts. Where he basically just said, like, there was a point with the base videos when he was just doing riffs on YouTube where he realized that, like, he was kind of playing things that were, like, as hard as he could physically play on YouTube. And it was taking him a month to rehearse a 2-minute video that, you know, a 2-minute video, if it gets 1 million views, like, you're not making a paycheck off of one video. Like a 2-week paycheck at a minimum wage job. So, like, that's not sustainable. It doesn't matter if you're, like, accruing a massive audience. Trying to chase that isn't sustainable, like, as a human being. One of your YouTube videos inspired me to try a terrifying tundra, and after losing 12 times to polar bear man corpses, dwarves are ready to deny the existence of the sky. That's, well, there you go. Sometimes you just gotta restart a whole bunch. You're a bit of both. You like the VODs almost as much as you like the edited stuff, mostly because you can only catch me live half the time or less, mouse speeder. I feel like I see you here a lot, but I mean, I'll say this, like, they both keep me here, right? Like, the streams are the backbone, and, like, I've been pretty open about, like, the fact that I've been not in a great place mentally in the last 2 weeks. But, like, it's kind of okay because I could just sit here and stream and be good and, like, be creative in this game and, like, get the gears turning in my brain and try and do dumb shit like this. It still hasn't been a day in the game yet, by the way. So, but, like, I will get another big video out, and when I get it out, hopefully people see it. Hopefully YouTube shows it to people. The last one didn't get shown to anywhere near as many as the previous one, but that's because the big project I did before that was a very different kind of thing. It was the boat murdered video. And that video got shown to, like, 1/5 of the people that a lot of the other big uploads I've done over last year did, because it was a very different kind of thing, and so less people clicked it. I don't, you know, honestly, Fane, I don't think that my videos are necessarily high quality in the production value sense. But I want them to be, like, undeniably made by a human. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know. Sometimes my audio levels are kind of fucked. Actually, when I go back and watch my old videos, I'm like, well, I bounce. Like, I have this problem. I need to remember to, like, plug in my shitty headphones while I'm editing. Because, like, on these headphones, audio will sound great. And then I'll watch it on my TV, like, 2 days after I've uploaded the video, and I go, I can't hear the music at all. Or, like, I watch it on my phone, and same thing. I think that people think they want a lot of things, Letteran. I think that YouTube algorithmically determines what you will see regardless of what you think you want to watch. Because if 62% of people are still watching after 30 seconds into one of my major videos, video's DOA because it's not interesting enough. I need to be above that 71% watching after 30 seconds mark to matter. And even if every single one of those 61% of people watching after the 30-second mark continue watching to the end, it kind of doesn't matter already because I'm 10% below the average successful big video. And that's what happened with the last one. Yeah, same. Dag it. I mean, I do genuinely think it's hysterical today. Like, today was one of the funniest pieces of data that I've gotten about YouTube in a while was, like, YouTube's homepage going down. Because YouTube's homepage going down is the most views I've gotten in an hour, just kind of organically, on a stream on YouTube, like, ever. Like, that might actually be, like, the biggest, like, out-of-nowhere jump with, like, nothing, like, unrelated happening, like, you know, or like a major patch releasing for Dwarf Fortress or something. Like, randomly, like, I was getting 400 views an hour from, like, what are we currently getting? 70? Yeah, which is much more normal. It's like 100 to like 150 is like normal on YouTube for streams. It's like that just spiked up because everybody went into their subscription section because the front page was down. It's like YouTube turning off the front page algorithm is better for me. Weird. Like, there's a video that's been going around for a while recently, which is like just the current design of the YouTube homepage. It has like 3 videos, 5 shorts, and then 3 more videos. Like 5 years ago, it was 12 videos, and then 12 more videos was what the front page was. And then the continue watching section. And it's like, the shorts are great and all, but I think like the most money I've ever made from a short is like $60. And that's like a short with like almost 400,000 views or something on it. And so much of that screen real estate is taken up by shorts, even if you block them. Like, we are, historically on YouTube, you were always competing for a portion of that front page real estate. Like, that was how you get seen on YouTube. And it's still that way. You get seen if you manage to get a portion of that front page real estate. By the because like 2% of my views come from the subscriptions screen. It's all coming from browse features, which is the front page and like recommendations. I don't know why AI would affect that in any way. That's where we are right now, Van. I mean, the reality is I'm going to be replaced by generated content. It's already happening. And there's one very specific reason for that. There's a YouTube channel I really like called History Time, where he puts together like hours of like historical documentaries. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, but if you're watching my Twitch channel, you're probably not in the majority of the YouTube audience. Kurbanong. The stats don't lie, though. Like 98% of my views on YouTube come from browse features and suggestions, not the subscription box. The modern algorithm seems built to be pushing the normal creator, it seems. In some ways. Depends on the type of content you make. You get to see the people that you asked to see? Oh, you think that? Well, what if I told you that not all the videos in your sub feed, that they don't actually give you all of the videos in your sub feed? What if I told you that as well? What if I told you that sometimes they surface videos in your sub feed that you don't subscribe to? Because they do that too. I think that I'm one of the lucky ones, Kurbanong, in that the game that I cover is pretty unique. But I do think that especially for like video games related content, and a lot of different types of content, it is going to be harder to break in for a new person. And I think a lot of people are going to start bumping into issues for the same reason that, like, there's certain types of music that is getting harder and harder and harder to promote. Because, like, if you're a lo-fi artist, as an example, a lot of the really popular lo-fi shit out there is all just generated. Because it's just using samples, right? Like, there's certain types of music that are getting harder and harder and harder to make any kind of money on now, outside of maybe live shows, than it was even 2 years ago. There is a YouTube channel out there, which I won't name, chat might know who I'm talking about, who makes Dwarf Fortress videos. And yes, it's actually recorded gameplay that is edited with some coherency. All of the script writing is done with AI, and all the voices are done by AI. Every other one has a different, like, kind of pseudo-celebrity themed voice. And I look at it, and I'm like, it's vaguely talking about what's happening on the screen, but not really. And it's just kind of like somewhat related fantasy story with Dwarf Fortress footage in the background. And I think, like I said, this is a weird enough game that I think I'm kind of okay. But at the same time, I do think that there's a lot of types of games-related content and live content and internet content in general that is already suffering pretty dramatically because of generated slop. Whether that is somebody making a generated slop channel that, like, creates fictitious drama that doesn't exist and then people bite on it like it's real and attack people unwarrantedly. Or, you know, somebody makes a channel that scrapes news about certain types of video games and then just regurgitates it into a video. Like, there was a good chunk of time where, like, person playing Call of Duty with voice in background was a very popular format of video, and in some circles it still is. There's a lot of those that are all generated now, and some of them are not small channels. People are actually watching that shit. So not only am I competing for one of 6 slots on the front page of YouTube, but I'm competing for one of 6 slots on the front page of YouTube, potentially with thousands of channels that are making kind of similar, mostly unrelated content. I just want to make cool shit. If you were a betting man, the push AI content is getting a manual advantage. I actually think it's being pushed in the other way at the minute, because I think that enough big YouTubers are noticing. Mr. Pooh in YouTube chat, and I actually, because YouTube like demonetized a fuckload of AI channels recently. So like, I think it's currently being pushed in the other direction right now. Thank you, Kerbino. Appreciate it. You wouldn't believe me because you haven't seen either of those things happening? Certainly. YouTube has tested them, though. Not on the entirety of the audience, but they've absolutely tested them. I had a week there where I had shorts showing up in my subscriptions feed constantly that were not channels I subscribed to. Like, I would click on them and, like, filter through them and look at them and no. So, YouTube has 100% tested it. They've also, like, done this test at one point that I had to manually opt out of because it popped up, where it was showing me at the top of my subscriptions feed shorts, not in any particular order, from channels that I subscribe to, and videos in order of what would interest me the most at the top of my subscriptions box. And I couldn't get rid of it. It happened on my phone and it happened on my TV, which was like basically the first 2 full screens of scrolling on my phone or tabbing down on my TV with the remote to get the actual in-order subscriptions. So they're absolutely fucking with stuff and tweaking the knobs, and messing with things and trying stuff. People will just stop watching YouTube as much. Shorts getting like 200 billion views a month say otherwise. But that's okay. I don't need to watch another YouTube video until H-Bomber guy uploads. I'm waiting. He said there was a video coming soon, like a year and several months ago. It was like over a year now. He's like, I've got a video that's like kind of coming together. And it's like that dude that was 14 months ago. Fucking H-Bomb, man. I want to say that was like 2 frames in like under 20 seconds right there. Oh, we're getting speedy now. Frame rate, are you Sonic? Because you're looking mighty blue. Just looking for the rings now. You'd bet it's mostly just a quantity thing. I think what it is like... Here's actually like a side statement. There is a lot of AI shit on YouTube. But one of the reasons there's a lot of AI shit on YouTube is because people watch it. But I do think that the more people realize that it's just regurgitated bullshit with no actual substance or content, the more educated people get about that stuff and the less they watch it, and the more they click out of it when they start watching it, the less it'll be surfaced by YouTube organically, right? Like, it's literally like, that's how this system works. If people are watching it and interacting with it and viewing it, or hate watching it even, YouTube decides, okay, you want to see more of this. If people just see it, realize what it is immediately, and click off, it gets better. But that's just YouTube. Shorts are an excessively large workload that I got so tired and burnt out on like upkeeping in order to keep my channel in the algorithm, Kerbinong, that I literally hired somebody to make them for me. And like, thankfully he can make them in like 10 minutes. So when you're paying somebody hourly, that kind of doesn't cost that much. But like, 33 seconds a frame? We're getting there. There's only one AI content I watch, but I only watch it when the other creator is also on. I'm super confused. What? Does somebody have like an AI guest host or something? You were saying that your partner, to your partner, that you hate watching AI? That hate watching AI is still watching AI. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, watching something to the end on YouTube is telling YouTube that you want to see more of it. And also that other people should see more of it. Like the thing that you need to realize about like having your YouTube history turned off is like certainly you won't get recommended more of that stuff, most likely, but other people will. There is a AI channel that I watch, but I wouldn't call it AI content. It's a dude making content about AI. The channel's called Inside AI. I would almost call it fear-mongering, but it is fucking entertaining. Like, genuinely, he's doing interesting things with it. It's like a really convoluted version of the two Google Homes talking to each other from back in the day. Thumbing down the video is interacting with the video, and YouTube will give you more of it. Thumbing down. What's funny is like leaving hate comments on a video, thumbing down a video, being mean to the person who made the video, just tells YouTube that you like the video. Not interacting and clicking off immediately tells YouTube that you don't like the video. I'm not going to lie with you, Blackwinds. That's the shit that's going to replace me. You can disagree all you want. That is the stuff that will make the kind of content I make less relevant. Less ubiquitous. What Shay the Skunk said, yeah, correct. We got like 2 frames in like that 20-second span there. Hot diddly damn it. Well, what the thumbs down means, and what it is actually useful for, is it means that I fucked up my editing in my audio somewhere, or like missed some context thing that I mentioned that like I don't actually show on screen. It's like actually like not a bad way of like the audience that watches that video telling the person who makes that video if they did a good job on that one or not. That's actually what it's for. And also those extensions that a lot of people use to show the up vote and down vote ratios are extraordinarily wrong most of the time. Like I've downloaded those before and like looked at my own videos, and it's like, oh, it says that I have a 70% like to dislike ratio. It's like, actually I have a 96. Like, it's because 70% of the people using that extension liked the video. Not because of 70% of the people who liked the video liked the video. You know, it's funny because like there's a lot of things that YouTube's done that like I do actually agree with though. I think that like the likes and dislikes and not showing the ratio is genuinely one of the most useful things that YouTube has ever done for harassment against streamers. But this is a rabbit hole that I will die on, and I realize that most people don't agree with me on that. But I digress. It does also let them artificially manipulate stats. It is what it is. Oh yeah, and then went and wrote an article. Wait, what? Okay, some guy's AI bot was harassing a maintainer on GitHub, and ours then had to pull an article on it because their AI writers used Claude to pull quotes which it hallucinated. Is this the same thing that I like? Am I misremembering another thing that happened, or am I thinking of something different? Where like somebody kept on, or somebody's agent kept sending pull requests to a GitHub repo, and the author kept denying it, so they used the AI bot to write a blog post like slandering them. Like that might be something different, but that's kind of wild. If they could get rid of ratings in the comments section, they would? No, they wouldn't. How else do you think that they're training their large language models? What? They want the text input. Like, a video that I upload getting 400 comments in the first 5 hours versus getting 100 comments in the first 5 hours is like the difference between whether or not that video hits 100,000 views in 5 days. Or hits 20,000 views in the first 5 days. Like, YouTube so heavily rewards comments. It's ridiculous. So I don't know what you're on about, Mr. Pooh in YouTube chat, but I don't think that YouTube would get rid of the comments if they could. Arston made it worse. Okay. Sorry, this is just something that I saw on Blue Sky for like half a second. I'm like, that's weird. Anyways. So much worse. I guess I have some reading to do when I'm done streaming today. I mean, YouTube almost got rid of likes and comments years ago. Candid Learner. Back when they made everybody use a Google Plus account to comment, and it used your real name by default. And everybody left one comment with, and stopped commenting because it was like, wait, all my historic comments have my real name now? Jesus Christ! It seems so cute in modern day standards. It has to be down to like layer 14 now. I'm not gonna lie, that comment almost makes me throw up in my mouth a little bit, Kerbanong. Google Plus was a thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Remember circles? I don't. I remember YouTube, or not YouTube, Google sending me an email about circles. YouTube also heavily punishes me when I turn off comments. Mr. Pooh in YouTube chat, so. But you're entitled to that take. I'm wondering if I should pause and move the camera down. Nah, let's let it fall. Until we just have a blue screen. I mean, it's not really accelerating anymore, but it is consistently moving. I don't see how that compares in the slightest, Mr. Pooh, in YouTube chat. I mean, of course, YouTube would love it if you paid to comment, but charging to comment isn't the same thing. I guess I'm not really entirely sure what point you're trying to make is. And there are some things about the back end of YouTube that whenever I see a comment in my chats or in YouTube comments about it, I just kind of go, okay, you can think that, but I don't agree. And I really, really hate to do because I know more about how this thing works than you, but I unfortunately I think I do. So I don't know if I agree with these takes that you've got about YouTube wanting to delete comments if they could. That's all. Yeah, like I said, once again, I don't agree with your takes. I'm not even gonna read them. I don't, or not read them out loud, rather. I don't agree. I mean, YouTube constantly tells me to upload members-only videos. I'm not going to do it because I think that that's just silly. Period. Kill the style. The fact that you know who DSP is means that your opinions of what YouTube is trying to do aren't super relevant. That's all I gotta say, mate. YouTube does delete stuff. You know what's funny? I feel like most of the cases of comments getting deleted that people think that they posted is their connection to YouTube faltering. Because I've had comments that I thought that I've responded to and then looked and it's like not there. And then I'm like, well, I was on my phone. I wonder what the Wi-Fi connection was like at the minute. That or like... What's really funny is when someone will like leave a comment on my YouTube videos that is just like a string of insults. Warthaw, or however you say your name. It almost looks like Warsaw, but not. Like Wartaw. Anyway, and it'll just be like a string of insults, like just somebody being really mean, like trying to get under my skin. But like they'll spell every single insult incorrectly or like use words that rhyme with them so it reads like the insults, but they're not actually. You're not allowed to have a YouTube account if you're under the age of 14, though. That's like in their terms of service. So if you're like stating that this is your YouTube account, you're under the age of 10, or you're 10, then like, yeah, no, it would need to be their parents' YouTube channel. Anyway, so that actually kind of doesn't surprise me, just like on a technicality, which sucks, but, and then they'll just get flagged. Like they'll still get filtered, even though they've like meticulously gone through crafting this very, very like heavily thought out series of insults. And I just gotta look at him like, ha! Like, I didn't even set this up. YouTube does it automatically. Like, you're the one, like, just calling me a string of slurs. There are more people over the age of 60 watching my YouTube channel than under the age of 18. I think the people under the age of 18 lie about their age and say that they're over 60. That's my theory, but your mileage may vary on that one. I do like to think that I'm super fucking popular in the old folks home, though, so... Somewhere, there is a grandpa watching my videos on the big screen in the old folks home. Is the ocean being drained for what purpose? At this point, I started draining it 8 hours into the stream. We're almost at 12 hours into the stream. I don't know why I'm draining the ocean. To catch an octopus is actually what I'm trying to do. But at this point, I'm mostly just amazed the game hasn't crashed yet. How long do I think it will take? Too much longer, realistically. I mean, the average age of people watching my YouTube videos... Here, I'll just go look. Audience. Here we go. This is the last 28 days. Oh, geez. Come on. 62% of the people who've watched my content in the last 28 days are not subscribed. 37% are. So 0.5, 13 to 17 years. 18 to 24 is 15%. 25 to 34 is 49.9%. 35 to 44 is 25.4%. 45 to 54 is 6.4%. 55 to 64 is 1.6%. 65 plus, that's the future, baby. 1%. I expect that number to get higher every year. Am I in the 25% with you? Are you asking me? No, I'm in the 49%. How am I draining it? Won't it just refill? Oh yeah. Just gonna try and pause it. I like that you just kind of indirectly called me old. Based on the asking if I'm in the 25% with you, because that would put me in the 35 to 44 range. Thanks. You have roughly the same impression of me as every single match I've had on a dating app in the last 2 years. I mean, I wouldn't say that, but I appreciate your existence. Cheers, mate. Thanks for hanging out. Mate, I'll have you know, I've watched a lot of highlights of fucking curling last night. It was a good evening of entertainment. You were miserable in your 20s and you're way happier in your 30s and 40s. It's about the same. I was numb in my early 20s and not miserable, mostly numb in my mid-20s. Late 20s, I was just pretty depressed, and it hasn't really stopped. But it's also just kind of a constant state. The only difference is I'm not completely overworked anymore. It is draining out here, is where it is draining. So it has reached the layer 14. It's got 10 more layers. And this is how much it's drained so far. That's fucking terrifying, Crafty. Apparently Dabu grew up in Kuwait. Like one of the two composers on Dwarf Fort. Sure, I mean, don't be a belligerent asshole to people, Mr. Pooh. And like, I get that. Oh man, why'd you do that right then and there? You're gonna have to wait for me to pause the game again to save. Like, I don't even really agree with that. You're just talking about drama, right? Like, I'm trying to talk about YouTube optimization, what YouTube pushes for and what YouTube wants because YouTube has decided that it's what will make the numbers go up, Mr. Pooh. And you're simply saying don't be a jackass to your audience and piss everybody off and, like, self-tank your own career and you'll be fine. And it's not really relevant, which is why I'm just like, I don't see what the discussion is here. It's not about what I was talking about, that's for sure. And it's also not a reason for YouTube to want to get rid of comments because some people are assholes. People being assholes increases engagement. Why do you think Facebook still exists? Mm-hmm. Takes one to know one. Humbug, exactly. See? Like, we're all in this together. We're all old. Yeah, my back hurts. Chat, have you seen my knee brace? I need my dentures. I feel like, no, the only reason rage baiting is becoming a thing is because there's like a profit incentive. Rage baiting has always been a thing. It just used to be something that people did as a hobby. Now it's a career path. Well, actually, that's not totally true. I mean, rage baiting has always existed in varying levels. I mean, it was shock jockeys on the radio. It was sketchy magazines and flyers at some point. You know, it was people with rogue printing presses saying bullshit or real shit. You know, it's anger and frustration is always sold. What's really fucking funny is if you go to like the Farmer's Almanac for like the mid 1800s in the US, like that shit was just a fucking drama channel. Like early US, like the founding fathers writing letters to each other and like ordering flyers to be spread around to spread bullshit about each other. It was just Twitter. It just took longer. Like truly. Like they would pay criers to like walk around with like pieces of paper talking about why so-and-so rich guy in the next town over is a jackass and you shouldn't buy his milk. It's just fucking slow-ass Twitter. And then we had Twitter, and it was faster. And then Elon bought it, and now it's slower again. Hopefully it continues to slow down. That site still takes kind of a long time to load these days. It's wild, actually. It's still Twitter, crafty. No, I'm just using hyperbole and babbling. I don't want to do that as a career. I'm just saying it is one. Stating something's existence does not mean that you want to become that thing. If I wanted to become, like, a jackass rage baiter, one, I'd probably be making a lot more money, and two, I'd be uploading 3 times a week. Maybe 5? 10? And I'd be in just chatting all the time. As long as people have had assholes, Candid Learner, they've been them. You need a fucking nap? I mean, it's just Twitter. It's just Twitter with a shitty logo. Lakeport honey loggers. I mean, there are various honey loggers up here. I live in a craft beer city, so yes, I drink. I try not to drink at home. It's actually one of the reasons I drink bubbly. Just because being an alcoholic is unhealthy, it turns out. But I drink most Fridays and most Sundays. Sometimes Saturdays. But I've had honey loggers. I've never had a Lakeport honey logger. Honey loggers are okay. They're just kind of like, if you like the aftertaste, kind of like almost weediness of honey. It's like a very weedy honey. Like, have honey on toast, and that's kind of a honey lager. But beer, not toast, and no physical honey. It's just like kind of the essence of honey. You know what I'm saying, honey? What about wine? I don't dislike wine. I feel like wine, if you're drinking wine and you're a single man who lives alone, You've got problems. It's like when you get home from work and you just open up the vodka, and just start pouring that. Like that's when you know that you have like not making a mixed drink, like just like pouring vodka, maybe an ice cube if you're feeling classy.
Whoa, it's been 5 years.
Jesus Christ, it's been 5 years. Thanks for the 60 months, Orange. I'll get you that e-transfer this evening, by the way. But like, I don't know, man. Like, wine is not sold in a format that is compatible with my life, in a format that is in a quantity that is compatible with my life. None of what you're saying, Mr. Pooh, is a reason for YouTube to remove comments or get rid of comment sections. But I don't know why you're still in this hole. Yeah, but that's just like a nice summer activity, Elfie. Time to put away the booze for at least 6 months. What, just the hangover afterwards? Yuck. Sorry, I'm not a fan of Jameson. I have a very negative response to Jameson because there was one time, oh God, this must have been like 2014, 15? Probably 15. Maybe 14? I don't know, actually. Where me and some people I knew got drunk in a hotel, and me and my friend, we were just drinking, like, we were splitting a 6-pack, and our other friend grabbed a bottle, like a 2.6 of Jameson, and we kind of, like, turned around and realized suddenly that he'd, like, drank the whole thing. He was drinking it, like, slowly, like, just, like, a glass at a time, and we were just kind of talking, and then, like, we were gonna get up to go do something, and he drank the whole thing. Anyway, that day ended with him puking on me and me and our friend carrying him and putting him in the back of a taxi. So I just kind of smell vomit when I see a Jameson bottle, and I go, No, it wasn't you. This was like 8, 9 years before I met you, probably. So I kind of have like a repulsive reaction to Jameson. I will drink it. It's just not something I will, like, if somebody buys me something that's Jameson, I'm fine with it. If it's a mixed drink that has Jameson in it, I won't complain. But I will not willingly drink Jameson. Get the same sort of repulsion to Wild Turkey. Oh yeah, Buffalo Trace gives me a similar feels. I'm not even sure why. Like, I don't dislike Buffalo Trace, but although most bourbon's hard to get up here now anyway. Cheers, Good in Theory Gaming. Here's hoping this will be all the way drained. Other than a Guinness or two during football. The last time I willingly drank Guinness, a Guinness that wasn't purchased for me or handed to me because it was poured by mistake. Or like poured and then the person didn't want it. The bartender's like, hey, do you want a free Guinness? I was like, sure. The last time I paid for a Guinness was Halloween 2019. And there was a sign on the, we really needed to pee. And there was a sign on the Irish bar that said, like, you must purchase something, like customer only washer, basically. So we went and sat at the bar, we both ordered Guinness, we both went and used the washroom, we both came back and drank the Guinness and left. So I've joked for a good couple of years that I drink Guinness to sober up. Which is, like, not untrue. Because it's so fucking light, but also super thick and doesn't get you drunk because it's so fucking light. It's an old man's craft beer. If you're calling Guinness a craft beer, you probably think that mac and cheese is a delicacy. Now you're in a universe of your own, Mr. Pooh. I have no idea what you're on about. That is a mass-produced one? I can drink a Molson Canadian. I can drink a Corona. I'd rather not drink a Heineken, but if it's handed to me, I'll drink it. I don't mind most of them, like, mass-produced Mexican lagers. Most of those are fine. Like, Modelo's fine. Labatt Blue you don't really find up here. I don't mind, like, an old-style Pilsner, which is just, like, Canadian with more flavor in it. It's just way too bitter for you? I should really take you to a, you should really go to a place that primarily makes sours. So those things taste like sour candy. It's so bad? I will try almost any beer once. And there's only one beer that I've, like, was so repulsed by that I poured it out. It was called Bean Me Up, Scotty. Not Beam, Bean. It was a coffee stout made by a relatively large craft brewery in Vancouver called Fuggles and Warlock. It was disturbingly undrinkable. Genuinely. I mean, speaking of things that a lot of people find really, really bad, there are some beers that I would rather not drink. Like, there's a point where, like, having the 5% alcohol in your body isn't worth it. That was just not great. I don't know. I don't think it was the worst beer I've ever had, but it wasn't good. Orange. How the dwarves' meads taste? Well, they make bumblebee mead and they make honeybee mead. They make dwarven wine, dwarven rum, dwarven beer. Because Plump Helmet wine is... Plump Helmets are wine. A lot of people say it's beer, but Plump Helmets are wine. Cave Weed is beer. Sweet Pods are rum. There's like whip wine. There's like yam wine, tomatillo wine. Lots of fruit wines. Lots of ciders. I'm like stuck in Stockholm syndrome right now. Like I don't know how to end this stream, Elfie. Like I'm staring at this water drain and going like, it's not going to take that much longer. But realistically, if I pause and save and reload it here tomorrow, people are just going to like laugh at me for a bit. But we're like most of the way there. That's the fucked up thing. I've officially been live for 12 hours. Like, we are most of the way there. Like, most of the way there. He says that. Like, it's layer minus 16 that we're on that's clearing right now. Which means it's got less than 10 layers to go. I mean, we've cleared 12 hours. We're at 12 hours and 12 seconds right now. Yeah, it's been brought up on stream many times that mushroom wine is a real thing. It's less of a sunk cost fallacy, Candid Learner in YouTube chat, and more of a sunk coast fallacy.
Ooh, you suck.
Yeah, I know. Next question. That was bad. I mean, hey, don't speak for us all. I know what I am, okay? I still, every time I start to think it's speeding up, I think I'm going crazy because I think it slows down. If I save and reload, will the water come back? No, I mean, if I save right here, it'll be at layer minus 16. But that still means that I'm kind of resigning the fact that, like, the first hour plus of tomorrow's stream will be me staring at water draining. Which, like, on one hand is really funny. Why am I draining the ocean? I was trying to catch an octopus. Like, that's the honest answer, man. I was testing a method of potentially catching an octopus, and it slowed down the game a little bit more than I was expecting. Sorry, that just gets funnier every time I actually, like, rethink what I just said. It's like I was trying to catch an octopus. It's like, why are you draining the ocean? Well, I was trying to catch an octopus, man. Have you never tried to catch an octopus? Hold on, let me see if I can pause it. I'll find the octopus. I'll show you. It's probably in midair drowning again because the ocean keeps vanishing. Mate, but like the Netherlands would faint and blush simultaneously if they could see me now. We just like opened up the fucking Marianas Trench at the bottom of the ocean and just caused like so much of the coastline to vanish. All of the yacht owners are freaking out right now. What's the FPS at? 2 frames per minute-ish. No, we are getting about 2 frames a minute. Metalthorn. The game is not paused. I'm trying to pause it right now. It'll pause eventually. I'm clicking as fast as I can on the pause button. Yeah, well, I mean, how else are we going to go pick it up? Unless we drain the ocean. Like, this should just be a given. Like, this should be a straightforward, logical statement. Well, I mean, the only way that you can extinct a species on Earth is by exterminating the atmosphere. Frames? I don't even know if you could say frames plural, man. Frame! Frame! Okay, that's probably enough that I've clicked it. Now I just need to wait for it to realize that I clicked the button and pause the game. I mean, I would actually at this point state that it probably would take more time to teach the dwarves to swim. But the problem is if they're more than 7, like, water deep, they'll still drown. And they won't pass through the water. So they wouldn't be able to get to where the octopus is. All right. So now the game's paused. Where is the octopusy? There's the octopusy. See, it's drowning. Like, I'm trying to catch this fuck. He's currently falling, actually. It's quite terrifying. And here's the other one, which is on layer minus 24, which is where I'm actually draining the water to. But, like, the water's down to here. Like, it's starting to drain layer 16. And it should hit some semblance of equilibrium here. I think I'm going to do another hard save. Continue from here. And that's for tomorrow. Once this is done saving, I'm going to go screenshot the coastline, or show you guys what the coastline looks like. Because it's outside of the water, Octopuses die when they're not underwater in Dwarfort. Same with most of the aquatic creatures. Let's go, more like let's stop. This used to be a beach, guys. Now, if I really don't like somebody, I can make them walk the really long plank. The clip maker thing crapped out. You can go back in the VOD and clip. So, like, what's crazy is right before we started doing this, we got attacked by a were creature. And this dwarf was one of the ones in the fight. No, this dwarf was one of the ones in the fight lore. And in the time that I've been watching the ocean drain, she's walked from here to here. That's fucking crazy. But yeah, that's the ocean right now. All of the mist of it falling. So what I'm going to do, because I've done that hard save, is I'm going to open Legends. Oh, sure, I can show it to you in ASCII. Actually, you know what's better than ASCII? All right, why don't I do this? The sea is still foam on the beach, and you can see how deep it is. Like the actual shape of it. That is kind of nuts. The waves still haven't... Yeah, no, the waves still haven't finished crashing on the shore yet. This looks like a hacker UI from, like, some 90s movie. This might be one of the most nonsensical things I've ever looked at. Yes, we are still framing at about... Draining at about 2 frames per minute. I'm just going to grab a screenshot of that. All right. I'm going to turn on ASCII now for a second for those of you who want to see that. That's it in ASCII. See, like the waves are still crashing on the shore. That is all of the mist. Now we're actually at the level where the water still is. It's just like a giant fucking cloud of water vapor. I mean, I'm not complaining about the game running badly. This is my fault. I made this. I did this to myself. All right, we will continue this absurdity tomorrow. Because currently, I'm going to jump to Legends. And update Legends. Both of those octopuses are males, so just so that you're aware of the joke you're making. YouTube folks, Thanks for the babbles, but I'm shutting you down now. I'm starting to fall asleep in my chair, and there is a big ol' lentil salad and some soup waiting for me, and I would like to go eat it. So I'm gonna go do that. I will be back in 11 hours and 58 minutes. No, 48 minutes. Yeah. Something like that. You have a good evening, YouTube folks. We'll see you later.